Don't deny that I could use some company. All my friends say, honey, just let him be. Now your perfume stuck on my shirt, and there's an empty left in my bed. I don't know about you, I'd put you first. I bought some new flowers, they're all dead. First you are in, then you are out, like snow in the spring. I just want your time. I just want your time. Your time, oh, oh, time. I need your time. 365, 24/7, I'll be fine, as long as you spend a little time. Just want your time. You make me feel like we could be something more. The way your light shines, there's no shadows anymore. But then you put doubts and doubts and doubts in my mind. Still, you make me feel like we could be something more, something more. First you are in, then you are out, like snow in the spring. I just want your time. I just want your time. Your time, oh, oh, time. I need your time. 365, 24/7, I'll be fine, as long as you spend a little time. Oh, spend a little time. I need your time. Spend a little time, spend a little time, yeah. 365, 24/7, I'll be fine, as long as you spend a little time. I just want your time. I just want your time.
don't know what's coming down. I got you hypnotized. Take a real close look now. I'm gonna show you how. I'm about to get down. So keep it up right now. So keep it up. So keep it up with me. I need to move. I need to feel the beat. Don't be a fool. You wanna hang with me. Life isn't easy. You gotta roll the dice. You wanna change. Join the paradise. So bring it on if you wanna hang with me. Alright.
Show me the car, the way you turn me on, the way you tell me you want me down. Done it, I done this before you falling. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me. Said I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this and the more I go. Cause you a bad man, if she don't love money. She break grass real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I don't understand how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I don't understand how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, with me, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist. Cause I need ya, and it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Holding a couple, get to you clean and proper. Way I move, I know we can love her. You gon' let me on your mind forever. Ever, thanks, baby. Turn it down like a sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it way you tell me you wanna be down.
Yeah, just show me how you jiggle.
Pick it up, why you tryna find the pieces when you lift it up? Why I like it when you sit it when you take it up? And you know that I'm bad. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night?
Hi everyone, and welcome back to the UNIVERSITY Esports Masters 2023, Day 2 of Qualifiers for Playoffs. Hello, I'm Carmeline, and I'm here with an amazing caster. For the second day in a row, it's Milcod. Hi, Milcod.
An amazing caster. Who else have you got on the show then, Carmeline? Obviously, great to be back here against Something Infodot. It was a load of fun casting the games yesterday. We had some absolute bangers, a word that is thoroughly overused in casting, but absolutely applicable in this context. And I'm sure that we're going to get some more bangers today.
Yeah, because there are only 2 spots remaining qualified for playoffs. Coming from this loser bracket yesterday, we had all the action from the first rounds and the upper bracket, but today it's time for the remaining teams to prove that they can make it. So if you feel like it, first of all, we're going to shout out people on the social media. Here you've got all the tags so that you can look us up, give us a follow, and also stay updated with all the information about the tournament. And secondly, what if we just look a little bit up the roadmap? What's been happening? How did we get here? And why are we here? So you can see it here. As Amazon University Esports Masters, we are focusing on giving the students an opportunity into esports to network, gain that prestige, gain that glory. And in order to do it, we've got quite a few titles. We've got Rocket League, Valorant, League of Legends, Teamfight Tactics, and Clash Royale. So as you might know, we're here on the bottom row, League of Legends. Second day is March 19th here, and it's a weekend for the qualifier. As you can see as well, we'll have a last chance qualifier in May for those teams that can't make it today. Then playoffs at the end of May, and then the grand finals in July, which will be live middle.
Very exciting. It's very, very cool. And I like that we've not just got like League of Legends, we've got a whole host of other games there. I know I was playing a load of TFT last night, and I ended up going 9 Anima Squad, which I don't think is a decent composition. So I feel like maybe that's a competition that I wouldn't do too well in if I entered. But there's a whole host of games out there, not just League of Legends. So whatever you're interested in, there's plenty of entertainment for you guys here.
Yeah, and each one of them will be share a general format. It depends on if the games are single player based or if that team based. We can look at that in the format and actually to get to know a little bit better how the team is scored here, because they had to go through a local qualifier first. The teams that you're watching today are the best of the country, so they've got a road before they came to this event, and they still have something to do today. And even if they don't qualify today, they still have last chance qualifiers. There are plenty of opportunities to qualify for players, middle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, we have got a few teams that are already out, and so they're going to be looking at that last chance qualifier as the sort of last chance to get into the main competition. But we've also got a fair few teams that are sort of still in the mix, that still can qualify into the playoffs today. So I'm excited to see how they are going to be able to perform.
Yeah, out of these 23 teams participating, 4 have qualified. We'll talk about them later. These are the 4 spots for the upper bracket to remain open for the lower bracket. And, well, there are 12 teams running for those 2 positions, so it's going to be very intense. As I was saying, let's have this video. Let's watch this video explaining how this is working. So let's play it.
The most prestigious university esports competition in the world has arrived. Over the coming months, Amazon University Esports Masters will provide opportunities for the best university players across Europe to test their skills in international competition and make lasting connections with other players across the region. In 2023, 17 countries in Europe will participate in a UEM, plus the Middle East and North Africa, which will also be included in the playoff phase. In this video, we will introduce the format of the competition. There are 2 types of games that will be run in a UEM. Team games like League of Legends, Rocket League and Valorant, and single player games like Teamfight Tactics and Clash Royale. For team games, a UEM is divided into 5 phases: local qualifiers, playoff qualifiers, the last chance qualifier, playoffs and the grand final. Single player games are similar, but they will bypass the playoff qualifier and last chance qualifier phases. All players who have qualified from their local qualifier will go directly to the playoffs phase. Local qualifiers are the core of a UEM. Throughout the academic year, local qualifiers are organised in each country to decide which teams will represent that country in a UEM. The qualifying teams from the local qualifiers will compete against other teams from around Europe in the playoff qualifier. This is a double elimination bracket, with the final 6 teams progressing to the playoffs. For teams who don't qualify for the playoffs at the first try, all is not lost. The last chance qualifier itself is a double elimination bracket. This means that teams who lose a game will still have a chance to qualify for the playoffs through a lower bracket. The final 2 teams from this phase will take the remaining 2 slots in the playoffs. The 6 qualifiers from the playoff qualifier will be joined by the 2 qualifiers from the last chance qualifier to make up the final 8 competitors in the playoffs. There are no second chances. These playoffs are a single elimination bracket and the competitors are playing for a place in the grand finals. The location, along with even more exciting news about AUEM 2023, will be revealed soon. To be the first to hear announcements and learn more about Amazon University Esports Masters, follow our Twitter and check out our website.
Well, there you have it, the format for this entire competition, including all titles, middle. So you can see there's a lot of effort put into this competition so that it's fair for everyone. Introducing the upper brackets and lower brackets is just something that is definitely going to help some teams make it to the top. So we're going to be watching how it unfolds today. But first, what are we competing for, middle? There's something to be playing for besides glory, prestige, and fame. There is a prize that we should take a look at.
Cold hard cash, Caroline. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. Of course, the glory, the prestige, all that wonderful stuff is absolutely brilliant and all. But €7,000 prize pool, nothing to be sniffed at. €4,000 for the winning team. I think I said yesterday that was a lot of meal deals, and that statement still holds true. That is a lot of sustenance. That is a lot of energy to get you through a long night shift in the library working on that project that you probably should have started 2 weeks ago. So it's important, I think, for all the teams concerned here to try their best to push themselves to the upper echelons of that competition and fight for that top prize.
Absolutely. We all know being a student can be quite expensive, and these will be definitely a push to help you with that, with all those books you have to buy, things that you have to print, honestly, stationery, tons of things.
Printing. Oh my word, printing. That ridiculous amounts of money just to put ink on paper. I don't understand it, Carmen.
Honestly, I don't understand it either, but with that price money, you could potentially buy a printer for yourself and maybe just print at home. But well, again, it's all advantages if you win this today. And talking about today, I also want to review with you what we're going to be watching, like where we're at in the general scheme of things for this League of Legends Amazon University Esports Masters for this year. So let's take a look at the schedule, what's been happening, what's been pending. Okay, so as you can see, for day 1, we watched 3 best of 3s. We started off with the last finals rematch between ADH from Poland and Esports Team 20 from the Netherlands. We moved on to the EME from the UK and UCAM. Biddle, you know what happened there?
Yeah,
do we want to talk about it?
UCAM play pretty damn well. Pretty damn well getting the victory there.
But they did, but they ended up losing. We watched a 3rd game, and after that, the EME dropped to the losers bracket, but it's not a big deal. Why? Because today we're going to be watching what happens there. As we were saying, 2 spots are left open for playoffs. 2 spots that will be taken today during the qualification matches. But in order to get there, you need to go through the previous rounds first. So they need to do their best in every single best of 3 being played today. It's a lot to take in, I know, so why don't we get some help from the upper and lower brackets so we can understand which ones have qualified and which ones are still playing for it. There we go.
Obviously, some big performances coming out yesterday from a couple of the teams that we did see on stream. AIX and AGH both qualifying through that top half of the upper bracket, and then BUH and STU there from Slovenia getting their qualification through as well. Obviously, some of those teams that took L's in that upper bracket will have the opportunity to qualify through the lower bracket today.
Yeah, exactly. And just to give you some general information, we can see it here what this schedule is looking like. The first game we want to be watching is the Université de Lyon against the Universidad Complutense de Madrid, also known as the schools. The other ones are going to be taking place off stream, but we might catch up with them later. Just know that this is what's been happening, just to give you a general idea. We also had to say goodbye to some teams, as you can see here as well. We said goodbye to the Portuguese team, to one of the Turkish team, Croatia, Ireland, Lithuania. Italy, and I think that is Slovenia. Czechia, sorry. My God, my flag game is so weak. Are out, which is quite sad, but it's what happens. It's a very fierce competition. Someone has to not qualify, and someone's gonna qualify.
Yeah, I mean, come the end of the tournament, unfortunately, all of the teams are going to have been knocked out, apart from the one who takes the victory in the end. As a British person, unfortunately, I was having a look at the lower bracket there, seeing DMU and the Germs both with a chance to get that qualification through to the playoffs. So a little bit of bias might come through for me in terms of those matchups, but I think for everyone involved, the lower bracket really is that last chance. And here on day 2, it's all about proving yourself. You may have fallen down yesterday, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're a bad team. You took an L, get back up and get some W's.
Yeah, I mean, some of the teams we're going to be watching today, for example, UDL, the first one, the French team that we're going to be casting, they lost versus AEH. I guess losing versus the potential winner is sort of comforting in a way. Okay, at least there you go, that's what you get. We also got, as you were saying, right, the UK keeps 2 teams still, Spain as well. Poland had one of the teams qualified, the other one will be pending for qualification today. Germany has managed to qualify the 2 teams into playoffs, which is a great feat. Okay, that's amazing to actually accomplish. But well, for now, it's time to actually get back into the action middle. Let's go to the big and bad stage, the drafting stage for this first game. As I was saying, UCM from Spain and UDL from France.
Yeah, and obviously Spain versus France, it's always a lot of fun to see teams from these 2 countries face off. Fans getting extremely passionate there in Twitch chat, obviously cheering for their country, cheering for their teams, for their classmates in that regard. Obviously, a big game for both these teams. If you lose, you are out. You've got to wait for that last chance qualifier. So getting a W today, very, very important.
Absolutely. This is a legendary rivalry that's been happening across every single level of competition it's gotten here as well. So we can see that coming in the first bands, Shaya from the side of UDL, Draven and Cayenne going for the UCM. I think they might have been watching yesterday's games because both of the teams only played 2 games yesterday, but still that gave up a little bit of information that might be useful for today's draft.
Yeah, obviously, and I think it's surprising to see how much focus we do have on these sort of niche picks here, especially coming out from UCM. So really respecting the individual power that the players on UDL can bring to the table there. Yumi obviously going to be hitting the ban table. Champion is pretty disgusting right now. I'm interested to see what the first pick's going to be from UCM.
It could be a Sejuani. Yesterday played it in the jungle, and well, it didn't really work out that nicely, but I think today might be the day. They have a day to warm up, and today is the actual competition. We could say that's helpful at all. Let's see what EUDL started this stage with. They've got plenty of options open. It's also important to note that the mid laner Sangzid, they've got a couple of them, so they have been switching with each other. So they've got a hidden card, well, not hidden anymore, but a card up their sleeve. It's going to be Sion starting. Oof. Okay. Respect.
That's actually a pretty interesting concept in this competition, having a substitute mid laner, being able to have that additional option in terms of draft. It's not something that you typically see here at the university level, so I'm intrigued how UDL are going to be using that throughout this series. Sion lock-in here, most likely going towards Goldie. Not really too surprising. Did play a few games on the tanks in that top lane yesterday, and then the Aphelios really rising in priority as an AD carry in the bottom lane, which means of course that the Jinx can also come back into the meta when those 2 hyper carries were super powerful. Jinx was considered that counter to Aphelios, could outrange him in the late game and put out a little bit more damage.
Moonlight Vigil versus Super Mega Bet Rocket, which one will win? Well, it's pending. Well, still waiting to see who the supports will be for these bot laners, but for now, set has been locked in for the UCM this is a pick that we haven't seen so much. Honestly, tanks like On have been preferred in top lane, not even. And by the way, talking about this, On is still open. Please no, okay? I said it yesterday, and I'll say it again today.
I think we've got both top laners coming. I think that we're going to be okay. But,
Just
but
in
you're
case.
right. We don't really see Set too much, but into something like the Scion, that ultimate from Set is going to scale off the maximum HP that the Scion is going to be stacking up kind of indefinitely. And so if you ult him onto a couple of squishy targets, like an Aphelios, like maybe a Lulu, you can get a load of damage out, and all the shields and heals that the Lulu's going to provide the Aphelios may not be enough.
Yeah, the thing is, if you really want to get season 8 sort of, I remember that Sion said, well, actually, when Zed was placed, he was just a support sometimes, and Sion as well with Zona. It was sort of like crazy and very. I think I'd rather not think about it. But what I have to think about is like you were talking about the Lulu Aphelios synergy going on the bot lane. Well, we'll see what Jinx ends up being paired up with. There are plenty of options. Lulu, it was a good one, but obviously taken off the table for now. As well as Jonah and Fresh, really strong support. We've seen a few performances, notable performances yesterday, like that one from Shaki. Wow, that from Stuva, that was pretty impressive.
And I mean, relatives Yone as well, right?
Yeah.
Two of the real stand-up picks that we did manage to see on stream yesterday, and obviously going to be missing out on those this time around. But you can see that there's very clear intent with how both these teams have funneled their second phase of bans. We've had a couple of these melee mid laners banned out by UCM that have a little bit of dive potential, and then you've got these pick CC supports that can grab that Lulu, grab that Aphelios, and pull them in to be engaged on by the rest of UCM. So I think UDL being very, very smart there, picking up the Aurelion Soul. It's just kind of OP on this patch right now. Does a load of damage, completely slows, completely zones away the rest of your team. Karma here, interesting power up with the Jinx. We don't see this pairing too often.
No, but I do like it though. Karma does have some advantages like the early game, but I think can pair up with Jinx quite nicely to give her a little bit of a boost in the laning phase. She's got that potential binding, she's got the shields. You know, we know Jinx can be squishy at times, that extra movement speed, which will be quite useful as well. And just to close up the composition, we have a Syndra. Oh my gosh. That is a very nice pick that Drager showed yesterday. Again, they lost the game, but I still have faith in this. And it's a matter of who will UDL choose to close out this thing. There's just one spot left for the jungler middle and plenty of options available like V and Viego that were picked yesterday by Zolfian. So, which team are you supporting?
Wow, you're asking me to choose between a Spanish and a French team, whilst you being a Spanish on the caster desk. So I feel like my natural response is going to be UDL.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Let me give you some additional information here. If whichever team wins this match, they'll move on to the next round in order to fight against the EMU for a spot at the qualification match. So choose wisely, because this could determine your country's team fate.
No bias. No bias is going to come out in this game, Carmen. Honestly, the two compositions that we've seen built are kind of unique in the context of the sort of the 13.5 meta, right? Some picks that we are seeing come into the fray, but I don't really recognize these compositions too much from what we're seeing in Popo right now. I think that the Syndra is really, really cool for UCM. You've got a 2-carry composition on the side of UDL, and if you can blow up an Aurelion Soul or an Aphelios near the beginning of a fight, then you're going to have a much better chance playing out the rest of that engagement.
I think you should be quite comfortable with that one, and that's why in this case I'm going to be going with the UCM, just because Spanish, which I mean I can't help it, but most importantly because I feel like the composition makes sense as to who they are as players, not as individuals but as a team altogether. It's very similar to the one we saw yesterday versus in the game versus Stuba, who by the way also managed to qualify, and yeah, I think it honors that kind of thing. It's just it was a matter of polishing the playstyle around these carries that we were talking about, like Syndra, and I believe today they can pull it off. Now, I also need to say that UDL have a history here. Last year, they finished in top 8 in playoffs, which is essentially saying that they finished in the lower side of the table, but they qualified for the next stage. So that should be something important to note.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, eight teams go to the playoffs. Top 8 is what it is, right? But like you were saying, you've still made that gauntlet run. You've still shown that you are a team of the caliber to make it at the playoffs. And we've seen on stream a few of the teams that have already qualified for the playoffs, and you've got to be very, very, very good to get up there. So that's a really, really impressive feat from their perspective.
Indeed. So we're going to be watching again if they can pull it off once again the second year in a row. Because if we're talking about the schools, for example, the last time they competed here, or that they go to this stage of the competition, was in 2016. Which was, if I'm not mistaken, the first edition. They finished in 3rd place, but then again, back then,
a while ago.
There were about 5 or 8 teams competing that May, so it doesn't say that much compared to nowadays with 23 teams in this first qualification round.
Well, and that just illustrates how much UEM has grown as a tournament, has sort of grown as a community. But I can't imagine that any of the players that were on that roster with the top 3 finishers are still at UCM. So I feel like maybe the experience gained from that tournament is not something that they're going to be able to rely on that much. But hey, if you're a university that has already been to the top and has had this sort of gap in your history where you haven't been able to make it, absolutely. Just, you know what? This is a new generation, a new opportunity for these guys to go and prove, hey, we can one up maybe the teams that came out of here in the past, and it's great to have that sort of generational rivalry almost.
Well, now that we're talking about players that are graduating, that are not playing anymore, if we're talking about EUDL, there is only one remaining player from the old roster, which will be the top laner, Repulsive. Everyone else is new. So, people move on, they switch all the things, they finish university, they do something else with life. In this case, well, he's still here, which I'm glad about, because I think that combination of experience within this tournament and new blood will be very useful for UDL. Like, that's a knowledge that you already have, and I'm sure he can provide loads of advice to his teammates. In the case of UCM, well, that might happen as well. I'd like to believe that they have also been talked to about this competition by the old teammates,
Yeah, they got on the phone with the alumni, and someone's just sort of working their just day job. It's like, gets a call. Hey, remember when you played in UEM about 5 years ago? Yeah. We need to
do it again.
We need to do it again. What are the secret strats? What's going on? Possibly happened. Maybe didn't. Who are we to say? But we are now on to the rift for UCM versus UDL. Losing here means that your only chance is the last chance qualifier to get into the playoffs of Amazon University Esports Masters. Winner goes on to face DMU, I believe, who put up a decent showing on stream yesterday and will be a tough opponent for whoever ends up facing them.
Well, absolutely. The showing, as you were saying, that they had yesterday was very impressive, taking this university come to a 3rd game after losing the first one, so not a rival to be underestimated. Talking about that here, UCM started with a sneaky play in the bot lane to, get a little bit of HP away from UDL, who are going to be chasing, but you're playing against the Felius, who is having a decent range, as well as a Lulu, and this is something that you have to be very careful about. When you're talking about Lily, we know that she's got dual abilities. She can turn you into a squirrel, or she can give you movement speed. She can make you giant with the R. I think if I were Karma, I'd be very, very careful around this, but particularly, especially for ganks. You need to be playing around this. We'll see if that ends up happening. But now, talking about ganking, you can see how Isla is in the lower half of the map. Sofian moving around at the top, so at some point they're going to collide in the mid lane, and I can't wait to see it middle.
Yeah, it's interesting pathing from Isla. You see on the minimap, moving very defensively through their own jungle. possibly anticipating an invade coming through from the Vi. Or possibly just wanting to take a little bit more of a scenic route. We should be expecting the Sejuani to be a bit more passive in the early stages when compared to the Vi. But the big thing for both these champions is that level 6. You've got basically guaranteed CC coming out from the Sejuani with that Glacial Prison. You've got actually guaranteed CC coming out from the Vi with the cease and desist. And if you can get into any of these lanes, then there's a lot of kill threat there.
Yeah, so it's just something that they need to plan. But for now, it's farming time, it's relaxing time. We've seen games starting out really strongly from level 1. But here, well, there's going to be a little bit of a trade here coming from Felius. But that's still going to push a bot lane into tower. That's going to get you a good wave push right here. And honestly, waiting for the next one, maybe UCM needs a little bit of help.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the way that the matchup can go in the early game when Aphelios just is a little bit better in terms of his buttons and what he can do to you. Jinx, obviously a champion that is going to prevail as the scaling options come out. But look at the top lane, we've got a little bit of an issue here for Goldie, trying to 1v1 Goldrino, but ends up falling down for first blood.
Well, that's a good counter that we set from Isla, but we're going to try and counter it in the mid lane.
But Sofian not quite able to get the kill.
No, because also I like that he just didn't dive right in. We've seen some players being very reckless with this and then end up dying because of that kind of overconfidence. But I think Sofian read the situation quite well. He knew he wouldn't be able to get just Drager with a basic attack or even ability. So better be safe than sorry. Going away, but he's going to take the time to get a little bit of warding, a little bit of information in the enemy jungle, which will come in handy later on.
Hold on. He needs to be very careful here. Seeming deals a lot of damage. Oh no. Jangshid has walked into a Sejuani. Isla flashes over the wall and Drager doesn't quite connect with a scan of the week. Jangshid skids out of there and Sofian ganks in the bottom lane. He's been rooted though and will fall down to Lord Zas, who flashes away from the damage coming out from Kasimi, who takes a couple of tower hits. But the shield comes through in time to keep him alive. Isla is on the prowl though. Bristle the board, diving forward, turn into a munchkin, and Isla is going to pick up a couple of kills here. Not before Kasimi is able to get one with the ghost. The Aphelios can just run it out of there. No opportunity for another kill in the bottom lane.
Well, things are starting off nicely in the mid lane with Isla using the flash. Conveniently, Odo Zangzid, who didn't just go down, but then the rotation into the bot lane to make something out of that potential waste of time did turn into a little bit of advantage or something going in UCM's favor. It gives them a little bit of a gold lead, just 700. And look at this though. Zangzid, a threat that should be considered. He got away last time they tried to attack him, but I still believe.
Playing pretty damn smart, and you can see there, like, quite how disgusting the Aurelian Soul can be, right? UCM, though, using this opportunity with the reset coming through from the Aphelios to pick up this first strike of the game.
They do. They've got plenty of control around this dragon pit, around the bot lane. If you can see, there's a 3-man stack over there. Syndra also goes in to help. And since the wave is just very even right now in the mid lane, she can do that comfortably without, you know, knowing that Zangzid won't be able to push too much further. But again, we're going to be seeing Isla potentially starting some action here in the bot lane to get his team ahead. We were talking about how the advantage could potentially go to Kasim and Hoda due to the range of the Aphelios. And this is a nice push that he's given them. Look at how the wave is now in the middle of the lane, how comfortable Thief and Losas are feeling.
Yeah, they are feeling pretty good about themselves. Sofian, whilst Isla was in the bottom lane, did go for a counter invade onto the, well, not a counter invade, just a regular invade onto the topside jungle, and was able to steal away a couple of camps. So in terms of the farming situation for Isla for the next couple of minutes, it's going to be pretty rough for them to actually get that XP. So they're going to be forced to get into these lanes a little bit more. I want to look at top lane though. Golondrino has really sort of taken off after that early kill and is kind of dominating Goldie in the lane right now.
he feels super comfortable with this champion. I think Seth can be quite good in this kind of matchup. And honestly, it's just showing you've got just that melee range that will be turned into something quite comfy. And no big deal with Zion, who's got a hide on the tower. Talking about towers, you can see here UDL taking control on the bot lane one as Faith makes his way back into his own tower.
Yeah, and this now like presents an interesting situation because Lord Zas rotated towards the Herald, so anticipating that UDL were going to try and contest it. Because they didn't, now they're going to be able to get a load of plates in the bottom lane, and if they can get a couple of plates, it's actually going to be worth them in terms of the gold value that they're getting on this Aphelios, on a carry who has already got a kill for himself. But in the top lane, Oliver's going to be traded by both of the Beefy boys, like going over to Golondrino.
Beefy boys indeed, as you said. Just no, I love that expression. It's so funny. But well, there we go. For now, the top lane is being quite peaceful. Besides a kill on top of Goldie, and Isla is just hanging around here, not just really trying to counter gank, but
Super Mega Death Rocket is coming out. Oh, does it hit? Oh, it hits! Combo with the Glacial Prison, and Goldie is as good as dead. Another kill for Golondrino.
Well, oh wait, there we go. The zombie, I don't think he's going to the match. But Isla is just low in HP, so this is a good time to go back and recover. This gives Golondrino the opportunity to actually go for that parried sort of countering what UDL was doing in the bottom lane. And this is going to be quite convenient with their Herald appearing as well, middle.
Yeah, this is a load of plays going over to Golondrino. The set is well and truly accelerated in a matchup that he was already kind of crushing that CS differential, now up to 30, and with a couple of kills under his back. I'm not able to do the maths in my head too quick, but I'm pretty sure that is an item on this base, and that's going to make things go from bad to worse for Goldie.
Yep. We've seen top laners get consistently taken out of lane, harassed out of lane, very targeted by the enemy teams. This is because this lane right now is super powerful, and even look at this Golondrino going head to head against him. So it's happening the same in the bot lane with Fabe getting through.
Getting a load of damage in the head as well. Yeah, and I guess this is the counterpoint, right? Kasimia's also got a load of plays for himself, has also got a pretty significant CS lead over his opponent, and traditionally you'd think, okay, Fed AD carry is probably the thing that you prefer, but if we're talking about 1-2 item spike, Golondrino is going to be absolutely impervious to damage, whereas Kasimi is still going to be scaling up on the Aphelios.
Yeah, and that is going to be playing a very important role going into the mid-game when we start watching some more team fights happening here and there. But for now, what we are seeing here, it's Goldie trying to retake a little bit of control, 20 CS of difference between the two top laners, but Golondrino is going to be chasing him, even without a wave.
Oh, yeah. You can see actually on the minimap, Drager is roaming over. The ultimate comes through, Unstoppable Onslaught, and it's going to connect onto the Syndra. Drager just has to press his R, and it's the easiest kill of your life.
Oh,
another one for UCM. They are really starting to take control of the game.
Well, that didn't hurt at all. They were doing quite nicely. They feel comfortable. And that's what we've seen. That is the kind of playstyle that they have gotten us used to.
Yeah, it's going to be fine here. Sejuani quite tanky. Interestingly enough, going for the Warmogs first, so isn't going to be able to activate the passive on that, where you regen HP at a ridiculous rate when you've got over 1,100 bonus. So you can see that's why Isla is not regenerating now. But on their next bat, they're probably going to pick up a Ruby Crystal or two, which will be able to sort them out.
But that should be the case. But in the meantime, this dragon going over to Eastwood side is the second dragon, the third objective for the Spanish team. UDL not really finding the opportunities here, not even trying to counter these objectives, even though Vi should be quite good at doing so. But, well, this is what it is. Maybe Sofiane is opting for a mid-late game
Bevy needs to be careful. The flash from Sofiane takes out Lord Zas in the blink of an eye. No cease and desist available for the Vi. Super Mega Death Rocket comes out doing a fair bit of damage, but the dive potential not really there for UCM just yet. Drager was moving down in the river, but decides against it. Will back away, return to his spot, or maybe
Second.
catch out Sofian.
And let's just clean a little bit of vision in the meantime. This is living sort of UDL in the dark. Look at the vision established by the UGM at the entrances of the jungle on the bottom side of the map. That is super nice control from themselves. And that is going to force UDL to play a little more defensively. Like, you don't know what the enemy might be. We've seen some games where the jungler just goes right into the enemy's territory and be like, okay, I hope you don't mind it. So, hopefully, we'll see something of the sort today. But for now, once again, Calm arrives at the Rift. We can see the first mythic items coming in here for different players. But I'm especially looking at Kasim. Gale Force?
He's doing pretty good. Gale Force is gonna sort of up that kill pressure that the Aphelios can have, right? The thing that you would do a couple of years back is you just put the Aphelios with Gale Force in the mid lane, and maybe you just kill the mid laner if you're on UDL. But a brilliant scatter the weak from Deja disengages the gank, as I was also there to help him out. Golandrino completely ignoring Goldie here, could just take this tower for free, and I'm not sure that UDL are going to be able to match it on the bottom side just yet. So set in an absolutely terrifying spot, and Goldie also in a terrifying spot, but for different reasons. Pullback going to be immune by the unstoppable onslaught from Goldie, but he has really been put down in this game, and if this set is able to get on map, it's going to cause massive problems for UDL, but they are finding solutions in the bottom lane, removing Bevy's health bar.
And this is really matching what we were saying before the game started, who the carries could be. I like that UDL are, you know, like, trying to counter this early aggressiveness in the top lane by saying, okay, but the Jinx is not going to be able to take off until much later on. It's true she's got Kraken already, but at least, like, there's quite a difference in CS, there's quite a difference in experience at this point, one level gap between the two bot laners, and this could prove to be a disadvantage for UZM as we moved into more skirmishes middle, so let's pay attention to that as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? It's that battle between, okay, what does a fed set look like and what does a fed Aphelios look like? That Super Mega Death Rocket, I think that hit onto Kasimi wasn't quite enough to take him out. But right, this is going to be the gambit. This is what we're going to be set up for, is which of these two characters is going to be stronger when we are going for these fights. I think for the time being, like we've already mentioned, UCM should have the advantage. But the longer this game goes, the longer that this Aphelios has to scale up, the harder and harder it becomes to talk against UDL.
Yep, and you know, if the key here is to take down Aphelios, it's got quite a few tools to it. So, like with Rager, and talking about him, he's here in the bot lane clearing the way, but he could be facing problems now that Sofian is able to buy and no turret available.
Yeah, this is a rough spot for the Syndra. Ultimate comes down from Zhangzid. He's going to pick up his first kill of the game, Drager's first death of the game, and this is what UDL can do. They can pick you out on side so easily with this combo.
They can, indeed, that's exactly what they're doing. I think UZM has lost the momentum they were building in the early stages of the game with Isla. She's been present in every single lane. It's a time where they need to be very careful, very methodical in every move, and that's what we're seeing as well. Look at Golandrino, however, he's not going to lose an advantage. Just chasing a Saiyan.
He's still punching him. He's still punching him, Carmen. This is actually looking pretty doable. Just going to get the ultimate out though from Goldie, who runs away while screaming. Harrods UDL moving that Aphelios into the mid lane like we were touching about, and Ela here has to protect Fevy to make sure this wave doesn't get crashed into tower. With Drager here though, Jinx is going to be able to take a reset.
Yep, and that is quite good. That's a very well deserved unnecessary rest. It's going to be a 3 versus 4 if UDL end up engaging, and that's what's happening right here, at least from Vice side. But the punch didn't quite... It did land, but Sofian just chose not to engage further. And I think it's saying a lot about the character of this jungler. We've seen other players playing very carefully, really wanting to risk his team's lead. We'll see that ends up happening here in the Dragon Pit.
Moving in. Facial pressure just missing onto Zangtig. Sofian able to get over the wall. Howard is very low, using the wild growth on himself. Stun onto Drager. Not going to be knocked up with a decimating thrash, but very, very low. UCM able to take away the Drake. Golondrino on the side has the flash, uses it to get away. No one dies, and UCM grab themselves soul points.
Yeah, even keeping both the Super Mega that rocket and the Showstopper right there. Karma just recovers her mantra ultimate. So let's see if they can get something out of this.
Ooh, Golondrino is pretty damn tanky, able to use that Showstopper back onto Sofian. Shutdown goes to Lord Zaz, but UCM are not done. Pull back there onto Goldie, but the Sun has got a lot of HP that you need to burn through. Ira's going to be able to help it out with that passive, but here comes Stranger on the back side. Double stun, double kill for the Syndra, and this fight is all UCM. The Sun in passive isn't going to get anything. Zangzid, the last left alive. 4 kills for the team from Spain.
3 layers of action from UCM are proving to be so useful. Isla, with the engages here, you can see it right there with the Winter Spotlight. Oh my gosh, Zangzid about to go away just thanks to that flash being saved. But you can, as I was saying, you started up with Isla on Sujani, follow up by Golondrino on set, and that ultimate, keeping it so safe until it's the right moment to use it. This has been shown to be quite useful as well. And then to follow up on the back lane, you've got Rager on Syndra and the Jinx. And just in case you want to be protection, you've got Karma as well. So I think this composition is doing what it's meant to do. It's protecting the carries, is just absorbing that damage that is incoming from the enemy team. And so far, I think, again, it is working. And
you see how bad things go if you take out one of those carries early on into a fight. That pick potential that the Syndra offers is absolutely immense. UDL might be a little bit overextended here. They may be looking to collapse on Golondrino in the top lane. Isla and Lord Zaz roaming around, trying to clear out some vision. 2 items now on the set. Titanic Hydra and Heartsteel. He is going to hit like an absolute truck.
Indeed, and I think UDL are aware of the danger this entails. Sofian and Horn probably position here to wait and see if UCM will try and engage. In fact, Isla has claimed the vision he's been seen, but it doesn't seem like the French team want to risk it anymore. Like, there's already 3k difference in gold between these two teams. The turrets are even bad in terms of objectives. UCM are just taking them away. They don't care. There's no room here for UDL to take anything.
It doesn't feel like it's just under a 3,000 gold lead, right, Carmen? Like, based off some of the games that we saw yesterday, we saw gold leads much greater than that be recovered from or at least made competitive. But UCM have just had that level of control for the last few minutes in this game. Baron is going to be something that they can play towards now. Post 20 minutes. They've got that Infernal Soul spawning in a couple of minutes as well. They are in a really great position, and this team that is obviously here in the lower bracket, got taken down yesterday, is really showing up in a matchup that they needed to win.
They feel very comfortable with what they're doing. And honestly, again, it's just a matter, like we're seeing a 21-minute game that in this case I think is being played very nice by both teams. We've seen Burrow Rush games. If they make it to the next stage, whichever of these teams makes it, DMU has a much slower pace. Like, we know they take the time, we'll go to a 40-minute game. But here, it does seem like they know what they want to do. Not quite in a position to close anything because the gap isn't wide enough just yet. But they're taking steps to it.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, right, League of Legends games haven't gone on long enough for you to actually win. Like, you can have a lead, but you need stuff like Baron, you need stuff like Dragon Soul, so you to probably get an advantage over your opponent, which is nice and decisive. You see Golondrino split pushing up here in the top lane, Infernal Drake spotting in 40 seconds, so if he needs to move down towards that, he absolutely can do, but he can also apply pressure around the top side of the rift where the Baron is, so UCM in a really good position in terms of their top laner being able to apply that pressure, but UDL looking for an engage onto Isla. There goes the Scion, cruising through the river, crashing into all. And now it's actually the French team that have position to move over to the Drake.
They do. This could be dangerous for UCM because you can see Drager here as they move into the bot lane. He is alone, gonna retreat back into the turret. He's got information going on for his team. But look at the flanking by Isla. again, getting caught up in the middle of all of this could be quite useful. Now, UDL knows that the enemy jungler isn't quite able to help, or at least he'll have to get for them first. But I think them being quite close together and fighting in such an enclosed space, this could be very good for UCM.
Oh, absolutely. I think Golandrino wants to get real up close and personal with multiple members of the UDL team. They're going to be starting up this dragon, try and burn it down before UCM can get the smite. Isla is going to open up with the Glacial Prison. A huge show stopper from Golandrino on the back line. Haymaker to the face of multiple members on UDL, but Kasimi is still alive, and the health bars on UCM are dropping lower and lower. Goldie trying to tank up as much as he can in the front line. A killing spree for Fevi. A reset for the Jinx and Xangted, forced to flash away. Goldie chasing down onto the Drinks. Kasimi, full HP with the ghost on his back. Just needs one more auto from the Graviton. Fevi is not getting away. A shutdown for UDL, who bring this game right back.
This was such a show of skill and talent by UDL. Like, literally, around the Dragon Pit, talking about how enclosed the space was, how this could be a disadvantage for them. Also, because Sion didn't have unstoppable onslaught just yet, he had to use it. But they turned around really properly. But leaving Golandrino in the middle of the action with the showstopper, they were able to focus on him quite easily, which meant he was very low in HP by the second quarter of the team fight, and this left UCM with no one to frontline for them.
Oh, Draja, you can't step up like that. It's going to be a Baron and a kill for UDL, and you really saw in that team fight what happens when UCM try and just approach from the front. They're not able to properly get on top of Kasimi. They're not able to properly get on top of Zhangzi. The carries of UDL that you need to take out were able to hit through a lot of that fight, and now it's them who have got the gold lead. It's them who have got the Baron. Yes, that Infernal Soul is something that's going to be hanging over your head for a very, very long time. UCM still have that threat, still have that potential. But in terms of who's winning this game, anyone's guess right now.
Exactly, and I really like this because it provides some very entertaining ideas. Like, right now, as we were saying, UDL's got the power, they've got the Varn, Nash above, they've got that dragon going on for themselves, and so UCM were able to build a little bit of an advantage in gold in the early game. Now look at the 2K going over in favour of the French team, and they want to make this even bigger by invading this top lane tower.
Oh, but Isla wants to shut them down, getting the stun onto Kasimi, dropping so many ults on the Aphelios' head, but he is still alive. Golandrino is going to be hunting for him with that Haymaker, only finding Zhangzid once again. UCM not able to properly access backliners, not able to take down the carries, and Goldie is going to be able to take this mid lane tower with the Baron buff. This is a huge turn in the game.
That's the issue that I'm seeing with Set. Like, early on versus side, he was doing quite well, because at the end of the day, in terms of range, in terms of control, he had it. But as we move into the game, the showstopper forces you to go right into the middle of the enemy team, and in this case you've got so much burst damage coming in from UDL, it's very difficult to counter, and that's the main issue I'm seeing with UCM's composition.
Oh, but they're still trying for it. Forced a couple of flashes out from UDL already, who are going to be caught out. Their horn, I think, is going to be a sacrifice, and UCM will take that kill and leave. And look, it's Kasimi who's accelerated on the Aphelios, is up significantly in terms of CS, has got more kills than Fevi, and has got more items than him right now. The Jinx does outscale at some point, but if the Aphelios is always ahead of her in terms of itemization, he's going to be the more useful carry.
Yeah, if you look at that as well, you can see that the resources in UDL were mostly to him, a little bit split with Aurelion Sol as well, but he was mostly able to do well by supporting the rest of the teammates. If you look at UCM, that quite divided between Golandrino and Zed, between Syndra and Jinx, and this might have not been the most convenient thing. Jinx was a little bit left behind in the laning phase. She had to fare on her own for quite a long time, and that lack of support is leading to a point where the damage, incoming damage, is not enough. It's come to a point where it's very difficult to stop UDL, especially with Sion in the competition.
Yeah, and I mean, UCM still have strength, right? If around this Drake in 40 seconds, you can find flanks, then absolutely you can still get your composition to work. But they've got no vision. They've got no deep teleport opportunities either. UDL have done a great job of completely owning the vision around this Dragon Pit, forcing UCM to walk in. They know that UCM are going to walk into them to UDL, and they've got a great composition to stop that as well. Walking into a Sion is dangerous. Walking into a Phelios, very, very dangerous. But UCM, not going to take the bait, actually go for the mid lane priority, which is going to force UDL to respond.
Yeah, and so far the response seems to be looking for a flank here on the bush. But we're gonna be just backing away, might not be the most convenient. The ultimates have been spent so far, so we will keep finding a full 5 versus 5 team fight here for this Dragon. Look at that, some people already going down.
Oh, an engagement onto Lord Zas from Sofia, and Trader is dead! That's huge assassination potential off the board, and Golondrino is causing chaos in the back line. Zangzid is going to breathe him to death, but not before he's able to take out Horn Goldie, doing a similar jump on the other back line, being that front line, being that tank, and here comes the damage! An ace for UDL!
Again, this kind of 5 versus 5 setup benefit UDL so much. Once again, what I'm looking at is Golondrino. Right when he uses shows Super, at that point they haven't been able to take down any of the UDL members, which means he's alone amongst 5 people. And sure, not everyone might be focused on him, but the ones who are doing are able to get him low in HP quite quickly and get the kill on top of the top laner, which means at the same time that UCM doesn't really have anyone else to support themselves. So Yoani's fighting next to the carries to protect them, but that will last for long either. And this is just the downfall for UCM, at least for this mid-game. 30 minutes in, and UDL do seem to be the ones who know how to win.
Yeah, they've gotten that mid lane inhibitor down. And what a great turnaround from them, honestly, in this game. They've been down Drake's Cell Point for over 10 minutes now. They've been able to sort of withstand that objective coming through. They've been down in terms of the gold lead that UCM got coming out of that early game, but they held strong. They've relied on the scaling within their composition. They've got to a point where, yeah, we are having to favor them to take game 1 in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, it's all a matter of if they will be able to keep on pushing this way, if UCM will sort of try and adapt or correct the approach that having towards this team fight. But honestly, not much time being left as the next Baron is already spawning within its feet. Could be the potential end of the game. Many turrets have been taken down from the UDL side, so careful here, UCM.
Yeah, and I mean, UDL have already got the Baron. They don't need to engage here. I think they might still try, though, as Sofian is going on the flank, and they've managed to isolate the Jinx. Bevy is dead. Zangzid on a rampage. And the rest of UCM having to retreat through members of UDL. Their base no longer a safe place for them to stand. The Baroned up super minions coming through. UDL looking for the game-ending push. Jinx is not going to be able to contribute to this fight. The death timer is just a little bit too long. That is a massive showstopper from Golondrino. Big shutdown onto the Vibe, but the set dies right at the moment of engage. And that means that UDL are going to be favoured throughout the rest of this fight. Kasim going forward with the Gale Force for a triple kill. And UDL in game 1 of the series grab the ace. They're going to be grabbing these Nexus towers. They're going to be grabbing the entire damn base of UCM and grabbing the advantage in the best of 3.
Well, bets on Aphelios being banned for the next game. Yes, no, what do we think?
No,
Because
yeah,
this was...
no, I think ban Aphelios. See me pretty good. At least in my humble opinion. I think it was a far cry from the AD carries that he was playing yesterday. He was playing a lot of stuff like the Kalista, wasn't really performing on that. The Aphelios looked absolutely great here. And I love the patience from UDL as well, knowing that that set was going to be an issue that they could deal with as the game got later and later on, and not capitulating, not completely collapsing, giving up what they needed to before taking everything else.
You know how we're talking about
I'm talking sweet all by myself. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. What you need from me, need your love on me, put your love on me. I'ma do everything for you. I don't want anyone but you. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. Your love, 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 your love. Put your love on me. Your love, 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 your love. Put your love on me. I miss your touch from your hands and your body. It hurts so much to think of you with someone else. Can't get enough when you're sweet talking to me. Now I'm talking sweet all by myself. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. What you need from me, need your love on me, put your love on me. I'ma do everything for you. I don't want anyone but you. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. Your love, 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 your love. Put your love on me. Your love, 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 your love. Put your love on me. Driving around in California, looking for something to make me stay.
Well, we're back here with the second game of the best of three between UCM from Spain and UDL from France. Metalcourt and I have been casting this first game, and honestly, I have to say, we're quite impressed with the level of both teams, Middle.
Oh no, absolutely, a real cracking performance. I feel like UCM and UDL, they both won 50% of this game. Unfortunately for UCM, the last 50% of the game is kind of the most important part. But like you said, we've seen really great stuff from both of these teams, so I wouldn't be surprised if this series ends up going all the way to Game 3.
I would like that very much, actually. I think that will give both teams a chance to show what they're capable of, given that yesterday they only played one series. This is the second game they're going to be playing today, the fourth game in total for both teams, so they have had a little bit of a warm-up. But do we expect anything to change in terms of body, in terms of picks? Do we think they're going to be trying to surprise the enemy? Because, to be fair, there are not as many chances to do that during this day.
I don't feel like there's necessarily anything that needs to change in terms of pick and ban from either of these teams. I think that for UCM, they're going to be looking at, okay, the set was really, really strong, but bot lane got a little bit away from us. So I think that what we want to talk about here is more a playstyle shift potentially from them to input a little bit more resources into the bottom lane and prevent what ended up happening, where the Cephalios got to a point where he was too strong too quickly for UCM to deal with, and UDL were just able to ride that wave to victory.
Yeah, I also think Easy and having the composition was very damage based in the backline meant that when Zed was going in, they weren't able to help him really, because in order to do it, they will have to go through UDL surrounding him. So that sort of proved to be a difficulty that they will have to face as well. I would like to see maybe a little bit of a switch. I think, as you said, the set was walking. The bot lane is where I would like to see a few changes. We were talking about the picks for the games they had yesterday, and from the side of UCM, we saw Silver and Kaiser instead of Jinx. True, Jinx is a hard carry, but I think maybe, I think I would like to see maybe a Kaiser again.
Yeah.
Just give me something.
I mean, if you are going for like big engage, right, Kaiser can offer a lot of backline dive, which can be useful. If you are just trying to assassinate a single member of UDL, which felt like it was kind of the game plan for UCM in the last pick and ban. There's a decent chance that they double down on that strategy and end up going even further beyond that, or switching it up. I think both options relatively reasonable.
Yeah, so why not? Maybe, I think if I were ECM actually, considering this might be my last game for these qualifiers, so until the last chance qualifier, I think I'd go all out. Like, just bring my secret pocket pigs, just risk it. Because even if you don't make it, you've got plenty of time until the last chance, or even until playoffs, so you've got time to prepare something else. But what we're seeing so far are the bans coming onto Payne. Draven was again Aurelian Soul this time.
Yep.
So that's Jimmy and Renekton. Okay.
Yeah, I think that you can make an argument for the Aphelios, you can make an argument for the Aurelian Soul. I think with the Aphelios, you can maybe go there. If that is another AD carry, it could do something similar. In terms of its output, the Aurelian Soul is kind of unique in terms of its team fighting ability around meta mages right now. So that's maybe a smarter option actually there from UCM in terms of the ban phase. And that set, whilst he wasn't able to get it done in the hyper late game, I think taking it off the board, very, very smart. Golondrino could have carried that game, and UDL respecting that. The Xayah first pick, not too surprising. Really that sort of super strong AD carry in the meta right now.
Yeah, also, we were talking about how Repulsive was going to appear again. This time he's been switched out by Goldie. We're going to be seeing Zangzade in the mid lane still, but we're also seeing Hona taking over the support fort, which is just, I think it's very interesting how France has such a versatile roster of players that they can just move around very comfortably. Talking about that, Ophelia is going to appear again, very comfortable game, last one indeed. Let's see if they can pull it off again. I think UCM should be warned about this.
Yeah, and I think the Xayah offers a bit more disengage into the Aphelios, so I think that's maybe a different angle that you can approach it from. This Sejuani most likely going towards Goldie in the top lane, just FYI for anyone watching out. Did play it yesterday in one of their losses to Utura Pissy God, so and with that summoner spell choice there, the Ignite TP kind of hinting at it. On the blue side, though, we've seen UCM lock in this Jarvan, which is going to provide them a lot of early engage and really help them double down into the style that got them that early game lead in the previous game. And the Thresh as well. We saw what you could do on a half-decent Thresh. Shaki took over a game yesterday. Let's see if Lord Zaz could do something similar.
I think this is also more suitable for Losas's playstyle. Like yesterday we saw him playing Nautilus twice, so again a tanker, kind of support, more sustained base, more engaged with the hooks. And I think Thresh is, well, he adjusts quite well to that description. So again, fitting to what he usually plays. The Lulu appearing once again for Horner, very utility based. Very useful with Aphelios. It compensates for all the things you're missing as is AD carry. But talking about missing Olaf, not going to be appearing during this game, and neither will be Joden.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Same combo that UDL were running last game, and it got them the W, so why would they change anything? Like you were saying, into the second phase of bans down, we've got top laners and mid laners still to be picked for both of these teams, and looks like we are going to be seeing a bit more focus towards the top side coming through from UDL. I think that makes a lot of sense given how well Golondrino played that first game, so getting a couple of champions away from him makes a lot of sense. But then I think Zangzid also had a decent game on the Aurelian Soul, so taking a couple of things away from him makes a lot of sense there from UCM. So both teams really targeting out an individual member of the opposite team, trying to reduce their power as much as possible.
Hey, Syndra is out, banned by UCM themselves, as well as Malphite, which I'm guessing is more of a targeted ban against enemy team. And look at this, it's our first Belvet for on-stream games, and I'm very excited to see her taking over jungle here for Sophie and
Empress of the Void, big damage dealer, and just a great pairing, sort of ganking into a Sejuani as well. Melee champion can stack up the permafrost passive very, very quickly, and you're going to need to stack it up pretty damn quickly, because if you're running against a Darius, then taking him down fast is your modus operandi. If he's given the opportunity to get those Qs out, swing that axe, get the healing stacking up with his passive as well, he can 1v2 very, very easily.
And I am here to watch it happen. But now it's time for Museum to close that competition. There are just a few positions available. Veigar making an appearance here for the mid lane, sort of taking ideas from Viper's book, who we know loves this champion.
Loves it.
Hey, Viper. By the way, if you know who Viper is, he casted a couple of years ago. So, hi.
Really cool guy. Really cool guy. Did, like, for some reason, disseminate a rumor that I'm incredibly short. Don't know why he'd do that. Don't know how he did that, but he managed to. I promise that I'm not really short. I promise. I'm a medium height king. But anyway, trauma aside, back onto the draft is going to be the victor here for Zhangzid in the mid lane. So kind of can match up fairly well against the Veigar. Is going to be able to outrange him with those death lasers and should be able to get shoved, which is really important that you can control the wave in a matchup where you are up against a Jarvan who is going to be wanting to gank that mid lane absolutely all the time.
I'm also thinking, like, in the games that Veigar is most useful is when you've got Event Horizon going on to stop very melee engages from the enemies. You force them to go through it and then they get stunned. But looking at UDL, you could apply that to Sejuani, but I don't think Victor or Felius or even Lulu need to get that up close, particularly Felius. So I'm going to find it interesting how they're going to play around that dynamic. So yeah, my eyes are focused soon on the mid lane and maybe on the bot lane, because last game, as I was saying, half for UCM, half for UDL, a lot of that source of tension was coming from that lane.
Yeah, and I mean, the question is, can Kasimi do it again? I'm inclined to say maybe, because one of the issues that I've got with UDL's composition in this game is kind of something similar to what UCM had issues with in the last game, is there might not quite be enough engage, because you've got that Sejuani, great, she can dive in, she can use that Glacial Prison onto one person, and you could pick one person. But then you look at the other champions that you've got on your team, there's not really much engage coming out for them. You've got zone control from the Victor, and the Aphelios can provide that a little bit, but unless this Bel'Veth goes for a slightly tankier build when she's diving in, you could find situations where you are as UDL, you miss that initial engage, and then all of a sudden they can't start team fights.
Yeah, I mean, the only way I can see them like trying to compensate for these is, I don't know, maybe I can only really picture Lulu kind of trying to follow up with this Sejuani, but Lulu is not damage killer. It's like, you're there to provide utility. I don't think she's gonna be like using helper picks all the time to be like, oh yeah, I'm just poking at you. So I mean, I wish, because I love playing Lulu, but I don't think that'll be the case. Wild growth, maybe we could see that coming here into action now that Sejuani and Lulu are in the same team, but there are plenty of possibilities open. I'm just waiting to see what UDL will do with this composition. This could be the second game for them. This could be the win that takes them to face DMU for that qualification match. And honestly, many things are at stake right now for both teams. So again, it's a matter of waiting.
Yeah, and sort of, I guess maybe you don't want to be throwing all of your spells on a Sejuani, but if you're a Lulu dropping a Wild Growth, dropping a Help Picks onto Sophia on this Bel'Veth, then she's going to be much more able to reset through those team fights, and maybe that's your angle for finding additional picks. UCM with a 4-stack in this top lane, going to be finding Goldie here. The Sejuani with that passive, fairly tanky at the level 1, but the death sentence goes wide regardless, so UCM not able to get anything off of that play.
But that's a pity that they haven't been able to do this, and this is also giving information to UDL, like, okay, you know that in the upper side of the jungle, feel free to go on water in the bottom side. I mean, that's already things, and those wards are going to provide even more information to UDL as the game moves on throughout the first seconds until someone spots them. So maybe not the best play by UCM, but at least it forces Sejuani to back up a little bit. So that's something that you get.
Yeah, and I think that the reason you can do that is because Darius at level 1 with W is disgusting. Way too much damage, way too much kill threat, and if you get into an extended fight with him, you will lose it. Victor can do something pretty decent in the early game with his Q shield that he gets to trade with the enemy laner. So that's why you see Zhangzi going for that play here. Is leave hook landing on the bottom lane there. Just a little bit of damage coming out from UCM, but not committing for a full-on engage.
No, not doing that so far. We can see how these are leading with that trade. You know, just leaving Kasim here outpoked will be a good idea in this next few minutes, at least, knowing that Horner might not have the same kind of pressure that Lord says does have on Thresh. So yeah, that's so far what's happening here in the bot lane. It's just all.
Just be aware that wasn't your PC. We did have a little bit of a tech issue on the feed there, with a little bit of lag. Believe it's been resolved though, so we can get back to the gameplay. And see, Reno not quite able to land the Abraham. He's built up a decent sized wave here, and Goldie will try and collect as much as he can under this tower.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, this ends up turning into sort of an advantage. Of course, Gondrino has almost 20 CS of difference with his counterpart, but this leaves a very easy wave to take by Goldie. Of course, it's on the tower, so you're bound to just lose some of those minions. So far, it's a good start for UCM, but we saw what happened last game, and that didn't mean they were going to win it in the end.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got a little bit more late game insurance, right, with this composition. Whilst the Darius, whilst the Jarvan are early game champions, Veigar and Zaya decidedly not. The longer the game goes, the more AP that little munchkin in the mid lane is going to be able to stack up and eventually become disgusting. Sofian, I think they're just getting the slide away. Either very unhappy about it, flashing forward into the enemy jungle to try and get a kill, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do that. Goldie, level advantage, goes for an extended trade onto the Darius there, gets out just before he can stack up all that hemorrhage, and is actually doing decently in this lane, although it's shoving away from him now, which could put him at risk. And if he goes for it all in, he could be going down here. Maximum stacks of the passive, that W hitting, he's actually going forward. He's got the Ignite down, but Gollandrino comes out with first blood and doesn't even die.
Very low HP right here, forcing him to back up, but this is gonna even out things a little bit as the tip comes in from Goldie here in the top lane. The CS is almost equal, just one wave away from being the same, and well, we're gonna be seeing how that develops as well as in the bot lane. Again, very similar farming between these two bot lanes. The waves are very similar once again. In point, maybe a little bit push more in favor of UCM. And so far, the junglers focusing a lot of farming, not so much on dunking. So I think we'll have a more quiet game than last time.
Yeah, and I want to see how Lord Zas could make that game a little bit less quiet, though, because the Thresh was banned in game one alongside the Nautilus as well. There's clearly a lot of respect shown by UDL, as I believe. Have we gone forward in time or something? That was a bit of a weird skip going on, but we are still in the game.
It's just us playing Echo. You know what they say? Time jump. That's someone's assignment. No one says that. I'm just making it up.
I've heard someone say time jump before, Carmen. Do not worry. That is the person who says that.
No, surely it did. Okay, anyways, let's forget about my no knowledge about champion quotes. I only know Luxus actually. One of Luxus like
those are some bangers. Like,
yeah,
yelling Demacia in a high-pitched voice. It's kind of like my Garen impression. UDL trying to finish this Drake. UCM trying to finish UDL. Either able to get out there with the Dark Passage, and hook landing there onto Horn. Zhangzi getting the first kill of the fight, and the second going to be going on to Kasim, taking down the Thresh. That's not the way that UCM would have wanted to start this game, as it's a double for Zhangzid, and UDL are going to get the Drake.
Well, and the kill that UCM get is on top of Lulu, which, I mean, it's just maybe not the best objective to have taken that. I mean, it's good to take one kill, but it's not like it's going to have that much impact. And talking about impact, let's talk about Gollandrino here, just free farming, leaving the wave push into Goldie, once again forcing him to lose some farming in the way. And this gives you plenty of space to rotate, set up a little bit of ambition around you, because you know at some point they'll want to go after you, particularly Sophia with this ballad. So set up for themselves, but it's what we were seeing last game. Top lane doing quite well, being very comfortable, and the bot lane suffering.
Yeah, but it's great that we get to see Golondrino doing this specifically on the Darius, because something that Adam did a lot when he was on BDS last year in the LFL was going for flash hook predicts on the movement. Okay, I'm not sure Adam's ever done that, but Lord Zaz definitely has and grabs a kill for Fevy. UCM still able to fire back with his composition in the early game.
Well, there we go. At least that gives something for Viv to do, to fight for. Gives him a little bit of extra goal to get on pair with Kasim, who's already on a good building pad. And now it's time to rotate here towards this kind of crab, get vision going in the bot side of the river, as the Dragon is going to be spawning in about 3 minutes. This gives you enough time to actually roam comfortably into the mid lane and maybe try to shut down Sangseed as well.
Oh, Flash, Cage, and 3 members of UCM combine to take out Zangzid. Shut down for Draja.
And what this is telling UDL is that Shiny is going to be alone for a little bit at least. So right now you can expect Fresh to be going back to the bot lane. That's not going to be the case. And I think Kasim and Hornet can make something out of it. They've got a wave with themselves. They're not going to be very aggressive just on the go. But this means that they can push into the tower comfortably.
Yeah, and UCM are going to be able to start up the Rift Herald. And it's similar to how things were going last game. The bottom side of the Rift not really favouring UCM as it stands. UDL getting the advantages there, but top lane going heavily in their advantage. And to touch back on that Adam point, something that he was so good at on that BDS Academy side was getting the shove in top lane, applying all this pressure, getting the leads, but then moving out to the rest of the map and getting advantages for the rest of the team. Stealing away enemy red buff is a great start, but I want to see Goldrino moving into the mid lane, moving over to objective fights, and using the power that he has on that Darius to get advantages for the rest of his team.
Sort of a second jungler, if you may.
Yeah.
Like with these invades, he's feeling very comfortable. Expand the vision. Oh, Goldie.
Oh, God. Hey, guys,
oh
Darius
God,
is missing top lane. Darius is missing top lane. I wonder where he is. He's coming to kill you, Goldie. Isla there using the Cataclysm, and actually, Goldrino locked out of access from the Sejuani for a little while, but can't imagine that's going to be too much of an issue. Dunks him down, gets his second kill of the game.
And this intel telling them that the enemy jungler was in top lane, and that is for UDL to push comfortably on this bot lane tower. They know Phoebe and Losas are going to be 2 versus 3 in any case, and they have to play very safely. And well, again, living the bot lane in a less safe position has proved to be sort of useful actually for UCM. The tower is not taken down, it's still standing, and you get all that pressure both in the top lane, which again we were talking about Sejuani engaging. This is going to be making it even more difficult for him to do so.
But Carmen, what did we see last game? We saw UCM apply a lot of pressure around top side with an early game champion and then lose out in the bottom lane. This is similar to what happened before. They're going to need to change things up if they're going to come out of here with a win.
We saw Isla helping them at times last game. Not that that helped that much to get them ahead in comparison to UDL. But look at Sofian as well and how UCM are low on HP at this point.
No! Oh, the lantern falls away, and Isla might be left to die. Sofian diving forward, and actually UCM have disengaged this very, very nicely. The feathers are pulled back, and there's Belvet in real danger of dying. Isla getting the shield there from the W, but it's not enough. Hook connecting onto Kasim. No cleanse for the Aphelios, no life for the Aphelios. And Draja with a TP down will be hoping for an additional kill. Lord Zas will be hoping to feed it to him, but he won't be able to. UCM responding to the play.
Very smart from Draja. This is the kind of setup where the event horizon actually works best. It was an enclosed space, not giving much room for UDL to wiggle around, and this was forcing them to go through your own spell, which in the end turns into a kill on top of Kasim on Aphelios to get him to shut down. But we're getting to the mid lane, to the mid game, where Aphelios is more item reliant, and guess what? He's got the Gale Force going on. We saw what happened last game when he started to pile up that collection of items.
But you look on the other side. Fever is like right there with him in terms of that Gale Force itemization, and UCM have kind of done what we said they needed to do, and they've helped out this bottom lane a little bit. Goldrino is absolutely fine in the top side still, but now they've got an AD carry as well in this game.
Indeed, and I think honestly, I'm preferring much more this game from UCM in comparison to the last one. The goal difference is very small, and talking about differences, this is second dragon for UDL. Last game it was UCM taking them, or in this case a French team outside not to lend anything to Spain. We'll see if that ends up walking up in the favour.
Oh, well, they might get the Drake, they might pay for it with their Lulu's life. UCM not quite able to get a kill there.
Oh.
UDL might be thinking about extending the play. Sofian diving forward, getting interrupted. The Cataclysm onto 3 members results in a 1-for-1, but Kasimi trying to change that. Heavy under the tower, very, very low, but still just about alive.
This could be the first turret of the game going over in UDL's favour. We saw a trade between the junglers there. Both of them taken down, and Goldrino once again here in top lane chasing Goldie. The poor French player doesn't have anything to do. Goldie!
That axe comes down, takes away all of your health bars, but in the bottom lane, something that we didn't see last game was first brick, first tower gold for an Aphelios. Kasimi is just as accelerated as last game. We'll have to see if he can put up a similar performance.
Yeah, and well, he seems to be heading in that direction. The difference that UCM is often a little more safe with the Shaya, also with the Gale Force. But now UDL could be looking for potential shutdowns. You've got the Darius as a problem that you can't ignore forever in the top lane. Like so far, he's been there and he's been shutting down Goldie. Good, fair enough. But again, it's something you'll have to pay attention to at some point, because Sofian's presence in top lane hasn't been there for most of the time. He's been aiding the mid lane and the bot lane. So again, we'll see what happens once the table's done.
Oh no, well, we might be seeing Sofian die. Death sentence connecting. Drasia burning down in the mid side. And Zhangzid is going to be able to pick up that kill. That's a solo kill in the mid lane for the Victor, who has once again found himself in a very, very decent spot. Zhangzid having another great performance on another mage.
They are, and talking about mages, and Draja, this mid lane of his has been taken away.
Ooh, that's very aggressive. Rightfully claims the shutdown. The Ignite from Lonzas is going to make that a 1-for-1. Island needs to be careful though. Still a fair chunk of damage that can come down from UDL. But this game, once again, very, very close as we come cresting into the mid game. UCM up in gold just barely, but UDL up in terms of Drakes.
It's pointing at something else, actually. Once Drager and Thief were out of contention, like not being able to take part in this fight anymore, it turned into a real difficult thing to pull off by UCM, because the range just wasn't there. They were forced to stay on the turret, waiting for someone to, waiting for UDL to go back to be happy with just taking a few turret plates. So this is going to be something that they could be using against them. But for the time being, what they're going to be doing is taking away the Herald. That gives you a little bit of lane pressure on top of UDL. And let's see if they can do it in the mid lane, for example, which is still quite open.
Yeah, and this is also a great takeaway from the Belveth. If she kills the Rift Herald, she's going to get her empowered form and is basically just better at doing everything. So try to keep that champion down, very, very wise, especially now that Sofian has picked up this Kraken Slayer. So if he gets into a tussle with maybe one of the squishier members of UCM, someone like Deja, this Belveth can be a real threat, especially getting those resets on your ult in team fights.
Well, there we go. Sofian so far hasn't had a very noticeable performance into this game, but last one he did. So I'm just thinking it's a matter of time before it starts to happen. 15 minutes in and we already have a little bit of a difference, but the goal is quite even, so going over in UDL's favour. So nothing is decided just yet. I wouldn't say UCM has come out as the clear winner of the first half. And even look at this.
Gale Force, okay. Yeah, that's what you can do with Aphelios. You just run at people, Gale Force with Gravitum, and they have to burn Cleanse. Next time it might be the ultimate from Zai, and then maybe it's just her flash. So good play there coming through from UDL, and I want to see what this game looks like when we are at 20 minutes. And I want to see whether the issues that we saw come out from UCM last game were purely compositional, or whether team fight ability maybe not quite there. They're looking for an engage onto Kasim. They are going to be able to find that Wild Growth, who's buying ages, but not long enough. Isla with that kill as teleports are coming through, and Zingzid is being locked in the middle of everybody. The hook once more on to the Victor. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of UCM, only losing their jungler.
Yeah, Isla goes on, but at the same time, enabling he's allowing for his team to just open up the team fight with the Cataclysm doing quite well as well. Oh, look at the UDL, so it's Nikki.
Oh, Lord Zaz, you might have gone a little bit too far forward. Still gets the hook, but gets shut down, and UDL are going to get 2 kills off of that overextension. Goldie needs to be careful here. His shield from the Lulu will keep him alive, and UDL retreat over to the Drake. This will be Soul Point if they can pick it up. UCM not really in a position to contest.
Oh no, Drager, they got vision on him. Both bushes, I think they know he's there. Anything he's gonna try and do, he's gonna fail. I know.
Oh no, yep, the Veigar is dead. Sofian gets another stack for his ultimate as Fevi's moving over, and I think UCM acknowledging that they just need to give up this Drake. Isla dives into the pit, but it's a little bit too late, and it's another kill, a third for the Belveth, who was 0-2 a couple of minutes ago, but is now really starting to scale up.
2K in one play for UDL. I have to say, not very convinced in how UCM has played this past few minutes. Like, I think they got a little bit greedy trying to look for kills, and at the very end, like, that team fight turned out so well for you in the mid lane. Just stop pushing, stop looking for that, maybe go back to base, get those items going, which you know you will need. But UDL explained this perfectly, that they knew what to do, just hide in the bushes, then immediately focus on the dragon. Do you know that you're going to call them? The vision was quite good around the bot lane jungle. So that is how you turn this into a profit, and that's what they're doing from UDL's side. Now UCM need to find the spark again.
And I feel like we've seen this a couple of times already at this Amazon UEM. We'll have a team will play the first game and it will be fairly chill. One team will take massive amounts of learning from that game, coming much stronger in game 2. The other team maybe not able to take away as much, but we are still in a very tight game. The gold lead for UDL is not insurmountable by any means. The Drake advantage they've got as well isn't going to be completely changing this game. Zangzid needs to be careful. He's jumped on. The apprehend lands onto 2 Goldrino. Not able to get the Noxian guillotine off in time. And it's another fight that UDL are going to be winning. Very able to get away with that dark passage. Only 2 kills for UDL, but they are continuing to flex on UCM.
I think the problem I'm saying is that they are not identifying the opportunities that they shouldn't take from the UCM side, as in this past fight, right? Galandrina was alone, and I get the intentions behind letting Isla going over there, trying to help him out. But the TP came in as a little bit too late into the team fight to actually do anything, especially 1 versus 4. So those kind of mistakes are what could cost UCM the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we said that 2,500 gold lead doesn't matter as much. What about a 4K gold lead? What about a 5K gold lead? If you keep giving gold over to UDL, eventually they're going to use it to knock down your Nexus. You've already seen them do it once today. And for UCM, you don't want to see them do it a second time. It's do or die.
But you were talking about how you want to see what the game will look like at 20 minutes in. This is what it looks like. Once again, UDL being able to recover quite quickly and efficiently from the early game, which wasn't particularly not in the favor. It was just quite even, and they're able to capitalize on the composition, to bring in as much as they can with this backline dives. We're seeing those engages from Goldie, and even though he didn't do very well lane phase because constant ganks, I mean, it's just a journey. At the very end, with the ATB station, you're gonna be becoming a very sustained champion in lane and sort of tanky as well, so it's not a big deal.
No, and yeah, as long as you can press R in a team fight, you're going to be chill. Sofian and Zangzid might be on the wrong side of things. Another double Cataclysm from Isla, but it gets turned around on him so quickly. That burst damage coming out for the Victor is absolutely disgusting. Golandrino once again denied. Zangzid will fall down, but Sofian with the flash is unrelenting. Death sentence going wide. Lord Zaz pulls him into the feathers, but the Belvet will not die. Beam, the last one left in this engagement, won't even get the Lulu. 4 kills for UDL. Control around the Baron. And game 2 is looking disastrous for UCM.
Ouch. That's all I can say. No, this one turret taken down for themselves. The control they had last map over those structures is no longer there. They're struggling not to get to the enemies mid lane here. It's come to a point in the game where you're already like uphill. Oh, is that not again?
Oh, he's just trying to interrupt some recalls.
But like 4 of them, like 1 versus 4 people. I know the intentions were good and you've got the Cataclysm to trap a few of them, but it's 1 versus 4, very fair.
Maybe people. It was a slightly late Baron steal attempt.
Yeah, but it was.
And with those resets, UDL are going to be right on time for this Drake. UCM are not in a position to contest priority. Holy moly! Baby just dies. He just dies in the mid lane. AD carries end up getting traded, but that was a disgusting amount of damage coming out from Aphelios. And with UDL picking up the Ocean Soul, they're going to be so much harder to dislodge in the team fights.
Well, I hate Aphelios now, thank you. I don't want to play against the champion ever again. I will ban it every game I play. Just to then start banning Pike again because I can't stand playing against him either. So yeah, we've seen what an Aphelios that was mildly fed during the early game with proper activation during the mid game can do. And this has just been very painful to watch at times.
In UCM, they've tried to get things done. They've played towards Golandrino a couple of times now, but the Darius hasn't been able to get that reset in the fight, crucially, because if he does, he absolutely takes it over, and UDL have really been able to benefit from that. It feels like now they've crested that point where the top side of UCM is going to be super duper strong, but the bot side isn't in a position to carry against what UDL have.
No, and again, I think UCM versus a different composition, they will be doing better. I think they will walk in things out quite nicely to try and compensate for that bot lane disadvantage in the early, but there isn't much they can do at this point. They're going to be getting sieged quite shortly by UDL, scored a good wave beat push with the Baron buff, and no, it's just a very complicated position to come back from. More than 9k of difference on gold between these two teams, and this looks like a potential second game and win for UDL.
It's looking like it, but the copium, if you are a UCM fan, if you are from Spain and you don't want to see this team go down, Elder Drake in 4 minutes. You got to believe in the flip, because right now that is your best option. And if you can get it, there's a chance. If you can full combo someone with the Veigar before that fight around the Elder, maybe you have a chance there. If Isla can finally find a pick, if Golandrino can finally get a reset on the Darius, you still have a chance. It is difficult. That doesn't mean that the opportunity isn't there.
To be fair, I hadn't thought about it that way, and I'll tell you about it later as we watch Stranger going down once again. Almost. Oh gosh, this is not target for UDL. The pressure increases, they're gonna try something. That's for certain.
That Zhonya's is gonna buy ages of time though, and UCM, they can't find that engage, they can't find that pick, and with so many tools expended, the Cataclysm and the Featherstorm used, UDL gonna grab another turret for themselves, that mid lane tier 2, the only outer turret yet remaining, but I think the inhib will be the focus. Maybe Cage isn't going to be finding anyone as UDL Baronless pushing onto the inhib tower.
Well, there we are. They're forcing UDL to retreat just a little bit, but the ultimate should be coming in soon enough. The Featherstorm by Shine no longer there. Golandrino already with his, and Isla. Cataclysm not available just yet, just being used. So this is opening a window opportunity for UDL, who keep all of their successful victories and failures, and this should be a
Hold
problem.
on, engage! Kasim has been caught, but they're just going to kill the Jarvan instead. It's too far gone, UCM. You can't even win the team fights when you find the picks. A double for Zangzid. And with the killer instinct that UDL showed in game 1, they will not try and end. They don't have a minion wave. They're just waiting for it to come through. 20 seconds until Isla's back. 30 seconds until Golandrino returns to Summoner's Rift. Zangzid will TP and return to his team. Drop the Chaos Storm on UCM and knock them down. UDL take down the final Nexus towers. The respawns are coming through, but it will not be enough. It should not be enough, as the Xayah will fall for the final time this game, and UDL will send themselves to victory, send themselves to a 2-0, send themselves to a matchup up against DMU for a spot in the UEM playoffs.
So I think this means that the UCM are out of contention for these 2 qualifier places into playoffs. So, I mean, it's been a great performance so far. Don't cry, Milkwood, it's fine. It's fine. It's really fine. They still got last year's qualifier. I think today they almost hit the nail on the head with the things that they have to improve and change. Hopefully they will be able to do it. They've been having quite good early games and modern composition. The mid game to late game has been what's cost them victory. But well,
yes,
I think they should be proud. And UDL, of course, they need to be proud because the performance has been just outstanding.
I mean, absolutely, right. I think that coming into this lower bracket, there's always that question of like, how good are the teams going to be here? Quite often you could have in these tournaments 2 strong teams go up against each other and one ends up falling down to the lower bracket. I think that was kind of our read on the AGH ETT series from yesterday. ETT of making their own run through the lower bracket as we speak, but UDL feels like one of those teams because there was a lot of clean execution, especially around those mid-game fights. It just felt like they had control of the game, even when UCM were doing good things.
Indeed, and I'm very curious to see how they will measure up to DMU. We're talking about them and the performance yesterday versus UCAM, which was very convincing, we have to say. So they went to a 3rd game, which again shows the resilience they've got within the roster. And I don't know if there's something you want to see in particular. I'm very excited for the next game. We know if that's the one we'll be watching, but I'm sure whichever we are broadcasting will be super, super cool.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we're still waiting on different matchups to permeate out as to who we are going to be showing on stream. But if the first series is any indicator, Carmen, I think we are going to be having another great day of League of Legends.
Indeed. You know what? We're going to be having a little break until the next series starts. So keep on watching the MK this stream there because we'll be moving on to the next one very shortly. So see you soon.
Show. Call for your come, I be checking through the peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contacts. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact. Only thing showing this late be the freak show. Call for your come, I be checking through the peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contact. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact. Baby, live it up, you know the work week coming. Turn it into profit, so the hurt means something. Shine on the competition, shawty, that's easy. Cuban on the collar, so the next stay freezy. Fresh white tee, ain't good, no stains. Swinging in the rental, got it hogging both lanes. Quarantine clean, but the streets still dirty. Round to the 9 if it's past 8:30. I've been on my grind like I'm tryna get sharp. It ain't come with keys, all I did is hit start. I ain't even planned it, but it hit still. Car full of baddies, got me playing 5th wheel. Juke jammer, baby, got the party going up. I do what I wanna, I don't plan on growing up. See you full of gas with a handful of goals. Boys in the band, get a band for the shows. Stack it up tall till I stand on my toes. Come and get your man, he'll stand for the. I been on M's, got 'em hopping on deep. Tell the bartender, get it popping on me. Know they see the vibe and I came up quick. See around the city on the same old. I been really working and it's steady, got me buzzing. I been getting money, now I'm everybody cousin. Waffle House run and it's back to the bed. Hit it from the back, pulling tracks from your head. Only thing showing this late be the freak show. Call for your come, I be checking through the peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contacts. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact. Only thing showing this late be the freak show. Call for your come, I be checking through the peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contact. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact.
In my mouth is a desert, running dry on the tip of my tongue. I can taste your lies, how to measure the love you throw around. I could never hold you down. One of us will have to take a bow. Feeling you so close to make me drive around. Everlasting love, so much to go around. You got me so high I can't come down. I hope you know that I will never let you go. If all I do is dim your glow, then fly on, baby, please just go. Your soul is the ocean, and I can't touch the floor. So full of emotion, I can't keep any more. Are we at a time where we'd be swallowed whole? Don't give up on us now. One of us will have to take a bow. Feeling you so close to make me drive around. Everlasting love, so much to go around. You got me so high I can't come down. I hope you know that I will never let you go. If all I do is dim your glow, then fly on, baby, please just go. I can feel you there where I once had you all alone. In the back of my mind, I'm under your spell, I can't get out. My heart falls 5 below, and I'm still here. I'm freezing cold, but I will wait and hold my breath till I turn blue. I hope you know that I will never let you go. If all I do is dim your glow, then fly on, baby, please just go. I hope you know that I will never let you go. If all I do is dim your glow, then fly on, baby, please just go. I can feel you there where I once had you all alone. In the back of my mind, I'm under your spell, I can't never let you go. My heart falls 5 below, and I'm still here. I'm freezing cold, but I will fly on, baby, please just go.
Yeah.
Damn, Reggie.
Poorly
Prefabricated thoughts of judgment in a cluster. Drop kick 'em, drop victim, life living. Don't drop love, it won't get up. Drop cops, disband prisons, break it all vicious, free fall. But don't let up, at all odds with no heart. It's just obvious, I can't do all of this now. All of this time got me wondering when I'ma stand on the ground. Cause I've been sitting in a free fall. Don't think I'm ever gonna land, they playing T-ball. I just hit a grand slam, life is seesaw. And I'm a heavyweight man, think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. But I've been stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands, begging for a chair, at least a place to rest my band. Pushing vocals for Barada, got no morals, got my partner by my side, even when I'm acting like a monster. Sorry that I ever got her. I wish I handled you with more heartfelt manners. My manners disappear constant. I blame it all on the world. Think I should focus my posture. No, my position is perfect. Repeat that like a mantra. So self-deceit like a guru. That's how I'm feeling, like constant imposter syndrome. I got that. I'm asking something unlocked and I put myself in the boxes. A stack alongside my awkward. Think it's time that we knock 'em and watch 'em topple it over. Yeah, this a free fall. Don't think I'm ever gonna land. They playing T-ball. I just hit a grand slam, think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. Yeah, this a free fall, don't think I'm ever gonna land. Life is seesaw, and I'm a heavyweight man. Think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. I made some bad decisions, let's call them learning moments. I'm my worst opponent. I said I didn't notice, only cause it hurt to notice. See, it was perfect for a second till a minute turned a leap year and I couldn't hold it. It's all falling down, I dropped the hurt upon us. See the worst in every person, I'm my surface monster. Only show a half face, swing bash just for the bad days. Get lost at every pathway, someone save me from uncertain somethings. The whole world is broken, Humpty Dumpty got no pieces, he can put it back together. God is mad the weather, how we show his temper. Hurricanes, fires, plagues and locusts, think the world is falling. Someone catch it please, all these catastrophes got me scared, all the love in me will atrophy. Dissolve the apathy, but think I'd rather be right here in this second. For it all falls down and I'm left with the embers. Yeah, this a free fall, don't think I'm ever gonna land. They playing T-ball. I just hit a grand slam, think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. Yeah, this a free fall, don't think I'm ever gonna land. Life is seesaw, and I'm a heavyweight man. Think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands.
Like the wind, you're like a butterfly. Need to be seen. You always need to fly. You always leave. You never tell me where. You need the wind, the wind. It always takes you there. Always the same routine in the morning. You always leave me without a warning. Without you here, babe, I'm feeling lonely. Come on and calm down my body, baby. I need your healing now, so don't leave. Spare me this feeling now, but it's okay now, as long as you're here. As long as I know you fly back to me, but it's okay now, as long as you're here.
answer the phone, spending the days on my own, then repeats this for weeks to come. I don't care what I miss, 'cause my life is dismissed. I keep searching for my bliss. It took days to finally start writing songs, but now it's begun. I go oh 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 oh. I go oh 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 oh. I sing along. I keep pushing myself now, deeper I knew sound more than ever before. Keeps repeating my phrases to see if it changes rules I've gone before, like I couldn't get over, couldn't get over, couldn't get over you. Couldn't get over, couldn't get over, couldn't get over you. I go oh 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 oh. I go oh oh oh. I sing along. But the look in your eyes when you told me goodbye is the one thing on my mind. It took days to finally start writing songs, but now it's begun. I go oh 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 oh. I go oh oh. I sing along. I keep pushing myself now, deeper I knew sound more than ever before. Keeps repeating my phrases to see if it changes rules I've gone before, like I couldn't get over, couldn't get over, couldn't get over you. Couldn't get over, couldn't get over, couldn't get over you. I go oh 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 oh. I go oh oh oh. I sing along. I go oh 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 oh. I sing along.
Ay, 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 ay. Look. Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I been all on my grind, so why I need you? Big Big flex, my swole up. Double cup and I'm pulled up. Hating like hold up. What's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up. Hard body, they fold up. Shawty say I done glowed up. Double text on my phone up. With your boy, I'm the man of the year. I'm not a fan of your peers. Serve him a fate, I'ma hand him the shears. He not the man he appears. Heart of a lion, I'm trampling fears. I love the man in the mirror. Cry me a river to stand in the tears. You better stand in the clear. I'm going crazy, fugazi. How would they ever go with a kid? Put it on, baby. It do not faze me, boy. I do not give what you did. Eating that kitty, she stuck to my rib. How can I trust him? He the pigs. Bro got a Glock and a couple of C's. He think about splitting a couple of wigs. Shotty my DNA all real. Sweatsuit, all heel figure. And I ain't even gotta deal with you. If I ain't never split a bill with you. I got Hennessy and horchata. Baby girl wearing nada. Growing from a cider. Bathrobe in his Prada. Fiji water by the cold glass. Granddaddy by the Ziploc. Flex season, I'm road running. I'm staying all on my tip top. Young man with an old mind, so I ain't worried about slight. I be up till sunrise. I'm staying out on my night shift. I got a bottle of bourbon, a bundle of hundreds. I'm jiggy, I'm flexing it. Figured I hit it and quit it. I'm busy, I ain't got the minutes for texting it. Came from the gutter with me and my brother. I'm moving my mother right out of the city. I'm a star and they know I go hard, so I'm kissing them babies and signing them. Gold blingin' like Chingo, rock star like Ringo. Checks coming in back to back, I'ma line them up like bingo. Oh, I think that they like me. They be all on my wood tip, not a stain on my white tee. I'm popping all of this good. Big flex, my swole up. Double cup and I'm pulled up. Hating like hold up, what's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up. Hard body, they fold up. Shawty say I done glowed up. Double text on my phone up. Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, it ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, it ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you?
don't deny that I could use some company. All my friends say, honey, just let him be. Now your perfume stuck on my shirt, and there's an imprint left in my bed. I don't know about you, but put you first. I bought some new flowers, they're all dead. First you are in, then you are out, like snow in the spring. I just want your time. I just want your time, oh, time. I need your time. 365, 24/7, I'll be fine, as long as you spend a little time. Just want your time. You make me feel like we could be something more. The way your light shines, there's no shadows anymore. But then you put doubts and doubts and doubts in my mind. Still, you make me feel like we could be something more, something more. First you are in, then you are out, like snow in the spring. I just want your time. I just want your time, oh, time. I need your time. 365, 24/7, I'll be fine, as long as you spend a little time. Oh, spend a little time. I need your time. Spend a little time, spend a little way you turn me on, the way you tell me you wanted me down. Done it, I done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this and the more I go. Cause you a bad man, you she don't love money. She break grass real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down to.
Welcome back. We're back here for the second series of the day. We're going to be watching the next step into this round. And for that matter, we've chosen two teams that are going to be facing each other. In this case, a Turkish team, YNZ, and PG from Poland. In order to do it, we're going to be casting together middle court. Hello.
Hello, I am still here. They have not kicked me off the broadcast just yet. I snuck into the studio. I've locked out the producer. I'm running this thing now.
Didn't they tell you?
Oh.
Okay, well.
Now, obviously, we had a bit of a banger series to get us started. I would have loved to see 3 games come out from that, but a very smart 2-0 victory for UDL now. And I think this matchup that we've got on our hands now is going to decide who goes into that qualification match to make it to the playoffs. So really, really important for both teams.
Indeed, this game is going to be super important for both of them. They have very similar records to try them with them playing. In the case of Deniz Mizler, so Turkish team, they've gotten dropped to the lower bracket due to Lizzie versus AEH that have already qualified for the playoffs. And then in the case of Politechnika Gdansk from Poland, well, they lost versus the Bremen Academy from Germany. So again, they've both come here. They were so close to getting it, but couldn't quite do it.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, YNZ pushing AGH to 3 games in their series. We know that AGH kind of qualified fairly briskly, fairly quickly for the playoffs, so that's a really good sign. And then PG, that game they lost against BUH was the qualification match, so they've already kind of had that shot of making it to the playoffs already. We'll have to see if they can sort of regroup today and play out a couple more series to push them through to that spot.
Yeah, actually, talking about playoffs, both of them have experience in last year's playoffs. We've got PG, Politechnika Gdansk, having finished in the top 8 last year in that stage, and Deniz Mizler from Turkey, they were able to come here to Alicante. They finished in 3rd place last year. So we've got a very interesting matchup here, I think, in terms of what the position and the placements from 2022. They should be one of the closest ones we've had so far.
Yeah, and I guess we've seen a couple of highly placing teams from last year in this lower bracket. ETT still making their one through. I think they're facing off against the Germs right now for a spot in a qualification match, and it really just goes to show the value of a lower bracket. There are a lot of good teams that have fallen down into this position. We already know both of these guys extraordinarily skilled rosters in terms of players. One of them is going to be going out after this next matchup and will be forced to use that last chance qualifier as the last chance to get into playoffs. But the winner push themselves to that qualification match, and they can almost taste Alicante.
Almost so close. I can smell the sea. The water So now is what the thing is. Today we started off with 12 teams playing against each other. Then they went down to 8 for this stage, sort of like quarterfinals in a way. So we're going to be watching them play right now, starting with drafting and stage, and let's see what these two teams have to bring us. The first thing we see is a ban for Draven, and it's no strange to us. We've seen them playing in the past game for PG, so goodbye, Draven.
Yeah, no. And obviously, YNZ also have that champion. It's so rare that you actually find yourself in a situation where you've got two players that could play the Draven on opposite sides against each other. And I guess that's the situation that we have here. The Veigar ban, I think, again, makes a lot of sense. We've sort of been seeing the Veigar in fits and spurts around UEM. Not really felt like a completely dominant champion, but has always been there, has always been doing something in the background.
I mean, he's a scheming, you know. He's a scheme kind of champion. Like you see him hoping happily around the route, and suddenly you've got Dark Matter, Baleful Strike, or Event Horizon. You're like,
yeah,
of course, burst damage. Of course, it had to be. Come on. Well, right now we can also see the Talia ban coming in, and this is quite interesting because if you've been watching YNZ, you will notice that they've played Talia in the jungle, and that was a successful game for them. So, Fetia, sorry, but you won't be able to play her this time.
Yeah, and sort of in the jungle, we have been seeing a lot of carry stuff coming through from YNZ. Husky Rider has played a game or two of the Viego and looked pretty decent on that. I want to see what Fresh Killer ends up going for, because like you're saying, a lot of mages have been his focus. Xayah, no real surprise seeing her be one, like we've said before on this broadcast, just a very, very good AD carry.
Yeah. Also, Harry from PG tends to favour more traditional carries in comparison to the AP carry support link that we've been seeing here sometimes, so that makes complete sense, usually paired up with champions like Karma or Nautilus from the side of Berkus. Though in this case he won't be playing, Harry will be playing with Radler, which is welcoming news. And for YNZ, they're opting for something a little bit different. We've got Aloha here as the top laner. Obviously not going to be playing Jinx, but that's the first pick for this team.
Yeah, well, maybe there's a Jinx angle out there. Actually, a Bard being pulled out is very, very surprising. The Tempered Fate doesn't have a great interaction with the Featherstorm. The Xayah are able to immune that one quite easily, but of course, if that cooldown is down, then the Bard is absolutely fantastic. And paired up with the Jinx, it offers that pick a lot more lane pressure than we typically see from it. Bard is quite oppressive, both in lane and when he's getting out on the map. This is not something we usually see. I'm interested to see how Berkus is going to pilot it and how lane focused he's going to be compared with how much he is getting on map and impacting other places.
Because you got to go around collecting the MIPs, it's also a matter of using the magical journeys properly. And Tempered Fate, to be honest, for me, it's quite a coin flip kind of ultimate.
Yep.
You can either do it really, really well and like set up perfectly for your team, either to engage or escape, or it can cost you a team fight of potential in the game. But I trust because he's got experience in this tournament. He was playing here last year, so we believe. On the other hand, we've got PG getting Gragas in and Nautilus. When talking about Xayah in the hands of Harry, we can see that Nautilus hasn't really been a priority for this team, but him showing up, I'm really glad about it. I think they can be a good match, especially versus a bot.
He's back! He's back, Carmen.
No. Let me out!
Oh,
Let me out!
oh, we forgot about Ornn, didn't we? We forgot about
I played
Ornn.
games yesterday, not today. But why you say, like, excuse me? I've been playing.
You can't ignore him for too long. He's always going to be there.
I'm gonna call them out on this one. Aloha yesterday played Olaf, Jace, Camille. Perfectly fine. No need to bring on.
Well, because he wasn't on stream then. He wasn't on stream then, Carmen. As soon as you come on the stream, like, yeah, inventive top laners, fun playmakers, split push potential. No, Ornn.
We've seen him be very aggressive this patch. Or at least yesterday's games, he was like the top KDA player in both teams.
Doesn't matter. You're on the stream. You've got to play on. But I think the reasoning here, right, is that YNZ have already got a lot of damage coming out of the bottom lane. You don't really need too much more AD damage to come through from your top laner, and it's another form of long-range engage. If the Tempered Fate is not doing it for you, you've got the Call of the Forge God as well. And Harry is only going to be able to Featherstorm one of those abilities, and both of them CC for massive amounts of time. So YNZ trying to build a composition which really over-engages on the Xayah, so she has to expend all her tools, but still ends up going down. For PG, though, they've kind of drafted a bit more mid-range engage for themselves. The Gragas and the Nautilus are able to provide that, and the jungle pick here for YNZ is pairing up with the engage that they've got very, very nicely. Viego to take advantage of that, get a reset in the fight, and really just take over.
So interesting this because the setups are going to be super good with a Harry and me. So let's see if that ends up playing an important role in the game, because so far we also see them ban champions like Silas, so just so Pantheon, which will have interesting to see within these two compositions. But it seems like they want to play it a little bit safer by choosing, for example, Fiora from the side of PG. Fiora has only really had one appearance on stream, as far as I can remember, yesterday. She's not really been high priority so far, but the game that we did see of hers, I think it was versus Ornn or similar champion. So it was all about dueling versus more of a tank. We're going to be closing with Twisted Fate, Bill.
Okay. I mean, so this is really, really cool, right? What PG have got here, because you've got a carry lane in the top side that you're going to want to play towards reasonably with this Fiora, and I imagine Pitya on the Gragas, and then you've got this extra dimension of the Twisted Fate who can go top lane, who can go bot lane, where there is also a lot of setup CC for him. I think if Asper is able to get on map really, really early with that first ultimate and switch things up a little, it could prove very, very good for PG's chances of making it through this game, making it through this series, and making it to that qualification match.
I think this is also a very interesting story going on here, because, you know, yesterday PG were the ones eliminating the other Turkish team, Meta Esports, and now YZ are here, and I guess there's some sort of like feeling of brotherhood amongst themselves, like, okay, we'll avenge you. We're going to go for PG. We're going to make sure Turkey gets the support in the next stage. And honestly, there's something else interesting here, which is if PG do make it to the qualification match, if they do qualify to playoffs, Poland will have successfully gotten the two teams into that stage. So, I mean, it's quite exciting seeing how, you know, we're building this kind of storylines here. Yeah.
It's sort of that battle of one side is sort of trying to build up this sort of massive more insurmountable point of power within Poland as a country, and then you've got that last sort of Turkish team holding on, trying to get as much glory as they can for their country. I think that's really, really cool, and I like the way that both teams have gone about their drafts, because there's stuff here which is familiar, or maybe a little bit too familiar, but there's different things as well. We've got Twisted Fates, we've got Bards, we've got Fioras. There's that spice that the university competition can provide that makes it all the more interesting.
Yeah, I think both of them have been delivering in the past games. You can see champions like Kali in the mid lane, which we might not seem so much of. You can see on the PG side, they've played so many games, by the way. They played about 6 games between yesterday and today. So they've been able to show many more variety in terms of champion pool. They brought Draven that was banned in this game. And as you were saying, I'm really glad that we've been able to see newer things come on the Rift, and I hope they work, because they will give an example of like, okay, you don't have to stick towards strictly meta type. You know how to play it. Like that's what, when you play the game. I mean, I imagine many people are watching this like to support friends, to support their families, for example, your relatives, your brothers playing. And I think that the message is sort of, you don't have to stick towards friendly right now. If you find something that you enjoy playing and you know how to do it.
I mean, DMU are a classic example of that, right? I think probably UPL. I think a load of the teams that we've actually seen having success today, you can go, okay, there are a couple of weird picks. There's a couple of unusual things here which have got a lot of power. I mean, we barely even need to mention what Relative did on AIX with those AD mid, sort of less typical style of champions. So definitely something that can find success. And we've said before, like if you are more familiar on a niche pick, your opponent, they're not going to have played against it loads. You're going to know those matchups a little bit better than them, and that's something that you could possibly use to find advantages, which precipitate into wins, which then precipitate into you making it all the way to the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm very curious to see how they're going to react to this sort of different compositions. It's also sort of, I don't think it is completely giving away what they might do if they qualify for the next match, which, by the way, we should know who is going there at one best of three ends. But I really want to see what happens here. I don't know if there are any lanes that you're paying particular attention to. In my case, I think I'm looking towards the bot lane mainly, just because Denise was there. They've got return in bot lane. Both Fresh Killer, Pigod, Burkus are all going to play again, so mid lane to bot lane. PG, only Harry is returning as far as I can tell. Harry playing on the bot lane role. So that is going to be very interesting. You've got experienced players there.
Yeah, and when you are in these situations where it's experience versus maybe a bit less experience, that experience can prove dividends, right? It can provide you with that little bit extra when you are in these best of threes, when you're going over the course of an entire sort of day of League of Legends. Having done it once before, having a bit more of the sort of mental stamina can prove very, very important, because we need to remember the people piloting these champions are humans. They need to go to the toilet, they eat, they sleep, they drink, they breathe, like whatever, right? Sometimes you're not going to be feeling as good. And if you're not feeling as good, you're not going to be playing as good. And so if you've been in those situations before, understanding how you're going to be feeling is really, really important, because that can make you perform better, even if you're not feeling necessarily 100%.
Well, to be fair, the way you've described humans can also be applied to animals. Sort of. There were not any particular traits.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not implying that we've got, I don't know, like six zebras on the Rift, like just playing with their like hooves on the keyboard. I'm not sure if that would work necessarily.
Wait, really? Can't you imagine if there was a University Esports Masters between aquariums or zoos? Like, what if I must go play League of Legends against each other?
Are we saying this live on air? This is $1 million idea, Carmen. We should not be. We should not be publicising this.
I want to see Sea Auto Olympics, for example.
I want to see if Fresh Killer buys items.
Fresh Killer, talking about him, we're praising his name because I think it's quite funny. I like it when the players take a little bit of time to think about the names and have a little bit of fun with it. I think it's quite creative. What we're seeing right now from Fresh Killer is that he's just going to be, just chilling a little bit here.
What's going to happen is he's going to press Q in lane. He's going to be like, that didn't do quite as much damage as I thought it would be. BG actually going for a bit of a delayed invade here. YNZ aren't going to be spotting this one out, and we're going to have a 3v2. Gold card locked in for Asma, flashing for the stun onto Husky Rider, who gets over the wall, and Brode chases him down the blast cone, enough to keep him alive, but the Viego not getting off to a good start.
No, that red has been taken away from him. He needs to rethink his path. If he goes for the original one, then that's a buff that you're going to be missing, at least for the next few minutes. That's an advantage that you're giving over to Pitya on these Gragas. And obviously, time that you're losing going from the base to your jungle.
Fresh Killer.
Try to retake it.
You need to be very careful there. No body slam for Pitya. So the gang potential of the Gragas significantly reduced. But Fresh Killer actually getting ganked there is going to be really, really awful in this lane where he already doesn't have as much power as he should do.
Yep, and that's going to be an issue coming into this early game. You can also see here in the bot lane the pressure that YNC scored, but that's until Nautilus unleashes a Q. This is a dynamic that they're going to have to master quite a bit between these two players, between Shiny and Nautilus, when is the right timing to actually unleash this on top of Jinx, so defending Squish champion, and Bard. By the way, Bard scored an extra asset here. He scored the Caretakers Shrine to heal up his AD carry, but usually you set those up in bushes or places where the enemy can't reach it. So again, gonna be interesting to see the placement of those.
Well, and it's sort of that dynamic of, well, Y and Z are probably going to be winning out whilst the minion wave is actually there, and you can poke relatively safely. But all-ins should be favouring PG, and Pitcher may look to set one up here. He is going to find Burkus. Magical Journey going to be used, and gets the Bard out of there.
Yeah, but you leave P-God alone here. I mean, that does match up a risk. It's just level 2. The Flame Chomper's not going to be appearing just yet. So he's got quite a good range to defend himself. Oh no.
Danger, no flash actually for the Twisted Fate. Has got the Ghost on his back, as neither team really able to find anything solid as they're moving throughout the river. I think we're just going to be returning back to our lanes.
Yeah, it is hello, goodbye, or maybe not PTR getting...
Yeah, he stayed very long in the river, and PG are trying to collapse on the bottom side of this play, but that Magical Journey being used for a little bit of engage, but it might be too far for Burkus. No! The burst that comes through for PG, not enough to take down the Barders. Radula is going to flash away. The heal will keep him alive. Clockwork wind up autos, not enough. No one dead 4 minutes in.
No. No one died, but quite a few people low HP, which means if you happen to, turn the corner and find someone, it could be an easy kill for themselves. No one is back in either, so you're going to have to rely on the potions they are using right now. They kind of have to rely on the caretakers right by Bard, for example, those kind of abilities. Otherwise, this could be a difficult situation for them.
Oh, Harry flashing onto P-God, who has to use his own summoner. Radler's hook going wide. Burkus just trying to get as much damage down as he can. The Jinx for YZ has built up a relatively reasonable CS advantage actually in the early stages, and given how when it comes to team fights you're going to be wanting to outrange on the Jinx, it's a good spot for P-God.
Yeah, you'll be doing well. We should be comfortable enough. We've seen games where the Jinx just wasn't able to get enough going on the early game to transition to a mid-late game. He can just be the hyper carrier he is, and talking about that, I think YZ is going to have a very interesting setup in terms of carries. If God has a killer playing the Viego, who might expect to do very important things, like this is a champion that can be very powerful. And maybe the Oriana taking a more defensive role as time goes on. For now, what we're watching here is talking about Husky Rider, a little bit of a presence in the top lane.
Yeah, I think he just wants to make sure that Iloha can get this wave shoved in. Obviously quite low on mana on the Ornn, and that makes him a little bit vulnerable to a gank, but PG don't know that the Viego is here, and Brodart will fall down for first blood. They're trying to get a second kill as Pitcher is here at level 4. The TF has also roamed over from the mid lane, but he just might be a third kill for PG. No, Radula moved up from the bottom side, but the flash body slam on the stolen Gragas will keep the engage going. Iloha with a double knock up, and PG are in a horrible spot. Another kill for Husky Rider. Radula dies again. It is 4 on the board for the team from Turkey.
Oh wow, that was very interesting to watch. I like the idea that Husky Rider had here. Okay, it was going to be a normal gang, but China's made it so that PTA was also heading to the same place. And honestly, things, the way they've unfolded, just one by one, PG team members being taken down, which means you're giving already about 2k of difference to the Turkish team, and this allows for them to set up a gank now in the bot lane.
Oh, Harry gets pulled back by the shockwave and stunned against the wall. No flash, no level 6, nothing to stop that kill from going down, and great play coming out in the early game from YZ. This is probably the biggest lead that we've seen at 7 minutes in a fair while, and getting 3 of those kills onto Husky Rider on the Viego, a champion which is going to be able to use that lead so effectively, is absolutely brilliant.
I agree with you. What we're watching here is so dominant, such a dominant performance from Husky Rider with this Viego just being all around the map. We're also seeing the members. I was sort of worried about what will happen as they have to start playing together, how that will work, but I think they're doing that quite nicely. I think it's about time that PG sort of finds some sort of openings, because so far all the lines are going in YNC's favour.
Yeah, they're looking for P-God here, but it's actually not going to happen. Okay, here's Asper roaming down with the Destiny Gates. And the Jinx will be a victim of the aggression. PG desperately trying to find more. The Ghost pop, the gold card locked in. Burkus on the run. Husky Rider with the Spectral Maw, protecting his support, and with the gold card fading away from Asthma's deck, the single kill is all PG will get.
It's not a situation is where Cosmic Binding by Bard comes in really handy. You can stand up to 2 people, and honestly, it just makes for a perfect engagement tool. So far, that hasn't been needed. It's been most about the magical journey and the mobility around this bot area of the map. But why not getting a kill now that you're out?
They just keep doing it. They just keep going forward, finding these picks, and Husky Rider will be pleased to steal away another body. Burkus making some plays, and YNZ going to be able to rotate over to this Drake, take that one down as well. This is how you want your early game to be going in this knockoff match, in this best of 3.
Well, there we go. First Dragon for YNZ, as you were saying, and now we can see how they're going to be playing around that advantage to be building 3k of difference at this point. No structure has been taken now so far, but that's what YNZ are trying here in the bot lane. I think PG is going something's in the favor. Like, Fiora hasn't taken off just yet because she hasn't been able to, but once she starts getting into 1 versus 1 with Viego, she might be able to perform a little bit better. At least she will be, had Viego gone such an early lead, so that's something to be careful about.
Yeah, you're kind of losing in the jungle matchup here for PG, and in the bottom lane matchup as well. That Fiora, yes, she is going to be stronger later, and later this game goes on, but that's feeling very, very far away, especially considering that Asthma hasn't been able to get that much done in terms of the Twisted Fate in the early stages. We've seen an ult for a single kill that didn't really result in too much more, right? And you want to be doing more than that, because you've fallen down to a CS differential in your own lane, and you've not been able to accelerate any other part of the map.
Exactly, so that is going to be costing them a little bit of time to come back from. But we can also see here in mid lane all the action that's happening. We can't forget that this is going to be our decisive lane moving forward. And so far, I think Asthma is not doing so badly. He's standing his ground versus Fresh Killer. True, with a couple of waves behind, but hey, that's something decent.
Eloha might be looking for Rodar here, who has to flash away, and if the Fiora has to do that in this matchup, that's quite worrying. We might be seeing a play in the bottom lane, another Destiny Gate coming through. EP God though, and YZ, the teleport comes out from Eloha, but there's no mana on the Ornn. Going to be difficult for him to help out, and despite a huge hook from Lazlo presents the engage, but Fresh Killer finds them all with the shockwave. PG try and do something, YNZ see no. It's 4 kills, it's absolute obliteration in the early game.
I think YSD are showing us how they got to be in 3rd place last year. This is been tremendous. Like, we haven't seen, like, even AGH versus 60 the first day, it wasn't like this. Like, they're just dominating every single lane. As time moves on, you will think PG will find some sort of opportunity, but there's just nothing for themselves to take. Like, every single lane is so powerful at this point. Whenever they try to play around the spot lane gang, for example, they get immediately countered by YNZ. I can't see a way for them to win so far, but I'm going to trust in the scaling maybe a little bit. I'm going to trust... I don't know, I need to find something to believe in.
I think if we're saying GG we scale when we're 10 kills to 1 down, 12 minutes into the game.
It's not very...
We're reaching for something. But the intriguing thing, right, is that PG are the ones who have been making a lot of proactive plays, and YNZ have just gone, thank you very much, a lot of the time, and taken these oversteps and gotten wins with them. It almost feels like PG has been their own worst enemy at points in this game so far. And so if we're looking towards maybe the second game of this series, slow things down a bit, maybe don't go for this composition that needs to get things done. Burkus finding a stun there with a Cosmic Radiance, but no Cosmic Binding grabbing anything there, and ultimately YNZ aren't getting anything off that play.
Yeah, I would say something. In that play, well, I'll tell you about it later, because we've got a gank here to Petir.
Yeah, locking down the Gragas. Explosive Cast is going to shove Husky Rider away. Broad dashing out with those lunges. Asper waiting in the wings. Shockwaves come down only onto one, but the Fiora should be finished off in due course. A 4th kill for Husky Rider.
Wow. Husky Rider, like him here to have fun, and he's having fun indeed.
I don't think Harry's having fun though. He's having to use those feathers fly, and Burkus flashes away from those daggers at the last possible moment. Radula, low HP, chased under the tower. No champions falling in the bottom lane, but first tower going in favor of YNZ.
Oh my gosh. Well, okay, I found something to believe in for PG, right?
Okay.
This is the first hour of the game for YNZ, 14 minutes in. Well, I have to say, okay, it's been a slaughter in terms of kills. In terms of structures, it's not going so badly for PG. Like,
fine.
I think that the wave clear they've got allows them to sort of keep, maybe not the enemy at bay, but keep the wave healthy going on their side. So again, it might not be enough to get kills, it might not be enough to get a lead, but it's enough to at least last longer in the game.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, does make things slightly harder for YNZ. But I am intrigued to see what YNZ look like when they are making their own plays, because that attempted engage in the bottom lane from Burkus was not great. Brodop taking that top lane tower, okay, that's an objective bounty. It's gold on a Fiora, that's good, especially in terms of that isolated 1v1 matchup. But he's still behind to Eloha, who's been having a relatively fine showing on the Ornn. It's not about the laning phase of him, it's about getting to these skirmishes and team fights and winning those for the rest of his boys. Maybe it's about the lane though, as he's gone very aggressive looking for a solo kill, but he needs to be careful because when the grand challenge is issued, Brode is just a heck of a lot stronger. This Ornn still has a lot of HP to melt through, and I don't think that Fiora is going to be able to do it.
No, I don't think that's going to be the case either. And you, sorry, can see right there, how you were talking about how you wanted them to be more proactive and trying to be, at least with a play on the bot lane. Let's see if that works out while Pia acting here in the top lane.
Explosive Cast is going to knock the Gragas back. Aspera dies for free in the bottom lane, and Eloha able to get one back on the Ornn. Brodart nearly falling down as well, but look at this tower that YNZ are going to be able to take extra gold, extra resources funneled into them, and P-God on the Jinx here, preventing recalls, maybe just getting kills here as he takes down Radula. Henry pushing in the mid lane, trying to get some tower back, but he needs to be very careful because the rest of YNZ are running for him. The Tempered Fate connects, and the Xayah has nowhere to go. Cosmic Binding missing, but it's not going to matter. Husky Rider, 5th kill of the game.
Unstoppable at this point. I wonder, like, if you're meant to stop Viego, one of the ways is actually during the draft stage by choosing champions that are useful to you, but not might be that useful in his hands. But you know, it comes to a point where you just need to pick what's best for you, and what's best for them might be very useful to Viego. And we can see it here right now. PG trying to retake something onto Husky Rider, but it's just very difficult.
It is very difficult. I mean, it's a 10,000 gold lead basically for YNZ at this point. That doesn't mean that PG are going to be going down without a fight. They're able to get one kill at the start of it, but that double shockwave is massive to interrupt their hopes. Radula is just a reset as Eloha getting another kill, and Harry in a bad spot on the Xayah once more. Brodart got an extra one on the backside, but PG still losing more members.
Well, we were talking about how we wanted YZ to propose something. There you have it. That was something.
Brodart still thinking about this. I mean, there's not as much damage here yet from YNZ, but the issue is you're not really going to be able to kill this Ornn. And if P-God decides to auto-attack under the Fiora, the Twisted Fate at any point, things are going to go badly for you. So PG will back away, YNZ will do the same, take their resets, spend their gold. Herald, next thing on the map.
Look on the bright side, these were 2 kills going over to PG, building up a little bit of the gold. Something, not advantage, not lead, but that's something that's gonna, I mean, gold is for what it is, a 14 item. So, yeah, I don't know, that should be good enough. At least you managed to shut down Husky Killer. Husky Killer, oh my god, Husky Rider.
Husky
that's
Killer.
Not, whoa. That's not okay, that's not okay.
No, I'm pro Husky right now.
I'm pro Husky too. I think I just made like the jungle mid lane.
You just combined them.
Yeah. Fresh Rider
I think
or
it's
Husky
it's such a great name. We've got like the Fresh Husky duo. I think that's quite cool.
Fresh. It reminds me of Rush Hour in the LCS.
Rush Hour, Fresh Husky.
Fresh Husky.
Oh, that's brilliant. Hard should be fine here. I mean, PG could look for a kill. They may even get it, but it's going to be difficult onto an Ornn who's that tanky, Broad. Forced to repost the call of the Forge God, or may have gone down himself. And every time that you send 3 members to try and take down this Ornn, that's more time that YNZ have got to do other stuff on the map. They've not been able to grab much on that, so PG getting a bit of a free play, but still not really getting anything.
Nope. Just trying to though. Let's see if this one can be the right one. No.
Needs to be careful. Radula is here. Eri is locked up, but he flashes back away from the Viego, who has to take that magical journey away. YNZ not really able to get anything with that engage, but the fact that P-God is still full HP means that PG can't go further forward. Anyway, Fresh Killer up here on the top side, doing his best Fiora impression, taking the tower.
Well, there we go. A split pushing by Oriana there in the top lane. And in the meantime, his teammates were able to distract. PG almost costed them a few kills in the way, but it doesn't matter much when you're able to recover this quickly. Now, PG have been looking a little bit better in these past few minutes, but even though they are proposing, they're mainly proposing things, they don't turn out properly either. And when it is very interesting. So we're discussing how YCN doesn't usually propose things, and when they do, they are unsuccessful. Well, successful in terms of they don't really walk out, nothing happens. The same goes on for PG. Like at the end, it's who is able to react best to what the other one is proposing. And well, it's been YZ so far, but I think PG does have a chance.
Ooh. That was very close from Radula. I don't know if that's a dredge line that you want to be hitting. Third Drake of the game being signed up by YND. This will be Soul Point, Infernal Soul Point is going to feel fantastic, especially when you have a 10,000 gold lead. Walking in here is going to be difficult for PG. Shockwave only onto 1 by Fresh Killer, who's being disengaged by that explosive cast. The Gragas already dead. Didn't even have a chance to get into the fights.
Oh, come on.
Mr. Fate will be joining him in the death round. YNZ getting that Drake, and hey, with 2 dead, you might as well get a Baron as well.
We're getting quite early Barons in all these games. Like, these games are 20 minutes in, they have enough advantage build up for themselves that they can take this comfortably. And right now, no one from PG is really able to contest this. We've got Nautilus and Harry here in the mid lane trying to take down that tower, but they just don't have enough time to do it.
Yeah, and I love that little move from Eloha moving into the mid lane to prevent them from taking the tower. We're actually seeing a TPM from Fresh Killer. YNZ getting the Baron, not caring about resets, just looking for picks off the back of it. They've already got the enemy AD carry. The enemy support is going to be next on the docket. Their 22nd kill of the game. YNZ are showing up massive.
Well, that's what it is. And that isn't any other word you can use to find this. Look at Pronard so happily split pushing with Fiora about to get guns.
Yeah, maybe a bit less happy now.
Okay, that's
for the 1v1 has issued the grand challenge, but Fresh Killer will not drop. That was a close run thing. The Fiora very, very strong on the side lane, but in the mid lane, YNZ looking a little bit stronger. They've taken down that inhib tower, and they might be taking some champions off the rift as well. P-God Gale forcing in, but the exhaust crucial to prevent the damage from coming out. A hook coming through now onto Husky Rider. The Viego getting low, but not going down. It's YNZ who will clean the health bars off of Summoner's Rift, take down the Nexus Towers, and take the first game of this best of 3.
20 minutes in, they take down this Nexus, and this means this is the first game for themselves. YNZ just speed running or trying to speed run these game to get to the qualification match, but not everything is lost for PG so far. I mean, true, this game didn't look the best, but PG does have a good record from last year. Like, they might have gotten to play somehow, so I still believe in them. I think this might just have been, bumping the road. Let's go to game 3, right?
Oh, absolutely, they're going to be wanting game 3. And for a team that was so close to making it to the playoffs, we've got to remember that the only reason that they're here in the lower bracket is because they lost that qualification match 2-0 yesterday. So obviously it's rough to come into the lower bracket in that regard. It's always rough to drop down here, but they haven't been able to withstand what YNZ put out in game 1, which was absolutely unparalleled I've seen in terms of pure dominance in a game in this Amazon UEM, and that makes me really worried for PG, because yes, we know there are decent players on this roster. Yes, they've had some decent results, and yes, they've got the pedigree, but if you can't show up in this next game, none of that matters.
Exactly, but hey, it's time to collect themselves. To start thinking about what they want to do next game. Obviously, you need to rethink very well what you're going to do because this time didn't quite work out for themselves. Again, they did have some good moments, but we'll have to wait to see if they can for the second one. As we toss to a small break, just a small tiny break, and we're back with you soon enough. Well, we're back here for the second game of this best of three between YNC from Turkey and PG from Poland. So far, YNC have been dominating, but I want to hear more from Milkwood. Tell me what you thought about the first game and expectations for this one.
I mean, that was dominant.
Yeah.
I think is the politest way to describe that. I mean, for YNZ, that's exactly what you want to happen in game one of a series. It was clean, it was controlled, it was dominant. You punished effectively what PG were trying to do, and when you made your own plays, it worked out often enough that you were able to take the dub. What I was really impressed by was how cleanly they closed and how they were in a dominant position. They recognized it, they killed the enemy nexus. That's how you win League of Legends games. For PG, winning League of Legends games is going to be tough for the next little bit because YNZ look really, really good. I think that maybe you try and relax a little bit. You don't need to go for these big coordinated plays on other parts of the map with the Twisted Fate. I think that was a cool experiment, but it didn't really work out. Just go back to basics. I want to see Asma on his Swain mid. He's played that a load so far this tournament and looked pretty decent on it. Can we have that, please?
No. I mean, yeah, maybe.
Okay, sorry, my bad.
I mean, maybe. Actually, when we're talking about Asma, you bring up the Swain, but he's also played Blanc, Zillion, Zandra, so he's got quite a few champions that he feels comfortable playing, or at least feels confident enough to play here during the tournament to qualify. So, yeah, maybe Twisted Fate wasn't it. Maybe I would like to see him going back to one of these safe old bets instead of trying to innovate. As you were saying, there's a need for that. If you know what works, then go for that. Go for the bet set, for the safe bets. In this case, for YNZ, I don't know if I want to see them change anything because, to be honest, that was quite good. But I want to know if that was so reliant on champions as it was on their personal skill as players. Like, that could be another point of view.
Yeah, it is a difficult one. I mean, it's sometimes hard to analyze a game like that because, well, they played all the champions really, really well. So, of course, the champions that they did really well on are champions that you should take away. But the issue becomes then, okay, are we just seeing a set of players that are generally really, really good, or are we just seeing a set of players who have a couple of picks that they can perform well on, but if you start taking those away, then there isn't as much power there? I don't think that's the case with INZ. I think these guys are legit. I think that there's a bit of depth in terms of the picks that they can opt towards. I don't want to see Viego again, though. I think that can be taken off the board by PG. Husky Rider got a lot done with that, but aside from that, kind of a gameplay issue, really.
Yeah, I'm also thinking, like, why is not only they've got the placement from last year, but like yesterday they took one game out of AGH, who was being very dominant versus Esports Team 20, the previous year winners. So that is telling you something. Like, if you're able to get face to face, even with the upper bracket, it's just a matter of, okay, a lucky first game maybe, or lucky first game, lucky second one. But this is showing something, and I'm here to watch it. I'm here to see them getting better. But for now, it's against PG. They need to prove that they can take this in the second game, and I don't know if it will be as easy.
Yeah, no, I think if you are on PG, you're definitely regrouping after that second game, and I think when you see one team stomp in one game, generally in the second game, things slow down whatever way the result ends up going. It's all about stopping the bleeding and getting yourself to a point where you can actually fight on relatively even ground, and I think that's the style that PG are going to want to go towards. They're going to be on blue side again. They're going to be opening it out with the Draven ban once more.
Okay, that's reasonable, that's understandable, but not just yet. Hold your horses.
No trouble.
Hold your huskies. We can't have this champions like just yet. You know, that was just a sneak peek, a little taste of what's about to come. But not
that is
yet.
Hold your horses, Husky Rider. I've got an alternate universe now where like horses have been replaced by dogs, and there's just like
oh my lord, the North Pole, huskies.
Wait, no, but like in the right, okay. I meant just like generally, just like horses aren't a thing. You just got like big dogs. I'm imagining like
Twilight. That is Twilight. The Twilight Saga.
Do you know what? I've actually been meaning to watch Breaking Dawn. Oh my word. Breaking Dawn Part 2 for like 3 months now, and I haven't seen it.
I think
don't
it
know
was
why.
for like 13 years. 3 months.
I don't. Right. I wasn't into the Twilight films.
I was.
And-
Trust me, I was. I was 13 years old. You can't believe me when I was just fully into the Twilight.
Well, so
you were like,
I have
"Oh."
actually. I've got my Edward poster sort of just out of shot.
Wait,
Unfortunately.
are you a Nerdwood stan as well? Because to be honest, I was.
He clearly cares about Bella. Okay. He clearly really cares about.
Okay, hear me out. I'm rereading the books now. I've been reading them this month, so I'm right now on the 3rd book. And at times, you know, I've wanted. I'm not gonna say punch him, but it's like, if I were Bella, I'd be like, just delete my number. Well, it doesn't have a phone, so it's most like, no, get away.
I feel like the motto of the story for the Twilight books is like she probably shouldn't be dating either of them.
Yeah, like go to therapy,
It's just
get
like,
some help.
it's just like they're kind of toxic, sis. Don't worry about that.
Like literally at one point, Edward just cuts a cable in her car so she can go visit Jacob.
That's messed up.
That is-
That's messed up.
Bestie, that's not okay. Get out of there.
Yeah,
like
that's-
move to Florida
run.
with your mom and just
Like,
stay
go.
safe somewhere else. Oh
Wait,
gosh.
I haven't read the books. I've only seen the film, so I didn't realize
You're
that was it.
missing out.
Maybe I need to like change my assessment of Edward then.
You should.
One for this evening, maybe. One for a little bit later. Right now, we are back into the champion select for the second game of this series. Reminder, YNZ, after that dominant win in game 1 or match 1 in this series, if they win, they go to that qualification game, which will get them into playoffs. If they lose, if PG are able to bring back this series, they can do the very same. Gragas going to be the B1.
Exactly. For this game, Bond, Thresh, Jimmy, Talia being banned once again. That's sort of sad, to be fair, to be honest with you guys, but hey, it makes complete sense. And no, not again, no, Diego. We don't need to see you this time, please. Don't do it. anything.
I mean, if you're YNZ, you probably don't mind seeing it again, but this is one of the picks that we highlighted as potentially problematic for PG. With that Gragas, you can provide a bit of disengage, which is what you're going to be hoping Pitya can do, but wasn't able to do it in the previous game. This game, he needs to, otherwise PG will be going home.
Indeed, so quite an important role has been given. Now it's YNZ's turn to secure that bot lane pick for the support. It's going to be Rakan for Berkos. As far as I know, again, he's been not playing it, hasn't played it yesterday. He opted for Karma and Nautilus, but I think Rakan should do a very good job, and I'm afraid about the mobility for YNC. Like, that's way too much. Gauge that they've got going on with the quickness over there. Let's see if PG can counter that somehow, Mill.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. The Rakan, I really like it as a pairing with the Viego because they're two champions that sort of want to go in, but kind of don't want to go in first and get bursted. So if they can go into together, obviously Viego diving forward with a Heartseeker strike, and then Rakan with his quickness grand entrance combo, you can get a lot of stuff done. Though Lucian Nami here for PG, not a lane that we've been seeing for a little bit after it got some nurse fell out of the meta, but still does pretty much the same thing. You drop your Tycooler's Blessing on the Lucian as the Nami, as long as you've got Imperial Mandate and he's got a Gale Force, it's basically guaranteed mid lane priority and so much pressure at the start of fights. Zoe is a weird one. Don't see that one all the time, especially blind picked into the mid lane.
She was banned last game, which I already found a little bit interesting because, again, Fresh Killer hadn't played it during the tournament. It wasn't something you were like, oh my gosh, yeah, it's such a good performance, let's ban it. So,
PGG.
yeah, exactly. That shows that PG are like, okay, let me type this real quick. Let's see what. Okay. No, I think the preparation came in from before since she was already banned. And talking about banning Yasuo, gonna be left out by YNZ as well as Shaya. Didn't want to see that again. So maybe Viego makes it, but Shaya won't.
Yeah, and if you've got the Rakan on one side, then you kind of just want to ban away the Xayah anyway. That pairing is so good, especially when you consider that Xayah is kind of just the best AD carry right now. So I think it makes a lot of sense from PG. P-God didn't feel like a massive issue to me last game. Before it sort of more felt like a consequence of how the game ended up going. So I'm surprised that we're seeing as much focus as we are in terms of the AD carry bans here from PG, but with that Lucian Nami, I think it's quite clear they just want to secure themselves the best matchup possible.
Oh, this is interesting. P-God's champions have been taken away. Didn't have Shaya, didn't have Ezreal. Kaiser, he played yesterday, so that's all open. But I wonder if that's what he's going to go with. For Rakana, it'll be Sari, finally. She makes up for it. I was wondering where she was. No one was playing her anything, but she is back. And it's PG said to close that conversation to choose those last two champions. We've got a few spots open still, like, you know, anything could happen even if they want to flex like Groggers. So it was sweet.
Yes.
Really?
Okay, right. We are getting Asper's most successful pick and a Kindred as well. Okay. PG are saying the Twisted Fate didn't work, but we haven't fallen out of love with the weird and wonderful. Different style of champions coming through here, and that Lamb's Respite is so pivotal against Viego, who needs to be getting those kills, who needs to be getting those resets to function. For YNZ here, they haven't got a top laner, they haven't got a tank. It's going to be all locked in, Carmen. I know that we're over that at this point, but it still provides everything that your team is going to need.
You know that Ben Affleck image of him just doing an interview with Superman, the Spider-Man?
I know the exact one.
He's like, Henry Cavill is talking very excitedly about the movie, and he's like looking into the distance, like, why did he do this? The same feeling when it comes to Owen once again. It's like, he's not strong enough to be banned, or he's not given enough important priority to be banned, but he tends as the last pick. It's like, you know he's going to be there. You don't want it. You don't want him to be there. It's like reading your favorite book series and knowing the last book is coming out and you're like, do I want it to end? No. But do I want to read? Yes.
I'm awful with that. I'm awful with like TV season finales and stuff like that. I just like, no, I just don't want all these characters to go away. But for YNZ, I think they've rounded out their composition very, very smartly. I'm absolutely in love though with what PG have got stylistically, flexing that Gragas into the top lane for Brodart, so we're not going to be seeing too much action going on there, but now they've got to carry jungler for themselves, and they are so like perfectly poised to counter what YNZ will do. If this PG composition doesn't win, I'm willing to just say that YNZ have got the better hands, because I think this blue side comp is kind of giga good.
I think, to be fair, PG are recurring to loads of comfort champions like Kindred, like Swain, champions that they know how to play, they've played it before, it's personal favorite, I'm guessing. And at that point is where you can say, okay, if I didn't win playing this, then there's nothing I can do. True, I know what you're thinking, Caitlyn, and you come yesterday. Yeah, I know.
Yep.
Hey, that happens sometimes. And what's happening right now is that we're going into potentially the second last game for PG versus YNZ, or maybe going to a best of 3 full series. But the game has a time in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. PG will be wanting to push us to that third and final game, and they got a comp that can do it. Now, where they're going to be strongest is when they've got their ultimates, okay? Kindred, Swain, Gragas, these are hugely impactful in topside 3v3 skirmishes, and if you can get a Lucian rotating over there with the Nami as well, you've got a lot of power around the mid game, around sort of Rift Herald fights before the Baron, before Dragon Souls are really something that we need to be thinking about. So PG, I think they're going to want to find their advantages there. For YNZ, it's sort of scale and go for it, right? Ornn is going to be really tanky the later the game goes on. We know that Husky Rider could play the Viego, and P-God is also going to be a scaling threat. PG going for a bit of a late invade here. This isn't going to be spotted out by YNZ. They do not have the information that this is happening.
No, in the meantime, Viego won't notice either as he sees on the top lane, on the top side of the jungle, which means, yeah, PG can get away with it comfortably. That is setting him up behind, but, last game we saw the same thing happening over at the red bar, and nothing really changed for Leon except for delaying him a little bit. But that's something going on for PG's team. That's something that you can lean on. And I'm also very curious to see how these interactions between Nami and Rakan will be like. Nami with curing the bubble as well. I think that can be quite useful when it comes to champions like Viego. So again, let's wait and see.
Yeah, definitely very intriguing. And something about the bottom lane movement that we sort of saw a little bit more on the mini-map is that Harry and Regil actually passed really far around the bottom lane as to not give away the fact that Pitcher was going for this bot side clear, and now he's going for this bot side gank, but he's pretty damn low on the Kindred. Vision of Empire is going to come through. Burkus slowed, flashing away. P-God applying with some burst fires, and here comes the Viego. Low health bars, but just enough to get away for PG. They're continuing the trade now. The double shot from Harry could be quite impactful. Burkus flashed away from first blood for Pitya. That's exactly what PG needed.
Yeah, taking out a few summoning spells with them as well. No summoning spells left for Burkus. The heal for P-God also being gone. And Harry having flashed away. Well, the board lane right now is going to be a difficult line to play until you recover. But talking about recovering, Husky just does it quite quickly to go right into a gank against Swain.
Yeah, Asma is kind of running into nowhere right now. I think the Swain's best shot is maybe finding a small corner and getting an execute, but with Burkus moving over, that doesn't seem particularly likely. This is just trying to waste as much time from the members of YNZ as possible. And Burkus will pick up the kill.
Well, okay, that's good enough. So you're living the bot lane vacant, where you have a good wave to keep on pushing. Talking about pushing, Pitya getting pushed into the top lane. Like, he's gonna run away, and it could be a 2 versus 3.
Oh, this is interesting positioning from YNZ. They're trying to hide back into the jungle. Orm going down in a trade for the Kindred, but now Broad has absolutely nowhere to run. Enemies coming from absolutely everywhere, and it's a double kill for Fresh Killer.
Well, this mid lane going well already through the summoning spells through, Swain is getting back to lane, but you've picked up those 2 kills that will allow you to back and get those first items before he does it. Also, disease is going in his favor, so I think Fresh Killer should be feeling quite comfy here. Just like this bot lane, PG is pushing into the enemy tower. This is a lane that is really good at doing this kind of thing too, and that's gonna be the thing. That's gonna be maybe PG's silver lining.
Yeah, but I mean, the issue is they're shoving this massive wave under the tower, and P-God's going to be able to collect a decent chunk of this DS. And in terms of how the lane is going, I'd actually say that YNZ are probably a little bit happier right now. There are misconceptions that Lucian Nami is just meant to crush lane in every single matchup. That's not really what it's meant to do. It is more about that mid-game, getting priority in the mid lane. If we pan over towards the bottom side, we are seeing PG going for a bit of an invade. There are 3 members of YNZ here. That bubble not quite connecting on to Burkus. Asma also moving over. They seem very intent on making plays around this bottom side jungle. They tried to do this in the previous game and were punished quite significantly. Asma might be getting punished here, but no! They're able to find Burkus and take out the Rakan at the start of the play, and now they've well and truly got the numbers advantage. The health bars, though, in favor of YNZ. Harry is extraordinarily low, stunned and taken out. A third for Thresh Killer, and with the Viego getting resets, he's not going to be able to help too much as P-God flashes back away.
Oh, not much mana left for him to keep going either. And this turns into a favorable situation for PG, where they're able to even get just 100 gold ahead, but that's more than they were able to do last game. Also making this bot lane very difficult to play for YNC, and so we were saying they should be happy about getting the wave stomped against the tower. At least you get a boost of confidence with this play right here. Right, it took them a long time to pull off, but it was worth it.
Yeah, and now you've got a Kindred who has got 4 kills in the early game. That is absolutely fantastic for PG, and might be looking for even more. P-God is stuck around on pretty damn low HP. that Verkus is going to be able to spot out the Kindred, who's just going to take a reset now and spend some of that gold.
Especially because it isn't just a jungler OP gold.
Ooh, does get the shield coming through from the E. Harry cleanses the knock-up.
Hey, that was pretty good, very well timed. Well, I like what just happened. I was saying that Kindred for me is one of those champions that are very specific because if you look at the lore line, so he's usually played in a jungle position. He's a marksman. He scored very good at target speed, and that's all going to be seen here. Putting that into walk at the dragon speed, this first one has his opponent, and so YNC does have the information about this. I don't know if they will get that in time, or if they even want to contest it, to be fair.
Yeah, they might be fishing for something on the top side. Iloa opening out with the call of the Forge God, and Prodart flashes directly into it. That is not the way that he envisioned that play going, and whilst YNC lose out on the dragon on the bot side, they are able to get a kill, and if Husky Rider passes into the river, he should be able to take away a Kindred mark as well.
Look at that as well. Look at the bot lane get into the enemy jungle. P-Gold and Berker is going to be roaming, rotating towards there. But I think the blue buff can be actually saved. Now they've got the intel, PG are starting to group up together. And they might be looking to build something onto YNZ.
Oh, this is pretty damn risky. They're greeting very, very hard to get that blue buff. Pitya hasn't been back in a while. So there's a lot of gold on this Kindred that isn't being spent, that isn't being translated into power. If you've got the backup of your bot lane, that's absolutely fine for you on this invade, but PG need to be careful. That Kindred needs to go back soon and bring back some more power onto the Rift. Or we could just see another gank in the bottom lane. Opening up here, Vision of Empire used, slowing onto Verkus, who's around about 100, around about 50 HP, but still alive. No more kills coming through, and early game it's been contentious, it's been contested, but neither team has really got anything decisive.
No, true. I mean, these in comparison to the last game is just incredible. 7 minutes in last game, we were seeing YNC just running for the hills with the advantage and just building up to take down turrets very quickly and then finish it. But PG here, they knowing how to play around them. They're very careful, very well measured, and true, they had some particular plays where they don't really get anything besides setting YNC a little bit behind. Well, at least it's something, you know, they're able to get from par with them.
Yeah, and I think that's better than they could have hoped for, really, after the disaster, honestly, that was game one. PG, around about 10 minutes in, looking a heck of a lot stronger and looking like the team that really expected to sort of come into this series.
Yeah, and I think they found themselves to a certain extent. Now, the thing about having this champion Kindred so well fed is that at the same time the other champions are not having so many resources or not being able to get those many advantages of getting takedowns on top of YNC. So as long as PTA is just roaming around and just doing his own thing, it doesn't really add up to the rest of the team experience as in performing. But we'll have to wait and see. Once again, you can see here Radler waiting patiently in the bush to control that no one is just coming through the river to potentially gang. And now we can go back to laning once again, farming comfortably.
You do see Husky Rider is towards the bottom side of the map, use that vision plant, and we'll just clear away a couple of these wards. It's really not been about the bot lane for PG specifically in terms of getting them fed and making them work, and actually both of the AD carries CSs not really at the mark that you'd expect at this stage of the game. But for PG, as long as they can get Harry to that Gale Force mark, they're going to be very happy. And P-God just needs to keep scaling, get an Immortal Shield Bow, and make sure that you don't get caught out trying to take a reset. Going to be opening up there with the burst fires, and now Husky Rider is going to be joining the play. Pitya here as well. Access to the Lamb's Respite Asper, making it a 4v3 scenario, and they are jumping onto P-God. Going to be pulled back into his grave, and PG look for more under the tap. Pitcher flashing away from the starters. He's going to use that Kindred ultimate to keep himself alive. Verkus falling to Asthma off your screen. Zoe has moved over. Sleepy Trouble Bubble going to go wide, but it's not going to matter because Asma gets completely bursted out of there. Husky Rider able to grab one back, able to grab two back as it's a shutdown for the Zoe. And YNZ take over the backside of this play, getting 4 kills.
Oh my gosh. What? That's what we got. Fresh Husky.
Yeah.
Just doing what they know how to do best. Taking back team fights that apparently seem lost for them. And they say, no problem, let me guess. Okay, you're gone for enough my teammates. It's okay, I can still take it back. This gives an entire open lane for YNC here in the mid lane. And so he makes his way back there. But there's not much contention there. The tower isn't being taken down. Once again, the tower game is being quite slow in comparison to other matchups, but it's not a big deal. Like it does add up.
Yeah, and once again, that play was PG trying to do something bot lane, getting something bottom lane, but overraking, staying a little bit too long. And the punish from YNZ was absolutely brutal. And after a very strong early game from the Polish side, they now find themselves once again in a goal deficit. Nowhere near as disastrous as last game, but still not a great place to be. They've taken their second Drake of the game. YNZ are looking to punish them for that with an engagement. Husky Rider jumping onto Pitya and able to take out the Kindred at the start of the fight. Henry and Radula running for the hills in the bot lane. A double for the Viego. YNZ, they've cleaned up their acts. They are well and truly back and here to play and dominate once more. A third kill for Husky Rider.
I think the Viego could have been a good option to ban here. Like last game it was too much, but this game he's like all out. It doesn't help that Fresh Killer is just having such a fun time with Zoe. Oh my gosh, from 1 minute to the next one, YNC has completely recovered, turned things around. Okay, it was all a prank. Okay, it was just like the early debuff, but we're back in the game. And PG, I hope they can find something for here because they were doing quite well.
Oh no, the Kindred just wants to take away one of her marks. Not going to be able to find it, but the rotate through from Henry and Radula is actually going to secure a kill onto the Zoe. That goes to the Nami. Not necessarily the goal distribution you would have wanted, but hey, a kill is a kill is a kill. And PG, they get their hand out of that damn cookie jar, but Pitta sticks it right back in as here come the rest of YNZ. But Broda coming through from the backside gets a shutdown on the Viego and will clean up Elo Hat as well. Okay, that's 3 for PG fighting back in the game.
Ooh, okay, so this is exactly what they need to do. First, you focus the main damage dealer right now, which will be Husky Rider, but you pay attention to Fresh Killer as well. And I think by pairing those two killers, what you get is just a very good spot where you're forcing YNC to play more defensively. P-God is not particularly strong this game. True, he's playing necessary, but that's not where the main damage is coming from. No. So this is a good situation. This allows them to take the Herald, and now you can push towers and be, just chilling for a little bit longer.
Yeah, P-God is really not enjoying the fact that Asma just bought a Rylai's. He's able to dodge away from the grand entrance combo and pulls back for a calm before he can get to his AD carry. But here comes Husky Rider, and Asma, for as well as he played it, will not get anything. P-God's first kill of the game.
No, and this is not information that the rest of the team seems to be making much use of, basically because they were all going back. So there's no point like going there to help him, or like I'm gonna try and take down all the lane because the waves are not there either. So it's just a matter of, okay, so they decide to start all over bot lane to take that away. It's fine. Just, okay, you can do it.
It's fine, right? And 15 minutes in the game, we're pretty much even here. We've got a super fed Kindred on one side and a super duper fed Viego on the other. Battle of the Junglers. It's going to determine a lot in this game, in this series.
Indeed, and honestly, this was the lane that I was looking at, but I think it's been so impactful from both sides. But Kindred and Viego leading those KDs for their respective teams, and it's going to be so exciting because they haven't reached the prime just yet. They have to wait a little bit longer. But as we approach the 20th minute mark, I will ask the same question you did last game. I want to see how this game will go. We reach that minute. Everything could change, but for either of these teams. And so far, I don't know which one is going to win.
I mean, if Harry keeps taking paddle stars to the face that deal half of his HP, then YNZ are going to feel pretty decent about their chances. Taking down that bot lane tower means that making plays on this side of the map are a little bit easier, and setting up for Drake a little bit easier for YNZ, and they need that, right? Because PG have got a couple in their back pocket, and if you can get a soul, that's a great win condition for you to play towards in this game, which is definitely within the grasp of PG. They can still come back into this. They can come back into this game. They can come out into this series.
They can't do that if they play the cards right. But YNZ are also looking to get that second win to take this best of 3 away and go to the qualification match that they could have gone to yesterday. So, well, they went to it, but they lost. So maybe this is a second chance for themselves. And I think there's going to be a little bit of a downtime for themselves. The Dragon going to be spawning quite shortly. And this is the moment to take decisions.
Oh, but look at Husky Rider, look at Burkus. They're just waiting in the jungle, waiting for someone to step too far forwards. And the unlucky victim will be Pitya, getting the Lands Respite off in time and actually able to get out of there for a while. Pigov flashing to get the kill back, but ends up being a trade. The AD carry from the jungler going down, and they will continue fighting. Husky Rider still doing as much damage as he can, diving back forward on the Viego. Another reset for himself as Asma buying time in the back line, but it's time for him to die. A double for the Viego. And for all of the good things that PG have done in this game, it is slowly slipping out of their grasp.
I honestly thought that PG had a chance, given that once YNZ started piling up on top of Kindred, the ultimate Lamb's Respite was able to delay them a little bit, and I thought this could be PG's opportunity to take them by surprise. But, you know, at the very end, they got very split up, leading to YNZ having a very easy time to access them.
Oh, PG want to go for this. Husky Rider gets the smite down on the Drake. Might pay for it with his life. They're getting the CC onto Pitcher, who's flashing, dashing, getting away. Brodart in the pits, securing kills for his team. That's 2. That's going to be 3. PG. Baron, not available for them yet, but still keeping themselves in this game, keeping themselves in with a shot.
Not able yet, but this is going to put a good opportunity to just push down that mid lane gate and not let turret for yourself. And if you're looking at YNZ, the time will start pointing out at a, you know, maybe we're going to come out and just go for the Baron that you were talking about. It's all a matter of seeing what they will do. I think it will be quite convenient for them to take that few PG members now that they're low on HP and they haven't gone back to base. For example, you can see right now with a simple trouble bubble coming from Zoe, and they're going to be chasing.
Oh my word! Okay, Burkus was just trying to get a million miles an hour, and the explosive cast from Brodart absolutely necessary to provide the disengage. As PG take down that mid lane tower, oh so important for you to grab.
That it is. So we have to take into account what INC are doing now. They're focusing a little bit on farming, getting that experience. But still we can see Husky Rider doing dry here. The Baron doesn't seem like an immediate objective, and this will be one of the first games seeing that. Like usually we've seen teams be like, okay, it's just 20 minutes already, okay, just let's go for the Baron no matter what. And I think PG might be the ones thinking about that for this 5-man offensive.
And if you look at their inventories, they've sort of capped off their builds very, very nicely. We've got 2 items for Brodart and not much change, 2 items for Pitcher and not much change either. So pretty even in power level with YNZ, and they may be ahead if they can get a couple of bodies on the floor. God, focus down, and Burkus on the wrong side of things, sure to follow. This time, PG finding the fight. There is a Baron on the table that they could look for afterwards.
Oh, wait a second. Look at Husky Rider, look at the 3 remaining team members for YNZ, not counting Rakan, who's just been taken down. I think they're gonna give it up so easily. Viego's got the harrowing path available. I think that could be a good tool to use here overall.
Okay, Brodart is getting a little bit exploded. A massive turnaround ultimate from Eloha. The cool of the Forge God Pilia taking a paddle start to the face, and just 3 members of YNZ have done enough damage to take out the enemy jungler to stop any attempt at the Baron. And a forced PG to run. Radula may end up being a second kill, but that is a wonderful bubble to interrupt the Viego Husky Rider. Ooh, nearly unstoppable, but Harry stops him dead. Killing spree now for the Lucian. PG absolutely fighting tooth and nail to keep themselves in this game, in this series.
Why is the remaining team members, the ones that were just sent back to base and said, hey, you won't be able to take part in this, are just spawning back again, getting back to those places that they want to control, like the enemy jungle, get better vision around that, and PG must be really disappointed. Like, they had all the advantages in the war to take that Baron, but just a 3-man hunter was able to take them out of that, to distract them enough time to actually lose their main like carry this game, which is Vitia with Kindred. So time to recover, trying to find yourselves again. But why is he just making it clear that I'm not willing to let this game go?
Yeah, and for PG, right, that Baron attempt would have felt good, but this game has already lasted longer than the first game did, and the fact that we're saying that not even 23 minutes in is a rough descriptor of how bad that first game was for PG, but they've definitely shown better things this time around. Brodart getting away in the bottom lane, expending a fair bit, but able to stay alive. And with that usage of resources for YNZ on the bottom lane, PG start up the Baron. And there's no jungler here. There's no steal available. That is a free Baron for the team from Poland, and this is going to be a crucial 3 minutes for the outcome of this series.
But they had the information. They didn't have it. Like, nobody was around from PG. They're gonna try to counter this next play. Middle.
Jumping on top of the Lucian. YNZ, they may be down a Baron buff, but they can still fight like all hell. Perry off the board. Pitcher off the board. And YNZ now being played onto by PG, turning it around with the demonic ascension from Asma. I think that the On may just be dying. Flash forward, but straight into the sleep. The Swain engagement dissuaded for the time being. They get one back to PG and they can move towards this Drake.
Yeah, they get the Baron, they potentially get the Drake now. And I don't know if YNZ is playing the best position to fight. Look at that HP, not being in a very good time right now. Neither are the ultis, so this could be the end for them.
Asma needs to be careful. He's taking a lot of damage from P-God. Flash Grand Entrance Burkus. He dies for the engage, but can his team do anything with it? Doesn't look likely as 2 are already dead at the start of the fight. Asma will be taken down by Fresh Killer, who, low mana on Radula, can actually just jump on top of him. And once more, YNZ are finding advantages in an outnumbered fight at the end. But Rhodes' health bar a little bit too big for Fresh Killer to deal with. And actually, it's PG who are going to be able to move over, start up the Drake, and get themselves soul point.
Yeah, this again is good news for them. This game is looking a lot better. The gold shall be quite... quite even, but mostly in their favor. 3 dragons already, so they've been just taking all the objectives very comfortably. And now they're at a point where I guess they're wondering what's the next step. Like, when you're gonna face YNC, even if you've got more people on your team, and the team fight, they can't take it away. So they need to plan this very carefully. And I think by going for pick kills could be the solution to this dilemma. So again, let's see how they reposition themselves.
Yeah, I think for PG, you just want to be a big old meatball. You just want to be a big old meatball full of champions and run at the enemy team, because YNZ want to pick you off individually. And yes, Husky Rider can have agency in fights if he's able to steal away something like a Gragas, right, after getting a kill. But by and large, PG function massively better as a 5-person unit. Provided they dodge the engage from Eloha, provided they dodge the engage from Burkus, they can still make things work. But YNZ have shown that they can engineer those picks out of nowhere and find isolated members of PG.
Oh, it's so tense right now, but teams just trying to find an opening. Warden avoid any surprises, any nasty surprises. And right now, focusing a lot on the mid lane. Both of them looking for a flank from YNC's side. I wonder if it will work with how push back PG are into the bot lane. But they know they're chasing. That's information.
And this is good, right? That Shirelia's pop, that little bit of movement speed, opens up the mid lane tower, and YNZ can basically take it with no recourse. They are going to need to back off now because both side lanes have been pushed against them. But with no objectives on the map for a couple of minutes, you're not too worried about backing away and just making sure that the map is set up properly.
Indeed. So, again, oh, look at Husky Rider, though. Look at the positioning here around the bush, just keeping track of the enemy movements. Now, PG are able to just get a little bit into the enemy jungle, but it's just something that they don't want to get into right now. Like, he's mostly poking a little bit, just being like, okay, but not really taking that step just yet.
Yeah, they're just trying to stance up and apply as much pressure as they can to INZ. They're actually in a pretty chill spot. The fact that they do have that Mountain Soul that they can grab in a couple of minutes is going to feel great, especially when you are against a composition that needs to get that initial kill on you for it to work. We've still got a while until teams need to be fighting over vision, so I think we're just fighting for the sake of fighting here. Cool, the Forge got onto Asma is not exactly what YNZ wanted, and not able to find a pick. They'll back away.
Indeed. At this point, it's sort of like a dance. You know, they're just dancing around each other, not really touching, but looking at each other in the eyes and be like, whatever you take the first time, I'm gonna take it too. And you don't want to see that, because in this case, they're fighting, but not for love, for a sport, the qualifying match.
They're fighting for violent reasons. I'm intrigued that YNZ haven't really sent anyone to the top lane to take down that tower just yet. I feel like they could make much easier movements, particularly around PG's topside jungle, if they're able to take that structure off the board. And actually, it's PG who are going, hey, you took our tier 2 tower a minute or so ago, we're going to run down mid, try and do the same thing.
Yeah, going parallel up this, like YZ through the jungle, PG going through the mid lane, and they might try to do something here now that they've got two members sort of isolated, but they don't really realize this. They could even try to push a little bit into this mid lane tower, but not much. Like, no, it's not that good for them yet.
Yeah, my apologies, I got kind of baited a little bit earlier by the dragon icon top left. Of course, it's going to be the Chemtech Drake for PG, which, I mean, offers a similar thing, right? If this Swain was hard to kill before, when he was just constantly draining people in that demonic ascension, if he's literally taking less damage because he's low on HP, then you're going to feel great about that. PG need to be very careful with these resets. They've all gone back. YNZ have got a moment of time where they can move into the Baron and try and establish vision, but they don't recognize it. They back off themselves, and that means that PG are going to be coming through here with spent inventories, maximum number of items in those inventories. Look at this, 4 items on Brodart. This Gragas really, really hurts.
Yeah, because this Eros Embrace Sonius as well, which is gonna come in handy. And now they decide to head over to the Baron. The vision established by YZ doesn't seem to be that good. They're gonna aim for the Dragon instead. And do you think they're just missing it completely, or are they actually
I think this is YNZ going, actually, hold on, Baron's up, Drake is spawning in a moment's time. We can cope with you taking Baron, right? We can try and fight you when you've got that. We can try and shove against you and we'll be fine, but we can't let you get a Chemtech, so we can't let you catch up P-God either. This escape through the bottom side jungle of YNZ, very, very important that they can get back to base in time so they can defend a potential push from PG. They might be looking to start a fight here as Brode, opening up with a body slam pitcher, already having to use that Lem's Respite on himself. That is a big cooldown expended. Asper joining the fray with the demonic ascension, but YNZ keeping their distance very, very smartly. No one has gone down. Elo had caught on the wrong side of a wall, still has the flash, gets away just in time.
No one goes on for the team, but YNZ are getting sort of cornered within their own base. Just getting stitched by PG at the time, at least through this mid lane. You can see the pressure being put in the bot lane as well. And, you know, this is looking very good for PG at this point.
Just a reminder, this team lost the last game in 22 minutes. It was an absolute stomp, but they have looked different in very, very significant ways this second time out on the Rift. Now 30 minutes on the clock with a gold lead up against YNZ and feeling pretty damn good about their chances of not only taking this game, but potentially taking the whole series.
Yeah, I feel like the momentum YNZ got around Husky Rider and Fresh Killer has gone just sort of nowhere right now.
Yeah.
Prime has passed. It's time for PG to actually take it back. And I don't know. I'm thinking of how YNZ, like YNZ, the thing they've got is they're very, very good at suddenly pulling unexpected moves. I mean, like, okay, yeah, like they did when they were 6-12 at one point. Like in 2 plays, they were able to build a lot of things on top of that. So maybe they can do it again, but I'm not so sure about it anymore. Like PG look really strong.
It is looking difficult, and it's because YNZ need to find these isolated picks and these isolated kills to make their composition work, and PG have reached a point where you just can't do that. This Gragas is tanky enough, this Swain is tanky enough that you can't completely burst them out. YNZ still going to try though, but a double root connecting onto Husky Rider and Eloha is going to make the engage a little bit harder. They're still going to be able to find the Gragas, and he just gets bursted. Okay, never mind. Apparently they could just one-shot that guy, but how much more can YNZ get? Looks like nothing. A single pick, but it will stop the push, and PG, with the final few seconds of the Baron, will not be able to break the base of YNZ.
I mean, do you really want much more? You get Broad Art, who will be spawning in 30 seconds, but that might give you a little bit of time to get that wave going, especially from the mid lane where they've opened up your tower. And I like how YNZ are now opting for very group confrontations, right? This was something that we were discussing before, how PG needed to be a wall of, a wall altogether, and YNZ are taking notes. Are like, okay, that's what we need to do as well. Let's do it. Let's go in all together. We can do it. The ultimates are strong enough. Talking about that, they're going to be looking for something, potentially looking for the bashes. They're sort of pulling a reverse PG. Like last time, PG took the mid lane tower by using that wave, and YNZ couldn't do anything. Here, they're going to be moving parallel as well.
And I think for all the even nature of this game that has gone a lot in PNG's favour, it does feel like YNZ are the team that is a bit more proactive about the setup for a lot of these fights or a lot of these objectives. But as it comes down to it, as this game goes longer, everything starts to slip away to a certain extent. It's just about that next fight and making sure that you are in prime position, in prime power for that play. We've got another Drake spawning in just under a minute. Once again, YNZ, they have to run the gauntlet. If PG get this, that's a soul, and you don't want to be fighting against a soul.
And if you get this, we can get some takedowns. It could be a Baron as well. We'll be spawning quite shortly. Whew. Okay, there's so much tension. 35 minutes of a game, and this could be ending very shortly. As YNZ make the advance through the mid lane, but PG are quite well prepared with the flank. It's all or nothing middle. It's all or nothing, and they just don't want to fight yet.
And just a reminder, if PG get the win here, then they've got to play another game after this, so the journey is not over. Eloha getting pulled in, getting himself out of there, and YNZ is dancing a little bit more flustered than we've seen from them before. Maybe that's decisive nature falling away a little bit. Eloha being jumped onto by Harry. Lucian not dealing as much damage to the Ornus as he would have liked. There's a big engage coming through from Bernard, and Burkus going onto the backline has been completely split open. YNZ are on the run as Asper causes chaos. Eloha is going to be taken down on the front line, and in the back line, the Swain is turbo chilling. 4 kills for PG. Husky Rider will get nothing as the Lamb's Respite keeps Pitcher alive, and with that ace, PG will take down YZ and send us to game 3.
I don't think they're even going to take the dragon. It's like, okay, why will I do that if I can just open the base? Just that. You know, it's a 5-man right now with no one alive from YNZ, and PG showing us that you know, just even if you lose the first game, just like DMB did, you kind of still take this away.
Yeah, a lot has been learned for PG, and I think YNZ learned a lot as the team from Poland take the second game, tie us up 1 apiece. Game 3. Oh, baby. I'm very, very excited.
I'm excited too. I wonder what we're gonna do this game because in this one, P, you were like, okay, maybe this last chance to show up. So we're gonna be bringing the Swain, the Kindred picks that we're comfortable with. But there's a third game. Like that might not fly by anymore. Like YNC already know that you're capable of. They seeing you play. So yeah, I don't know, Middle. Like many things could happen.
Yeah, I think the key thing for PG this game is that they got to activate their win condition. We said that when it comes to the team fights, they're just going to be that little bit stronger, and that's what ended up happening. The issue, though, is that they got that win in around about 36 minutes. YNZ got their win in 22 minutes. It's clear which of these teams is more decisive in their victories, but going into game 3, it's PG that are going to have the momentum. They just got the victory. YNZ will be scrambling to try and keep themselves alive in the competition.
Indeed. So again, it's a matter of how they're gonna. I'm sure they're gonna have a talk about after this game. In this little break, they're gonna be like, okay, so what can we do? If we lose, we are out. If we win, we still have another game to go through. Not best of 3. For the qualification match, it's going to be a lot of things going on through their minds right now, and it's going to be the same for us. So in order to process all the information, we're going to be taking a short break and be back with the third game of this best of 3. So see you soon.
I see your face everywhere. When I'm going out, you'll be there. 'Cause everything reminds me of you. I can't take no more. Girl, I think I'm losing my mind. Try to go to work, but I lost track of time. 'Cause everyone keep looking like you. I can't take no more. I miss your touch from your hands and your body. It hurts so much to think of you with someone else. Can't get enough when you're sweet talking to me. Now I'm talking sweet all by myself. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. What you need from me, need your love on me, put your love on me. I'ma do everything for you. I don't want anyone but you. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. Can we stop the clock and rewind? Go back to that moment in time. When you say you want me for life, was it all a lie? I gave my all to deserve ya, begging on my knees just to
honest with you. Like, after that game one, I was anticipating that PG would be able to bring it a little bit closer in game two, and that maybe we'd see YNZ have to close out a game in a bit less rapid of a fashion. Maybe there's a couple of fights that PG take close, but YNZ sub 30 minutes should still be the expectation. Absolutely not. PG came out with an absolute vengeance in game two. Did take them some time to get going, to get over the line, but able to take the win, puts them in great stead coming through into this game three. There's a bit of me that is looking at that last game and thinking YNZ still had a lot of opportunities to win that. And maybe they'd be favoured coming into this third game, but PG have got every chance of getting the win, getting the series and qualifying for that qualification match.
Exactly. By the way, wow, I don't know. It's like only two teams can make it. Like, if it were for me, I will give it to PG and Y and Z right now. Like, be like, okay, you both can play. Like, just move forward. But at the same time, no other games have been going on right now. I know UCAM is still in the run to potentially make it to the qualification match. So I gotta hold my pride right here. You know. It's going to be difficult saying goodbye to one of
I mean, so I've just checked on Leaguepedia. Currently 1-0 down in their series versus YPG. So all the Spanish fans, you've got to be crossing your fingers, praying for UCAM right now. I mean, it's fine, right? It's fine, right? The Germans are also down 0-1 right now, so neither of our nations have really been able to pop off the way that we would have liked. But Turkey and Poland have got some fantastic representatives in the two teams that we've been seeing in this series, and I think it's such a shame that one of them is going to have to go home after this.
And talking about some other games going on, your other team, DMU, is actually tied with LDL right now. So they're also going to a third game. Today, I feel like the teams have stepped up and been like, we can't let this go, we can't let this happen, including PG and YNZ. Like, if you look at these two teams within out of this context, you will think this is an upper bracket kind of game.
Yeah. At
least the second one. The first one, not so much. But the second one, yeah, it was super high quality. And yeah, it's sad saying goodbye to one of them.
And I'm so glad that's what we ended up getting, because after seeing PG come through, they were in that qualification match versus BUH, and I was like, okay, this is the team that nearly qualified into the playoffs, but they fixed it up, they turned it around for game two. In terms of any specific champion picks that I want to see focused on, Husky Riders Viego, please take it away. He is way too good on that champion. He made it way too close last game. Okay, PG, don't get complacent here. You got the W, but you've still got to close out this series.
Well, either Viego, or you can go for the opposite strategy. Like, okay, let Viego open, but make sure the rest of the players can be playing those super strong champions. Sort of like, if you can't cut him out, cut the others. It's very easy to just ban Viego. But so far, he's not in here. Just Talia, Bod, and Raven being left out. And Kindred now. But no Viego. Sorry, middle.
Diego. Maybe we'll see it in this last ban here. I like the respect that YNZ are throwing towards Pitchers. Kindred had much more impact than he did on the Gragas in game one. Did like a tremendous carry threat. Zori was a big issue for PG last game. Maybe, in my opinion, not as much as the Viego, but I can definitely understand taking that away from the hands of Fresh Killer. Gragas B1, wouldn't be surprised once again.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, I feel like I'm watching sort of the same conversation again and again, which is not the case, but with the Gragas we picked in first place sort of gives me that feeling. In this case, that switch between Shaya and Gragas have been like, okay, that's good if you want to YNC, but pick Shaya if you feel so confident. Many bot laners were actually left to be banned in the second stage of the ban phase, but in this case, there are many options open. Not again.
I mean, if they keep leaving it open, Husky Rider's going to keep picking it. And now, without the Kindred, I'm intrigued to see how PG actually ends up counteracting this, because that Lamb's Respite, it wasn't really that super impactful. It felt like in the previous game, in terms of denying those resets away from the Viego, but it's still a tool that could have been available should PG have found themselves in that situation. But I'm more worried about what Husky Rider could do in the early game with this pick, opening up into skirmishes, and this Thresh, which is... We've seen it a few times over the course of UEM. It looks very, very strong right now, and it's a great pick for securing you kills alongside the Viego.
Well, it's a great pick if you at least are able to land the keys, the sentences. That's definitely a way to do it. I think that was like, I didn't see any particularly amazing lanterns, anything like that. It was just mostly like, okay, can he get the proper engage going on for his team? So I think the pick fullback, because I think he's a very mechanical kind of player. He does very well in this kind of setups. So it was upon this choice. On the other hand, PG going over for Shaya. Rakan is still open if they wanted to get that going down in the bot lane. And still, like, you were talking about what you wanted to see PTR playing, and now that, you know, Kindred is not there, Talik is not there either, and he must have looked really strong for YNC to ban her.
Yeah, and the thing for me is that PG's draft is looking a little bit too normal right now. Gragas, Xayah, those are good champions. Leona as well is sort of always like meta adjacent. Right, the engage potential that she brings is completely ridiculous, but Xerath is a champion that we don't see too often. Could be going to Fresh Killer in the mid lane. Blinding this champion is pretty risky though.
It is. But I'm looking forward to see what they can do. I haven't seen Assured like in long time.
A while.
In a while. I haven't seen sure in a while. But I'm also very interested in the dynamic between Leona and Fresh. I know that they usually get paired up against each other, basically because the time when Fresh uses the Q onto your AD carry, let's say, do you as Leona can use a Zenith Blade and just, you know, bring the fight from 2 versus 1 to a 2 versus 2, so that evens the equation a little bit. But talking about evening things out, it's time to ban 2 champions per team. Jinx is out, Vega is out, and so is Pantheon.
Yeah. It's not so much a 2v2 in bot lane when it's Leona. It's more like the Thresh lands the hook and Leona is like, okay, I'm going to go and 1v1 your enemy AD carry now. You could just kind of do that. But yeah, you're right. And quite often in these engaged-based bot lane support matchups, the team that engages first is quite often the team that ends up losing because the enemies just turn around and focused fire onto whoever's out of position. So that's going to be a really interesting dynamic to track, especially with that Jinx off the board here for P-Gods. Intrigued to see what he's going to go to. The Kai'Sa can pair quite nicely with these pick-based supports that offer a little bit of CC, so you can get those extra plasma stacks and get a bit more damage down.
Well, there it goes, Kai'Sa with Fresh in the bot lane. I think both teams know that this could be once again the last chance for them to do this, at least to qualify directly for playoffs. And that just, you know, putting all the cards on the table. Now it's PG's time. It's going to be Swain again there in the mid lane. It worked quite well last game, so why not bring it out again?
Yeah, and I mean, so Asper is going to be outranged in the laning phase quite significantly by Fresh Killer, so we'll have to see if that's something that YNZ are able to leverage to their advantage. But I'm looking across the board and I'm thinking there's not really anyone that can kill this this Swain super easily, right? The Kai'Sa, if she's in range of the Swain, she's probably taking more damage than she's dealing to him. And with the Wukong paired up as well, PG have once again built themselves an amazing team fight composition. If we end up in another position where we've got both teams grouped as 5, PG are going to be very, very happy to close it out. And once more, YNZ going for something a bit more ethereal in terms of its goals, a little bit more eclectic, right? You've got this dive from the Xayah and the Thresh and the Olaf here with the Xerath providing the poke, and I guess Viego wanting to dive in, get into resets. There's something there. But in terms of a 5-person unit, I think PG have got the advantage in that state.
Ooh, I'm very interested in seeing what they will be able to do with this. Because, as you were saying, PG more teamfight oriented, right? So I think it's more focused on getting individual kills, especially with Olaf and Viego. So who will be able to get to that objective of taking the game away from the Irish Luchetta? No, actually, who will be able to take the game away? The question that remains to be answered. But I'm looking forward to this early game. Like, I just want to see Olaf doing something. I want to see YNC just recovering that momentum and sort of get on par with PG in the 10.
Well, because the thing with Olaf is that there are actually two champions called Olaf in League of Legends, if you weren't aware. There is one which goes 3 kills at 5 minutes, 40 CS up, crushes enemy top laner, completely makes the game unplayable for the enemy team. And then there's the other Olaf. Same skin, looks very similar, apparently has the same abilities, but they just don't seem to do any damage. He ends up going 0-4 and it ends up being completely useless the entire game. So something that YNZ will want to play towards, especially with the lack of Enchanter. You don't have anything that can babysit the Olaf once we get into the mid game and provide him with that additional power. So once more, YNZ relying on getting out of the gates pretty quickly in this third and final game of the series.
The turnaround, I was also thinking about Olaf. I was like, it's the kind of Olaf that uses the Berserker to use Runaway. The ultimate to run away instead of actually being proactive and chasing enemies. It reminds me of the Nas we were seeing yesterday, like using that ulti to actually get away from the fight rather than doing anything for the team. Oh well, hopefully we'll see the good kind of Olaf here for Loha today. We see just how they're going to be starting off the game. And I think both Gragas and Vigo are aiming for the bot lane start, bot side of the jungle start. So maybe something will happen in the mid lane a little bit sooner than expected.
Potentially. I mean, you can do some pretty spicy stuff on Gragas and on Viego. You can do the classic Gragas 3-camp into bot lane gank, which when you've got a Leona, I mean, you're going to want to gank that lane. Viego can also do some stuff involving camp skips as BG running into YNZ here at the level 1, but giving absolutely as good as they got in terms of damage.
I mean, at the very end, this lane is going to be very focused on like I think, okay, so the thing for me here is why Burkers, like if you're playing for PG right now in this bot lane, you sort of need to build a wall to put minions in between you and the enemy so that Burkers can't land a hook. So that is going to be very interesting to see how they manage these waves coming up. So far, you can see that they're playing sort of carefully around that, see the curve made by the minions. But if Burkers is not afraid to get in there at all, as we're seeing he is, that could be it's going to be turned a little bit grimy for PG.
It could be, and this mid lane matchup is one that is going to be really interesting to track as well. But in the bot lane, like we said, Pitcher doing that 3-camp could be looking at making a gank happen. We had some intriguing, interesting pathing from him in the second game of this series, and he was able to get advantages off that. For the time being, he's spending a lot of time here. P-God and Burkers, I think, recognizing that they could be in danger. Instead, the Gragas is going to move towards the top side of the map, so a lot of invested time and not much gained for it.
No, it's just nothing is really paid off here. Maybe now.
Yeah, getting the mid lane gank, getting a load of damage onto Thresh Killer. A couple of autos would surely finish off the Xerath. First blood for Asthma. Husky Rider. Just in a bush there, if you see on the minimap, backing away. Not going to go for an extended play.
Yeah, but I think this is the start. This is the start we've seen the past 2 games, where PG get the first kill and then something happens either in the favor or not in the favor. So it all depends on Husky Rider. Now you can see that they know what he is. They've got the information. He's gonna group up with the Loha and maybe try to find something around this enemy jungle, but he could get face to face with Pitilla. Don't think so though. I think the parts are gonna cross. I think Pitilla is just gonna go over to the blue and be like, is this not there? Like, where did it go?
It's gone. It's
gone.
It's disappeared. And I mean, this is what you can do, right? When you've got an Olaf tough, he's usually going to be getting shoved in the early game, and that gives Husky the priority to move over into that jungle and take away that blue buff, which is going to be great. But unfortunately, for YNZ. Mid lane is getting ganked by an entire squad of people. Asthma getting his second kill of the game, and hey, PG getting to an early advantage. We haven't really said that too much.
Yeah, that's new. That's good to hear. You can see also how YNC could be getting dropped in the bot lane quite shortly, as 3 team members for PG are roaming, retaining to his part here. So they're not looking for gank or anything, they're just looking to get some sort of pressure around the dragon pit. The dragon will be spawning quite soon. And so far, things are looking out for the Polish team.
No, they're looking pretty damn good. Top lane is currently presenting an issue, as ELO has managed to build up a not insignificant amount of CS over Brodart. Again, it's Olaf. This is just kind of what he does. The real test, though, is going to be how much can YNZ actually get off this pressure in the top lane. They've already stolen away a blue buff, that's great, but I want to be seeing Rift Heralds taken based off this pressure. I want to see rotations into mid lane occur based off this pressure. Getting an isolated lead is great, but getting a lead that benefits your team is even better.
Indeed. So again, we need team play from these two teams, and it's going to start off with collaborating on taking down this Inferno Dragon. We saw PG just setting up base around here, but they're going to be just in time to maybe try and steal it. 2 versus 3 coming on.
Oh, yeah, and actually the steal comes out. Pitya, Smite Key a little bit better than his opposite number. Asthma here, only level 5 on the Swain, will be shut down, and Husky Rider picks up his corpse and is actually going to be able to get Radula as well. Over aggressive from PG, a double for P-God, maybe even more for the Turkish side. They're going to be finding out Pitya. Husky Rider flashing away over the wall. The Gragas able to slam himself out of there.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to end up picking up Leona, so I mean, maybe it wasn't the best thing ever to try and get another kill onto Gragas, but hey, it scored a good result for YNZ. This play that turned around from PG, Sun the Dragon to YNC, sort of being able to chase them down into the bot lane. As you said, PG being quite aggressive. I think they felt they were in a very good spot in the game, and they maybe could try to exploit that a little bit, but it didn't end up turning out that way. YNC are very good at doing that, and they've given 2 kills to P-God on Kaiser, so we need to start being careful.
And it's an interesting place for the goal to be, because P-God, I feel like, has been one of the quieter members of YNZ throughout this series, right? It's been about that fresh Husky duo making things happen, but considering your mid lane has already died a couple of times, and like you mentioned, P-God has got those 2 kills in inventory as well as a minus CS lead. The Kaiser being set up as the main carry in this game, at least in the early stages for YNZ.
Indeed, so it's just a matter of building that up. Talking about building up, look right now at Radula here, waiting in the corner, maybe trying something while his teammates are fighting here in close to the mid lane. Oh!
He got Cleanse flashing away, very, very smart. Henry still continuing to play. Radula maybe not anticipating that. A small bit of miscommunication from the PG bot lane, and no, they get the shutdown, but they're all going to die for it. They're all going to die for it. A double for Fresh Killer.
I mean, say it's worth it. Like, you get 2 for 1, and look how they're able now to push the wave here into the enemy bot lane. You know, Shaya and Leona are not doing so well. They're having many issues to get through this lane in this stage. True, Shaya ended up getting 1 kill during that Dragon team fight, but that was about it. And now these allows backers to feel quite comfortable to roam here into the mid lane, accompanying Fresh Killer.
Yeah, Pitra and Atmos trying to find their, or Asthma trying to find their own duo, but the roam from Burkus, flash death sentence going wide, but here comes the Olaf, and Asthma has to get out of there as quickly as possible. Change of focus now, chasing down Radula. The Leona also burning defensive summoner spells. YNZ, they don't get any kills, but they get a lot of flashes. The turnaround, though, coming out from Brodart. The Cyclone blows away YNZ. 2 kills for PG.
Okay, that was very unfortunate for INC. They were making their way out after not wanting to commit any further into the potential additional play. They will do so now, though.
Asthma, oh, he walks into the stun. Swain is very, very low, chased under the tower by Husky Rider. It's going to be a 1-for-1, and hey, more gold for Asthma. He's not going to be complaining about that.
Nope. No, he should be chilling. He should be quite happy about it. Like, sort of, okay, what goes around, a moment for him. But you're living Berkers and Shred sort of just chilling in the mid lane. And I'm seeing sort of the same thing done last game. Like, the tower game is just, it's not that important when it comes to the team strategies. The towers are sort of an afterthought. Okay, I get the healers now. I can't open up the towers, but it's not the main thing that they aim for.
Yeah, you don't really worry about. And I just want to give credit to Brodart, as we might be seeing engaged. I don't know. I want to give credit to Brodart. Like, he's survived this lane. There's very few people who can say that they've gone 10 minutes versus an Olaf, and whilst he is down in terms of CS, he's got that kill to bring the gold total a little bit closer, and Eloha hasn't really been able to pressure the tower too much. This Wukong top lane pick, something we don't really see all too often, really working out for PG in the third game of this series.
And I'm glad about it, even though that is making Loha have a lot of roaming potential, because Vulcan needs to basically clean up the wave and resetting it to, just pay attention to anything else, at least at this time in the game. But Aloha should be able to do it, as we can see here. He's going to be roaming around a little bit, getting additional experience, living that mid lane, lane. And it seems like most of the action is happening here in the bot lane, as the Infernal Dragon has spawned. There we go, they're taking it away. It's not Infernal though.
Hex Tech Drake, it's a little bit of misidentification from the Rift Masters. Husky Rider pulled back the lantern there, should he need it. Will instead stay in the harrowed path. Here comes Fresh Killer, hook there onto Radula, but it's Husky Rider dying right at the start of the fight. A double for the Swain, but here comes Eloha, here comes the right of the Arcane, firing out the damage. It's 3 kills for Asthma as it stands, and P-God cannot escape the Swain. The Rylai is way too powerful. A rampage kill as Fresh Killer will get a shutdown and will be forced to flash away. PG's mid laner well and truly on top in the play.
Asthma just stepping up. It doesn't matter that the rest of the team members are having the best time of their lives in this game. Particularly, you can see that what we're talking about Vulcan Zone, because he just can't do it by himself. It doesn't matter. He's right okay with this situation. Now, for YNC, this was a little bit of a misstep. Let's see if they can take it back here.
Oh no, Fresh Killer. Very, very grateful for Burkus there, stood in his pocket. And I think an intriguing thing there for me is that Brodart just didn't join that play at all, right? He has burnt that TP to get back to the mid lane, anticipating another play, but Eloha was down there, and that CS lead has been evened up, basically, by the Wukong, and he's going to be able to provide a lot of power in these mid-game fights. There's no contestation over this Drake again. PG able to take their second of the game.
PG, to be honest, they've been quite good at taking objectives away from YNC, no matter the result of the game. This is not going to be any different. And you can see that going back to the bot lane, and YNC didn't have a wave to really do anything about it. Like, they can't just plan anything around this. But look at Husky Rider. He's getting pinged by the blue team. They know where he is. They might try to find something here.
They could. I mean, you've got a Night Harvester on Pitter and a defensive ultimate from the Viego. You don't want to be going backwards with that, and PG have only gone forwards throughout this series. Now in a prime position to push through with this Rift Herald and grab a little bit more gold. Intriguing build coming out here from Asper. Has got a Warden spell in inventory and a couple more cloth armors, so taking down this Swain is going to be nigh impossible for YNZ.
That's going to be a nightmare, but then again, well, Swain is a little bit based around that demonic ascension, like it's a champion that is generally meant to be very fair and easy, and I think that's what happened to YNC. I'd be scared too. They haven't really been able to do against it. Like, they can cut holes around him. They can get takedowns on everyone else in his team. But if you are not able to take down Swain, then you are in for a very rocky game. So maybe they can find something else to do, because right now it feels like that playing something that might not happen.
Yeah, I think generally PG have sort of got a bit of durability on their composition. I've been really impressed by Brodarts, the fact that he's kind of just winning the lane now. Burkus needs to be very careful, does get a flayback and flashes away from the solar flare. Fast fingers on the YNZ support, but it's still PG applying pressure in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it was like the use of the box right there. It was very properly timed. So yeah, that they got that going on for themselves. And now there's a lot of attention as well going on into the top side of the map, particularly from Husky Rider, going together with Loha, getting a few enemy camps. And maybe, why not, try and gank Brodart, who's been very quiet, having a nice day in his top lane.
I think it's just been chilling there for the most part, but Husky Rider going to be taking a reset instead. We're still waiting for the first tower of the game to pull down, and once the map does open up a little bit more, I imagine that engages will be a bit more fruitful, because it's hardly like these teams don't have engage. Eloha just wants to run at people on the Olaf, and if there are less towers on the map, he's got more ability to do that, and PG have got ultimates aplenty that can get fights started.
Indeed, but it isn't happening, Jen. What's happening is the gold piling up for PG. Oh my gosh, Loha. Oh.
Okay, well, Wukong well and truly winning the top lane matchup now. That's not something that YNZ will want to see. They might not mind this bot lane tower going down, rather. First turret blood onto P-God, who is having a decent time on the Kai'Sa.
Luke, the jungler for YNC, leaves a way open for his teammates to get away in case PTA was planning something. I wonder what they're going to do. Next dragon is spawning 1.5 minutes, and it already seems like that, finding some proper positions to take it away.
Rangela needs to be very careful. Dark passage, Hunky Raider in. The hook misses, but it should have matched. Actually, Harry able to turn around with a kill. P-God diving under the tower to get one. The Xayah into the sky will finally die 2v2 in the bottom lane.
Indeed, actually, not only 2v2, but 2-4-2. Both lanes go down, and this means that PG is very comfortable knowing that no one is going to be coming here. They're focusing on something else. They take down the second tower of the game and opening the mid lane more and more. They'll be allowing for the Herald to hit another headbutt on the turret.
But will PG regret that? Aspro's being jumped onto. There's not too much damage coming out from Eloha as he's going to focus his attention onto Pitya and die. Yeah, this Olaf really hasn't gotten to where he needs to, as Pitya is exactly where he wants to be, in the middle of everybody, causing a ruckus. An unstoppable kill for Astma, as Burkus is going to be focused down. P-God cannot escape, and in Game 3 of the series, PG are showing us what we've been waiting for.
Well, PG's got the perfect opportunity to actually take down the tower, maybe even the inhibitor, the shortest respawn time being right now for Loha. He'll be reappearing, but PG have been able to take this to do quite a good job. Now all the turrets are open, you can take them away from no contest, as well as these Inferno Dragons. So the Polish team looking really, really strong.
Yeah, and I can't believe that we were so little time ago questioning whether PG would be able to come back into this series. Well, past me, you're an absolute idiot. They absolutely can. After that protracted, prolonged, difficult, dangerous Game 2 victory, now in Game 3, things a lot more comfortable. Third Drake, over 4,000 gold to the goods.
Ooh.
They're the team who are currently in prime position to make it to that qualification match.
Indeed, YZ needing to get them up to a speed. They might get something here.
Yeah.
Okay. Rolla. Okay, that's something. Maybe it's none of the players that have bounty on their heads, but it's something that's still like, it's a good support. He's been doing very well.
Husky Rider, I'm not sure you want to fight this, buddy. I'll tell you what, Burkus on the Thresh, these dark passages have been vital for keeping the members of YNZ alive when they go a little bit further forward than the Thresh cares for. and PG have done a great job at opening up the map. There are no outer towers left standing for YNZ, but still the Turkish team happy to push into this jungle, happy to apply some pressure. Even though they're down in this game, they are down in this series, they are not out.
Indeed, there's always something that you have to fight for, and they're gonna keep on doing that. I think that the kind of team that gives up so easily, they want to repeat the experience from last year, except maybe within this time. And the mid-lane PG is making it quite difficult for them. And this game, they still have that strength within themselves. They just need to find it. If you notice Husky Rider, this game, his role has been quite different to the last one. Last one, it was him and Zoe who were sort of carrying. For YNZ, this time it's Fresh Killer and P-God, the ones who are doing that. And P-God honestly has been given a lot of difficulties by from PG to actually do anything else from 15 minutes onwards. So yeah, maybe they can find some openings here now that the Baron is being looked at.
Yeah, they're trying to get one onto Asthma, and actually, the Swain already pretty damn low, 3 items, but it doesn't feel like it. He's godlike. Never mind. I'm sorry for questioning you, Asthma. Finally goes down, but not before he gets a triple kill. And PG will chase Husky Rider away. They move back over to the Baron, and they are very, very close to that qualification match now.
Oh, that's Sony has been on cooldown. Then this could have been a certified kill for YNZ. But, you know, just was it's there for him to use it. And now this means they can take the Baron. They've got quite a few lanes open. You can see Brodak pushing there in the bot lane. And no one's really there to just do anything about it. P-God has just respawned Loha doing his slow now, but they've lost this such important objective.
Yeah, and how great would it be if this series ends up mirroring itself? YNZ, dominant game 1 victory. PG make it close in game 2 and sneak a win, whereas PG in game 3, well, they're 8k gold ahead at 21 minutes. They are the ones in the driver's seat. They are the ones who are dictating the play and what YNZ are able to do. And so much of this has come from Asthma. This Swain pick has been immense in the way that it has completely changed the very dynamic of this series.
Absolutely. If they are doing this now, I wonder what they'll be able to do in next games if they do qualify for the qualification match. But just now, you can see Wise in the bot lane trying to get Pete here.
Needs to be careful. P-God has a load of damage, and that shutdown going to benefit him massively. But PG are pushing with a Baron buff in the mid lane. Asmo is going to be chasing down P-God on the bottom side. Hook connecting there in the mid lane. But they're not going to be able to find anything off it. Actually, Radula dying. Okay, so PG sacrificing a couple of people to get that mid lane tower. P-God getting the objective bounty on the bottom lane, trying to close up that gap as much as he can.
Indeed, now the next dragon is going to be spawning quite soon. It's going to be Chemtech Dragon, so this will be a very highly sought after objective.
Yes. P-God. Spoiler alert. Harry can just one-shot you there, apparently.
Oh no, come on.
And that's massive, right? P-God, 3 items completed, but he's not going to be alive when that Drake spawns. And if PG get a Chemtech Soul, then very difficult to see a way back into this game for YNZ.
That's what it seems like. I'm not really finding a safe comeback, a safe threat to actually come from that situation that they've been thrown into. And now it's PG who's got the paid control. True Husky Rider is there, but you know, I don't think he can do much about it.
There's no way. I mean, he's gone into that hard path. He's going to be looking for the steel, charging up the Spectral Maw, not finding it. And ulting away to relative safety, but not before Harry will flash over the wall, follow him down, get a killing spree. PG, with a man advantage on the Rift, can look to push.
Well, there it goes. It's going to be a good moment for PG. It's going to be a good time for PG to keep on his split pushing. Moving mostly towards the bot lane, just stacking together because the mid lane has already been opened. And YNZ now are just like potentially facing the last minutes of this game. it's a 4 versus 4 at this point with Viego is phoning right now, but they've got such a grasp on them.
Yeah, Rodart can TP down should his team require him, although he might require his team a little bit in the top side as he's being 1v2'd. Able to survive and actually turn it back around onto P-God, firing out with those plasma sacks to shut down the Aloha. PG fighting in the base of YNZ, and how much can they take? Pitya is absolutely immovable in that front line. The inhib will be falling down. Now the evacuation will be successful. Death sentences, Spectral Maws dodged away from. Body slam onto the Thresh to try and turn it back around. Burkers taken out by Harry, and the Zaya is unleashed. Husky Rider gets a corpse, gets killed for a double. And PG continuing to play, getting a little bit over-aggressive. And a shutdown for Aloha shows that YNZ are not going down just yet.
No, they refuse to do it. So the base has been open, the inhibitors are down, they don't give up just yet. Now the real issue is that do not have any real objectives to fight for right now. It's very risky to go for Baron play because the timers are not that long for PG. Also, not really in towers to push right now because the waves are just being walked on this time. So it's all a matter of maybe recovering for the next attack by PG and just praying for them to not be successful, or at least be too overconfident.
You're crossing your fingers, you're crossing your toes, you're crossing absolutely everything that ends up being the case. PG, they've not really been able to push this gold lead as much as they would like, and this pause is absolutely fantastically timed. 1 minute to go until the Baron, which could result in the final fight. PG in the advantage, but YNZ still in this game, still in this series, not willing to give up on what looks certain for them after game 1.
No, and I feel like this game could be going on for, like, maybe not 35 minutes, but at least 4 more minutes. Just thinking of what this could mean, I will say something. The pauses can really mess up with your mindset. Like, you're playing, you're very concentrated on what you're doing, you know what you want to focus, and suddenly someone pauses, and you're like, oh, taken out of the immersion in a way.
You just there. You've got all this sort of emotion within you, this adrenaline pumping, like you're in the final game of a series, and that is going to conjure up a lot of feeling, whichever side of this game that you are on, and to just be sitting in that for a period of time is unpleasant, can be unpleasant, and can unnerve you somewhat. And it's another one of those elements of competition that you don't really think about. Again, these people are human. These people can get nervous, can get frustrated, and being stopped from being able to play the game out at such a crucial point, it may be weighing on you a little bit.
Especially because if this was the first game, it's like, okay, we're still like testing the waters, but it's the third game. One of these teams is gonna go back home, and that is just giving you that feeling of they must be so tense right now. But hey, we're gonna go back to the game. They can relax. Oh, just the opposite right now. Why is he planning the comeback?
That they are. It's going to be difficult to recover from it, 2 inhibitors down, especially when we've got a Baron spawning in 40 seconds. Whoever's going to be clearing out those waves on the bottom half of the map is going to take a long time to get towards the Baron pit with no teleports available. So YNZ, they find themselves in a pretty damn rough spot.
Indeed, that's going to be the situation going on. But hey, maybe they can find some pick kills on top of PG, particularly on top of Asthma. Take him out of the game for 1 minute, and that will be enough for them to build something. But right now it's time to retreat back to base, because you know PG are coming for that sweet victory, and they won't stop until they get it.
Yeah, and this topside jungle is just lit up like a Christmas tree right now. There it is. Very little vision that YNZ have. I believe they have just got a little ward towards the entrance of the river, but regardless, the two-person Baron comes through from PG and YZ. They either don't know or they don't care. Right at the arcade, very, very close from actually stealing that one away, but fundamentally still a Baron for PG. With that Chemtech Drake on their back, do they want to try and end this with that Soul Baron combo, or wait for the Elder and have absolutely everything before they go for the push?
I think the option is going to be the first one. This is why I wait for the Elder when you can't just finish the game right now, but why they are not going to make it this any easy. Everyone is here at the base looking for the final, potentially final moments of this game, and while they're not just fighting each other directly so far, but just yet, it's all a matter of seconds, middle.
This mid lane wave is going to come through now from PG. Double super minions with the Baron buff are so difficult to defend against, and the minion waves are going to be streaming into the base of YNZ in but a moment. Burkus getting a hook onto Asthma and taking him reasonably low. The demonic ascension still available as Brodart dives into the backline with a huge cyclone, but gets killed before he can contribute anything more. And YNZ at their base, at the death, find a kill. Eloha running for his life, gets pulled back into the waiting arms of Pitya. A 1-for-1 right of the arcade, a double for the Gragas and P-God. Isolated on the wrong side of things, shut down. It's 3 kills for PG, the health bars are low. It's a 3v3 for PG, the health bars still low. Fresh killer on the Xerath with so much poke, so difficult to withstand. Harry forced to go into the sky, gets stunned there, cleanses that one away, but if you look by the Nexus, Pitya is just trying to end it. It's him and Burkus in a 1v1. There are so many damn minions, and PG turn the series around, reverse sweep, and send themselves to the qualification match.
YNC fighting till the last second. This game, it was so close. They took down Asthma, but they were too far away from their own base to actually do anything. PG doing an amazing job at flanking them, making sure they couldn't get back to the front end. And it's PG who gets away with this best out of 3. They're going to be making it to the qualification match. We're still pending knowing who will be the rivals in that one game, but they're just one best of 3 away from getting to playoffs.
I don't think it matters. Like PG, like they must have plot armor or something at this point, because that was an incredible series from them. And you saw like at the end that YNZ absolutely pushing them every single step of the way. When the game ends, purely from an overwhelming swarm of minions taking it down the Nexus as the last 2 are left duking it out, you know that it's been a banger series, and it absolutely has. And we said before this game that we'd be sad to see either of these teams go home. Unfortunately, that is going to be YNZ, but massive congratulations to PG, especially after how demoralizing that game 1 must have been, able to come back, reverse sweep the series, and send themselves within a hair's breadth of qualifying for the playoffs of UEM.
And very deservedly so. Like, the pathing we're following here, we were thinking YNC, of course, they faced AEH, they took a game away from them, but PG, well, like, excuse me, I also played against one of the qualified teams. I can do this too, and they've done it. They've done it. They actually, if you think about it, they've taken down the 2 Turkish teams.
I mean, they've just painted themselves like there's a target on their back for next year. I'm 100% sure. Or maybe we see one of those teams make their way through the last chance qualifiers and have a game against them. Regardless, though, I think that PG have shown themselves to be a really great team. I think they might be a bit reliant on a couple of picks, but we'll have to see how they adapt through the rest of the tournament.
Well, we're going to be waiting here for the next game to take place. Remember, this is the qualification match that we're going to be watching. But first, we're going to toss it to a short break. So keep on watching. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Bye.
Only thing showing this late be the freak show. Call for your come, I be checking through the peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contacts. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact. Only thing showing this late be the freak show. peephole. Everything closed, it's late, but your contact. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact. Baby, live it up, you know the work week coming. Turn it into profit, so the hurt means something. Shine on the competition, shawty, that's easy. Cuban on the collar, so the next stay freezy. Fresh white tee, ain't good, no stains. Swinging in the rental, got it hogging both lanes. Quarantine clean, but the streets still dirty. Round to the 9 if it's past 8:30. I've been on my grind like I'm tryna get sharp. It ain't come with keys, all I did is hit start. I ain't even plan it, but it still. Car full of baddies, got me playing fifth wheel. Juke jammer, baby, got the party going up. I do what I wanna, I don't plan on growing up. See you slamming Henny and don't plan on slowing up. Call your boss and tell him you don't plan on showing up. Lungs full of gas with a handful of goals. Boys in a band, get a band for the shows. Stack it up tall till I stand on my toes. Come and get your man, he'll stand for the... I've been on M's, got him hopping on deep. Tell the bartender, get it popping on me. Know they see the vibe and I came up quick. See around the city on the same old... I've been really working and it's steady, got me buzzing. I've been getting money, now I'm everybody cousin. Waffle House run and it's back to the bed. Hit it from the back, pulling tracks from your head. Only thing showing this late be the freak show. Call for your come, I'll be checking through the peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contacts. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact. Only thing showing this late be the freak show. Call for your come, I'll be checking through the peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contact. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact.
Desert running dry on the tip of my tongue. I can taste your lies. How to measure the love you throw around. I could never hold you down. One of us will have to take a bow. Feeling you so close to make me drive around. Below, and I'm still here, I'm freezing cold, but I will wait, I hold my breath till I turn blue.
am, Greggy.
Poorly fabricated thoughts of judgment in a cluster. Drop kick 'em, drop victim life living. Don't drop love, it won't get 'em. Drop cops, disband prisons, break it all vicious, free fall. But don't let 'em at all odds with no heart. It's just obvious I can't do all of this now. All of this time got me wondering when I'ma stand on the ground. Cause I've been sitting in a free fall. Don't think I'm ever gonna land. They playing T-ball. I just hit a grand slam, life is seesaw. And I'm a heavyweight man, think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. But I've been stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands, begging for a chair, at least a place to rest my band. Pushing vocals for Barada, got no morals, got my partner by my side, even when I'm acting like a monster. Sorry that I ever got her. I wish I handled you with more heartfelt manners. My manners disappear constant. I blame it all on the world. Think I should focus my posture. No, my position is perfect. Repeat that like a mantra. So self-deceit like a guru. That's how I'm feeling, like constant imposter syndrome. I got that. I'm after something I locked in. I put myself in the boxes and stack alongside my awkward. Think it's time that we knock 'em and watch 'em topple it over. Yeah, this a free fall. Don't think I'm ever gonna land. They playing T-ball. I just hit a grand slam, think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. Yeah, this a free fall, don't think I'm ever gonna land. Life is seesaw, and I'm a heavyweight man. Think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. I made some bad decisions, let's call them learning moments. I'm my worst opponent. I said I didn't notice, only cause it hurt to notice. See, it was perfect for a second, till a minute turned a leap year and I couldn't hold it. It's all falling down, I dropped the hurt upon us. See the worst in every person, I'm my surface monster. Only show a half face, swing bashes for the bad days. Get lost at every pathway, someone save me from uncertain somethings. The whole world is broken. Humpty Dumpty got no pieces, he can put it back together. God is mad the weather, how we show his temper. Hurricanes, fires, plagues, and locusts think the world is falling. Someone catch it, please. All these catastrophes got me scared, all the love in me will atrophy. Dissolve the apathy, but think I'd rather be right here in this second. For it all falls down and I'm left with the embers. Yeah, this a free fall, don't think I'm ever gonna land. They playing T-ball. I just hit a grand slam, think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. Yeah, this a free fall, don't think I'm ever gonna land. Life is seesaw, and I'm a heavyweight man. Think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands.
Like the wind, you're like a butterfly. Need to be seen. You always need to fly. You always leave. You never tell me where. You need the wind, the wind. It always takes you there. Always the same routine in the morning. You always leave me without a warning. Without you here, babe, I'm feeling lonely. Come on and calm down my body, baby. I need your healing now, so don't leave. Spare me this feeling now, but it's okay now, as long as you're here. As long as I know you fly back to me, but it's okay now, as long as you're here. As long as I know you fly back to me. You're like a dream. You're like a waterfall floating downstream. feeling lonely. Come on and calm down my body, baby. I need your healing now, so don't leave. Spare me this feeling now, but it's okay now. As long as you're here, as long as I know, you fly back to me, but it's okay now. As long as you're here, as long as I know, you fly back to me, but it's okay now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, but it's okay as long as you're here. But it's okay now. As long as you're here, as long as I know, you fly back to me, baby. It's okay now.
Don't answer the phone, spending the days on my own, then repeats this for weeks to come. I don't care what I miss, 'cause my life is dismissed. I keep searching for my bliss. It took days to finally start writing songs, but now it's begun. I go oh 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 oh. I go oh 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 oh.
Ay, ay. Ay, ay. Look. Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Big flex, my swole up. Double cup and I'm pulled up. Hating like hold up. What's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up. Hard body, they fold up. Shorty say I done glowed up. Double text on my phone up. With your boy, I'm the man of the year. I'm not a fan of your peers. Serve him a fate, I'ma hand him the shears. He not the man of your peers. Heart of a lion, I'm trampling fears. I love the man in the mirror. Cry me a river to stand in the tears. You better stand in the clear. I'm going crazy, fugazi. How would they ever go with a kid? Put it on, baby. It do not faze me, boy. I do not give a what you did. Eating that kitty, she stuck to my rib. How can I trust him? He the pigs. Bro got a Glock and a couple of C's. He think about splitting a couple of wigs. Shotty my DNA all real. Sweatsuit all heel figure. And I ain't even gotta deal with you. If I ain't never split a bill with you. I got Hennessy and horchata. Baby girl wearing nada. Growing from a cider, bad robe in his Prada. Fiji water by the cold glass, granddaddy by the Ziploc. Flex season, I'm road running, I'm staying all on my tip top. Young man with an old mind, so I ain't worried about slight. I be up till sunrise, I'm staying out on my night shift. I got a bottle of bourbon, a bundle of honeys, I'm jiggy, I'm flexing it. Figured I hit it and quit it, I'm busy, I ain't got the minutes for texting it. Came from the gutter with me and my brother, I'm moving my mother right out of the city. I'm a star and they know I go hard, so I'm kissing them babies and signing them. Gold blingin' like Chingo, rock star like Ringo. Checks coming in back to back, I'ma line them up like bingo. Oh, I think that they like me, they be all on my wood tip. Not a stain on my white tee, I'm popping all of this good. Big flex, my swole up, double cup and I'm pulled up. Hating like hold up, what's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up. Hard body, they fold up. Shorty say I done glowed up. Double text on my phone up. Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, it ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you?
there, and welcome back to this last game of the day, last best of 3 to decide who'll make it to playoffs. It's the moment, it's the time to talk about this middle court. These teams have had the chance to play today, but only 2 will make it.
Yeah, and that qualification match we are bringing you this time is, well, it's pretty cool in terms of how the whole broadcast has worked, isn't it?
It is. We're going to be watching University Lyon from France playing against Esports Team 20 from the Netherlands. So neighboring countries, the flags, which will be my nightmare because I'm not good at differentiating between them, and they've got the same colours. So yeah,
I don't think the Netherlands is next to France.
No, I mean the flags, as in
the flags. Oh, the flags.
Yeah.
No, they have got very, very similar flags. That's true. I misheard you. But regardless of vexology in geography, 2 teams that we've seen, right? Esports Team 20 were our first matchup on stream yesterday, and they got 2-0. Pretty aggressively, pretty egregiously by AGH, but then they've made this unbeaten run through the lower bracket all the way to the qualification match with a chance to go to those playoffs.
Indeed, they fought back with teeth and claws, and they ended up making it. They took down, in the last game, the Germs from the UK, so sorry, middle court, that had to happen. Yeah, it's going to happen. You have to take down some teams to make it where you are. And on the other hand, University Lyon, we saw them winning today, actually, versus these schools, UCM from Spain. And then they took down DMU 2-1. So no UK teams in the run. If you want to discuss a little bit which countries are able to actually send teams over to playoffs right now. Well, you've got PE from Poland. You've got UCAM from Spain, who managed to come back from a bad start versus their rivals. You've got a French team, UDL, and you've got Esports Team 20 from the Netherlands.
Yeah, strong representatives, all in their own right. I believe we've seen each of these teams play, and we know that they can bring a lot of strong play to the fore. I'm intrigued to see how Esports Team 20 play though, because we've only really seen them lose on stream. We've only really seen the game be dictated to them. So I'm intrigued to see over these next few games what they bring out, what their sort of play style is, how they approach macro, and general laning strength. What can these players do when they're not just being bodied?
Well, apparently they can switch positions. That's what they do. I think they're also very intelligent. Given the roster that they've got, a 6-man roster, sort of, they are able to leave players to rest for one game and then come back later, which obviously means that you're going to be more fresh than if you just keep on playing for several hours straight. So, for example, QTKT, the usual support, for one game he became the top laner. Played on, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's the other team. That's UDL. Sorry, the Netherlands team, EC. They swapped in Dutrick to play support for them. He was usually 6-man, and now he's brought here. They've been doing some very interesting stuff. QTK, I was right. He played on for the game as a top laner. Yeah, they've just been swapping players in and out.
And that's cool. And obviously sometimes like people just aren't able to make it to their computers, but having that flexibility and having that sort of depth of roster is obviously very, very important. And I think we've seen it one or two times actually from UDL, right? And if you have that ability to import flexibility into your roster and therefore into the play styles that you can approach the game with, that is only a strength for you, and it means the enemy team has to sort of do twice as much work on one of those positions in order to really get it nailed down and really get the edge that they need to take you out.
Exactly, like if it was just one team, you'd be like, oh, quite interesting that they're able to swap up players. But for UDL, you were talking about it as well, they're able to swap Horn both into the mid and support position, which obviously gives Diddle, the actually sup, and the usual mid laner a chance to rest a little bit, to take a little bit of a break. And for NL, it's just 4 positions are up to contest. Top lane, both AV, carry, and support. So plenty of choices here. I think this is going to be a very interesting matchup. I've also seen some picks coming in from these two teams that are going to be really, really interesting to watch. Or rather interesting, it's going to be very entertaining, very, amusing.
Yeah, no, I'm really, really hyped on Zhangzid for UDL. He's had some consecutive very, very, very strong performances coming out of the mid lane. Quite understated a lot of the time in the way that he has been playing. It's been those longer range mages, but he always seems to come out of lane in a pretty decent spot. And then when it comes to team fights, he really starts to take control and take over. And so whilst for UDL, if you're looking at a main carry, I'd have to say that's Kasimi at the moment, because this guy is just ridiculous. Zhangzid alongside him provide a lot to this roster going up against their opponents today.
Not Aphelios again, please. Not Aphelios again. I've got nightmares for Aphelios. Like, I've seen that happening. Moonlight Vigil is like appearing here in the corner of my eye, and I see it happening. I can't do anything. It's just, no. I mean, to give credit to the player, he's played all the champions like Kalista, Shaya, and Sivir, so it's not like he's just a values one-trick ponying throughout the tournament. Obviously, he's got more resources going into this, and he does, so that's pretty worth of praise. I'm also looking a little bit. The top lane seems like the most standard lane in terms of picks. Like, you see on Gianni from time to time. I think Goldie, the top laner for UDL, did bring a little bit of flavor by bringing Johnny in that little bit more aggressiveness going into the top lane. So yeah, maybe we can see something like that to bring something different into these compositions.
Yeah, no, and I think that the ability to bring versatility is something that we've seen from the bottom side of esports teams Vente in this competition as well, in their matchup against Metu. We had a Veigar come out from mechanics, and I always love to see those sorts of mage picks coming down into the bottom lane, and that really just gives you that extra dimension, and it changes the way that you can draft, and it means you can go for heavy AD top side or an AD mid laner, right, and really flex your ability to draft and really confuddle your opponents.
Indeed, and this is something as well, talking about the mid lane, Clunky. They showed Karsadin during between yesterday and today, and this was the champion that he played most during last finals. I know we kept talking about last finals, but so far his legacy that Esports Team 20 have left in the tournament. As a second team participating, that is quite an interesting, important feature. And yeah, maybe that Karsadin could be the start of a new era for this team, when all the players have stayed at university and are still playing here.
I mean, it's an impressive feat, right? Their legacy has been at risk, right? This entire lower bracket run that they've gone through. But if there's any way to cement it, it's been by doing it completely flawlessly, not dropping a single game. And that really makes me have faith for this team coming into this matchup, because they have been facing down a massive shock in the context of the Amazon University Esports Masters with every game, with every series that they've played, but they've always come out on top. We've had some very, very good teams in this lower bracket that aren't here, that aren't going to be having the opportunity to qualify into the playoffs just yet. The teams that are remaining are really damn good.
Yeah, and if we think about it, it's like, if you just put it into perspective, all of these teams are the best, the respective countries, the respective leagues. It's like, not like, okay, these are the teams that qualify. No, these are the top of the top in Europe. So saying goodbye to any of them is very painful, because you know they deserve it. But well, here is just a matter of who can survive the longest, and also the resilience that it takes to play these games in the same day. So now we're gonna go straight into this first series, the last series, the first game for this series between ETC and UDL, and so far Riven and Kane being banned. Yeah,
that Kane has been a pretty regular ban against Sofian in the jungle for UDL, and then that Riven in the top lane for Amy Way, which shout out to Tom Sonic, former coach for ETT. He's just told me the pronunciation of a DM, so thank you very much, mate. But these are the sort of bans that have been leveraged against these teams, kind of throughout the day. The red side Yumi ban is a classic that we've been seeing. I'm not too surprised by anything we're seeing here.
Yeah, it's very makes sense. Like the Talia was taken out as hold during one of this game as a support, which I honestly will have enjoyed watching. But then we also have Shadia being left out. So many, the focus is a little bit scattered between the top lane and the bot lane, which is something that we're not really used to. They usually just focus or target one or two players. Vega also out. We've been seeing him in the mid lane, in the support role. So, well, a little bit of something here. Brightburn is going to be happy.
Yeah, well, and no, we touched on it, right? For mechanics, he's played it before. We can flex that into the bot lane position for Esports Team 20. Wukong going to be the initial pickup here for Gaboosh. Fairly standard pick, both in the context of the meta and both in the context of this player. I remember casting him back in 2021 in a few amateur tournaments, and this was the sort of style of champion that he was playing. So really, really good for him that this is the meta that we find ourselves in. UDL responding with a Sejuani here. That's probably going towards Goldie. Sofian has shown himself to be much more of a carry player.
Well, there we go. A support for Horner who's going to be taking the support role in this game. And we are going to be watching these as a very recurrent pick. I think Lulu providing that much utility into your composition just makes things easier for your carries to perform the way they have to and not focus so much on the minor details. Just, farm comfortably. Now we're looking at Blitzcrank for Cutie Katie. Okay, he played it today. It went well, so why not just play it again?
Yeah, absolutely. And what the cool thing about the Blitzcrank is it opens up the opportunity to go for a mage in the bot lane, because you end up playing with this kill lane essentially. The reason that you play a mage in the bot lane is because you can generally generate priority over a lot of the AD carries in that situation, and especially in these all-ins you can find a lot of power too. ETT not going to go for that option just yet. We're seeing another Ornn today. I know, Carbon, it just keeps happening, it just keeps getting locked in, but he's such a good pick. So much engaged potential, so much tankiness, so much frontline that UDL are going to need to burn through.
I know what I'm going to do. I know how I'm going to counter this situation. You know what? I'm going to pretend that Ornn is in the conversation. I'm going to pretend it's a Renekton, for example. So Renekton fitting quite well into the... I'm just kidding. So we're locked in for UDL there with Lulu. Honestly, Nivrin Split Queens on the hand. There we go. I think that can work in the favor, especially against a champion like Blitzcrank, who likes to overload and then slow down and be like, okay, you're going to be waiting for a long, long time, and then you can recover. So good for them. But we need to move on to the bans. It's going to be Jinx on one more time here. Yeah. Guardian Jinx are taken out so far. Vega, who you can consider Napier carry, is also. So there are a few options open for ETT.
Yeah, mechanics is ball has been focused down a little bit. I think the spell shield also a really excellent tool against the Blitzcrank. We'll have to see how QTKT plays around that. You can do some really funky stuff just running at people with the Blitzcrank, waiting, never throwing out the hook, and then by the time you're in melee range, they're easy pickings. So that adds an additional dynamic towards this bot lane. I like to see that we're getting the jungle carries being banned out here by Esports Team 20. That Belveth has done great work for Sofian at points in this tournament. And yeah, no casts in. Disappointed to see that taken off the board by UDL, but completely understandable. Clonky, he's quite good at that pick.
He is. Again, we've talked about that. Like, how this champion is so important for him. So it's out, but now it's UDL's time to sort of start rounding out this entire team composition. And from what we've seen them play, I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe even a Vi appearing. Sofian is quite a big player of this champion. We've seen him playing about 3 or 4 times during these past games they've played. But Kobe is Cyan as well. So this is setting up for something interesting in the middle.
Yeah, so this is implying that we are going to be getting a Sejuani not in the top lane. I mean, it could be a Sion mid as well, could be a Sejuani mid. That's both things that have been played at various points within League of Legends history. So we'll have to wait and see how UDL reveal this flex. But with so many tanks on the other side, Vayne becomes a very tempting pick here for Mechanics.
The Huntress here with the final hour ready to slice and dice through the entirety of the enemy team, well, most of them. Anyways, this is a very powerful pick, but it's just a sort of hyper carry that if you are doing well, you know how we're talking about Olaf, the two Olafs, the good one, the bad one.
Yeah.
Vayne is sort of the same. If Vayne is ahead, then she's super good at snowballing, you know, just destroying the enemy team. But if she doesn't get the pressure early on, it's just like, of course you've got time, she's doing better late, but they're gonna try and shut her down so much. And then we've got Victor here to run things up. A mage in the mid lane, very needed to compensate a little bit with that AP. So I'm liking what EDT are, you know, proposing here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it gives them a bit more range to their composition as well. When you've got Vayne as your AD carry, you can be at risk of just getting sort of the enemy team just stands a little bit further away from you, and they just can't really do anything against you. Obviously, Sivir are also a fairly short-range AD carry, and actually very, very vulnerable to Vayne at any point if Kasim is isolated. I can't imagine that UDL are going to be leaving him alone, because they've shown a strong propensity to play towards their man in the bot lane. But we've got Jangjid on the Aurelion Soul as well. We've seen this guy pop off on this champion already today. Wouldn't be surprised if he can put up some decent numbers against Clonky, who, again, on a Victor, a champion that we know that he can play.
Exactly. I'm also thinking Victor has a certain pushing power, and that's something that Aurelion has more issues fighting against. So I'm gonna be looking at this mid lane very closely, actually at all lanes, because they all seem very interesting. Once again, these two teams are fighting for a qualification pass to playoffs, which means you kind of skip Legends qualify. You've got until the 28th of May, for now that's the date, to actually fight with the other teams that have qualified. And again, two spots remain open, one for this match and one for the other one is taking place right now.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, if you like playing competitive League of Legends, you could always win one game and then like just lose the next, and then you'd have to play the last chance qualifier. But I'm going to go out and on limb and say that neither of these teams is probably interested in losing this series. Both incredibly skilled rosters. Esports Team 20, last year's champions, and this is kind of, well, not their last chance. There's always the last chance, but this is a big opportunity for them to secure their place in their playoffs and make sure that they've got that chance of defending their title.
A title that could be yours if you sign up for the tournament next year. Well, this year in September, you know, when things start rolling out, could be the main character of this stream. You could be the one on this stream just by signing up for your team. So look into the possibilities at university, or maybe even look at doing it yourself with your classmates, and maybe you can get to this position where we're just here collected just to watch these two teams go at each other, but knowing that they both deserve this sport.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and that is the horrible inevitability of knockout competitions. It's the dominoes falling with every single series that ends up being played. Every single team inevitably falling down, save for the one who's standing victorious right at the end. We are on to Summoner's Rift for Esports Team 20 versus UDL. Qualification for playoffs on the line. A hook over the wall. Sofiane in danger. Mechanics, what? Flash over the wall and not punished. Somehow this Vayne is still alive.
Well, that's what I usually say about the Vaynes that I get in my solo queue. Well, it's just not somehow, it's just because I've been there. Because an early attempt at doing something by ETT, did something happen? Indeed, Mechanics lost both summoners in this attempt. Sofiane lost his flash. Well, I mean, I don't think it really went in the favour. Yeah, I mean, I
can't believe he did that.
Well, he did somehow. Well,
I don't know. I don't know who I feel more displeased with in that situation. But regardless, UDL, a bot lane now has to face against a Vayne who is significantly less threatening It might be something they can take advantage of. You'd expect with the Lulu, with the double range, they'd be able to get control of this lane in the early stages. That appears to be what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think Silver should have a good time getting the farm into these early minutes. Just with the boomerang should be more than enough. She should be quite comfortable, as well as having Lily by your side with shield, being able to transform Bane as well. We haven't really touched upon that, but like once Bane starts going at you like crazy with Lulu, you just turn him into a cute squirrel, and well, that could be a good point to take her down. But so far, so good. These teams are not interested in fighting early on, besides that attempt in the first minute that we didn't talk about.
Yeah, I suppose over-aggressing on the side of UDL here does put you at the risk of getting hooked. And that is not something that you care for. In the top lane, we did see Goldie taken relatively low by Amy Way there, but it's Ornn versus Sion. Not really anticipating too much action, at least in terms of the 1v1.
Yep, just relaxing a little bit, playing a safe lane. Well, did I say that too soon?
Yeah, well, it's not a 1v1, it's a 1v2. And Gaboosh getting away with a kill with first blood in the series with ease. Cutie Katie hooked down onto Horn, but Mechanics taking so much damage in trade.
Yeah, I mean, the early for Vayne is not the best time ever. She does better as the game goes on and she's able to scale properly. Right now, she's gonna be like, I just hope not to die. And that's it. And obviously, in case you get in a dangerous situation, you'll the Brit Grant there with their Rocco grab. It's sort of a safe option, at least to protect you from those early levels. In the meantime, Kasim and Horner should be looking at the opposite, exploiting those flaws in the enemy bot lane and maybe trying to take something out of it so that it takes Bane longer to escape.
Yeah.
Oh, Sophie, I see you.
He is shadowing here. I believe he's anticipating that Gaboosh is on the bottom side of the map, maybe just looking for a lane gank with Wukong spotted on that control ward. UDL have information that ETT do not possess, but Sofian doesn't seem too concerned with actually making a gank occur.
No, actually, from the place where the wave is located right now, it's just not very convenient yet. Like, you could be very easily get trapped on the tower with a hook by, I believe, Crank if it hits. But he's gonna try that either way. I mean, at the end of the day, you're also trying to go.
Yeah, that's pretty free. Kasimi with the kill. Teleport actually from Clonky. Missed hook from Cutie Katie. That was a little bit wide. Anyway, getting a decent trade onto Goldie on the top side, but in the bot side, ETT losing out.
Indeed, they're not doing that well. And in the mid lane, it's just sort of even. It's quite even actually. Same as for both of them. True, Sangid is similarly just trying to get a little bit of a position and that to get further information. And the one that you're going to be seeing roaming is Bane. While here in the top lane, they're just going at each other's throats. Quite low in HP.
Yeah, I think Mechanics just coming off the respawn there to try and pick up the wave. Anyway, dealing a load of damage to Goldie's health bar, but UDL top laner not overstepping their limits, able to stay relatively even in terms of the lane position, but in CS has been losing out pretty significantly. Ornn is gonna love that.
I think so. And that is very dangerous if Mabel is doing that. I knew I said I was going to pretend that Ornn didn't exist in this game, but I have to do it because, I mean, I can't cast pretend that he didn't exist. I wish I could. Well, anyway, let's look at the bot lane. Let's stop looking at the top lane. Boring top lane. This bot lane so far, the CS advantage is going over to Casimir. I think that early pressure is making a mark, making a dent in ETT's defenses, and this allows them to run comfortably.
Yeah, they can rotate over and take down that Drake with the assistance of Sofia and Zhangxi moving over, and this is kind of what's characterized UDL so far in the UEM. Clean play, controlled play. and aggression when needed. It is a different style of champion for Sofian. We're a bit more used to seeing him on a pure carry role. He hasn't been able to get into the game too much with the Sejuani.
No, to be fair, no. And we are used to seeing Sejuanis are looking for engaged quite frequently. In this case, he's more content with just taking objectives away, securing those camps, and then maybe later on just progressing into a more ganky kind of playstyle. But again, this is natural, and this is the same that's going on for Gabouche and Vulcan as well. Like, they're not looking for very crazy ganks yet.
Yeah, I love how like Amy and Goldie are both willing to actually like commit fairly heavily to those trades, and that does introduce a little bit more volatility into top lane, right? Makes it so that should either jungler turn up, there's actually a bit more likelihood of a kill coming down. As it stands, Garouche actually pathing towards the bottom lane. The wave is pushing away from ETT, so the jungler may be able to sneak in for a little bit of a lane gank.
Indeed, might be the case, yeah, but it seems, yeah, okay, the warden is there. I think they've been spotted. The charade is over, but this is already making UDL have to sort of have to go back, retreat. The wave is under the turret, so they're going to be taking a more defensive and safer position.
Yeah, but actually, you look at Sofian, and he's been able to, on the minimap there, sneak into the Herald pit.
Yeah.
And so
yeah.
UDL are going to be double dipping in terms of those early game objectives and not really being contested on that. ETT are roaming over now. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get there in time.
And the thing is, Gabouche got provided information by Clunky, so he knows that it's happening. He knows now that they've got the Herald, so I think he will try to contest here in the top lane, as we can see with the potential gank laning that vision over there. But UDL are well aware of his intention, so he needs to find another opening. Could be the mid lane, but I don't know, I think it is sort of in a weird moment here where they are just not getting what they want.
Yeah, it does feel like there's an odd amount of passivity within this game, which, I mean, not surprising, and it's being changed right as we speak. Star falls down into the mid lane. Sofian overextended on the Sejuani, but
Oh my gosh.
just about able to get out of there intact, or relatively so. That is going to give a little bit of pressure over to ETT in the mid lane, though.
Indeed, another thing that we could see is how both Cutie, Katie and Clunky were very low in mana to actually carry on with the action any further, to maybe try and pick a dive kill. But instead, by kicking him out of that turret, they're able to just keep on pushing a little bit, trying to take a few turret plays and get that, done in advance. And in the meantime, the rest of the lines are just taking place normally. You were praising the commitment by the top laners, which is indeed very committed. You can see them trading a few hits and blows here and there, but nobody's really going to die.
Hopefully not, but fundamentally, Emiway is winning out on this trade, getting a big fat bonk there onto the Scion, and I think we're getting some skirmishing in the bottom lane as well. Mechanics getting taken so damn low in the top lane. Goldie flashing away in the bottom lane. Gabouche going in for a clone, just baiting in UDL, and Goldie will drop in the top lane. A solo kill for Amiway. That's some good news for ETT. It could be bad news in the bottom lane if UDL are able to find and engage. Mechanics still incredibly low. The tower also dropping down. That's going to be a Herald. Actually, no, he finally gets the kill there. Okay, was that he's not sure what's going on there, but regardless, we've got a Herald charge down in the bot side. Are we getting a replay?
I feel like I've seen this before.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
All right, Mechanics is actually dying there. Okay, replay over, and it's not looking good for ETT. Zangzid roaming down into the bottom lane. Gabouche.
Oh, Gabouche.
Dead. End of his world. And QTKT locked under that bot lane tower. Still a couple of decent health bars for UDL. This Blitzcrank, not long for this world. Zenzid's going to fire his laser. He's going to speed, going to flash forward, execute onto Horn. But QTKT dies in the end. It's an absolute mess all across the map, Carmen.
Yeah, and in the meantime, as long as they try to take a few turret plays from the enemy mid lane tower, just to sort of give it back to UADL.
Yeah.
No one is just really taking down these structures, not yet anyways. They didn't have enough pressure to do it. What they're going to be doing instead is just looking for a few opportunities around the map for establishing better vision in order to get the upcoming objectives, because we already have a dragon in Dragon Pit, which no one is paying attention to. It's just, I feel bad about it. The Ocean Dragon is so underestimated.
Yeah, people just don't care for it right now. It's,
No, they don't.
It's really disappointing. I mean, pranked, by the way, Carmen, because it is actually a Hextech Drake.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at now, but because the minimap is sort of small and I don't see well, even though I'm wearing lenses right now, it's like, that is almost a blue-green, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
It does look very similar. I will give you that. That bug has been in the game for a decent while. Top lane is a fighting again. Goldie is down a mythic item, so quite predictably he is losing out, and anyway, maybe looking for another solo kill onto the Sinus, taking him incredibly low. All the Forge Gods still available. Goldie not quite got his ult flashes, not going to be available for a good while. Amy Way, not going to go for the dive.
Nope. So many no's in these 2 minutes. Like, they don't commit, they are not going to try and take it down, but don't go for the dragon. It's just a matter of like, okay, I don't really want to play as aggressively as they've been playing in the other occasions, so I'm just gonna stick to my lane. Also, you can already see a little bit of movement 30 minutes in. You can see how roaming has had to come in, a little bit of lane swap even. For example, look at the Blitzcrank right here accompanying his jungler. That's not lane swap, but it's something that ETT will be doing.
Yeah, we actually got Amy Way here on the on the bottom side of the map. That is a little bit surprising. I guess assuming that UDL are going to be contesting that Drake a bit more, but he doesn't seem concerned with Goldie spending all this time hitting his tower, and I think he should be. That is a couple of plates now going over to the Scion, and whilst he's had a bad time in this lane so far, picking up free gold like that is going to help him even up the matchup.
Indeed. Talking about gold, now is a 700 difference in favor of UDL. Just from those few
that was
lookers
an incredible hook coming out from QTKT, and Mechanics is going to be the beneficiary. Gaboosh with the shutdown, and Horn being chased down. Double kill for the Monkey King. In the top lane though, Sofiane trying to catch out Clonky. Gravity Field enough to keep the victor just fine. ETT now looking for this tower in the bottom lane. Post 14 minutes, these things aren't particularly tanky, but their wave is not particularly big.
No, they're going to have to go back. They didn't have enough tankiness in these 2 players in order to keep them pushing. The next wave coming up quite shortly, so this is going to allow them to actually take down the first turret of the game. And in the meantime, because they're already conking QTKT back in the mid lane looking for something on top of Sijani and Aurelion, so they know that they've been seen. And they don't want to lose them out of sight. You didn't want Sijani roaming freely into the bot lane where the control situation was happening.
Ooh, watch out, Kasimi. Gaboosh is 3-1. He's got a Divine Sundra. You need to be scared of him. You need to be scared of QTKT coming from the bush as well. Power Fist, Rocket Grab, dead. Sivir. Lulu's going to die as well. It's a double for Mechanics as he falls into his own grave.
Oh, again,
Mechanics. See how ETT played. Mad scientists, and it is looking damn good.
Well, they lose the AD carry on the side of ETT, but you know what? We're taking on top bot lane for UDL, which is a very good moment for Bane to start taking off. That's what we were waiting for. 15 minutes in already with a bounty in her head. And now we can see what the attention is focusing for ETT, looking into this top lane. But the Goldie is still a lot of damage to this fracture. I don't think it's going to last for that long.
Yeah, needs to watch out though. Gaboosh is going to be joining the fray, going to be using the Cyclone, and the Sign is trying to hold away. Smashes into the tower, taking it down as he will fall as well. Gaboosh with his 4th kill. This Wukong is starting to get a little bit silly.
Yeah, and someone who isn't really getting silly or anything else for that matter is Clonky with Victor. 0-0-0 for him and KDA right now. The participation hasn't been there, but we trust him. We know it'll happen.
Chilling. Chilling.
Totally. The literal definition, 60 minutes in, and just collecting the items, the Andrews and boots. Don't need anything else.
And I mean, so lacking early kill participation is going to negatively affect the Victor, right? He's not going to be able to get as many stacks on his passive to get his ability upgrades. Should be fine for now, though. Sofian with a pretty risky counter jungle. Not going to get caught out, though. I like what UDL are doing here, keeping the Sivir in the mid lane. Constantly having this shove, constantly having this priority against a Victor, a champion who is not too shabby at wave clearing himself.
Nope, and honestly, it would be convenient to keep Victor on a state of nothing is really happening with him, because that is giving you the opportunity to once again get all the lanes ahead, get all the champions ahead, and most importantly, Aurelion Sol, who will be the direct counter. He's doing pretty well as well with 2-0, with 2 kills for him, so they're able to push him very, very nicely.
Yeah, this is a momentary lapse in the defense of ETT, and UDL take advantage, taking down that mid lane tower with a minute to go until Dragon. Look on the minimap, there's so many wards in the bot side jungle, in the river, controlling that area, controlling that vision, making it difficult for ETT to step forward.
Indeed. Oh my gosh, talking about them stepping forward. Going in for Goldie.
A little bit far up. The flash response from Gabush to interrupt the ultimate, and Mechanics will be donated the kill. The Vayne starting to get scary, starting to scale. 4 kills, an item and a half already. In the mid lane, though, Donkey needs to watch out. He's been turned into a little munchkin and dies. That is a shutdown for Kasimi. That is dangerous for ETT, and that is excellent news for UDL. Amy Way is pretty damn tanky on the Ornn, is going to call the Forge Gods, but the answer will not be enough to save him. Another kill, that one going to Horn.
Yeah, this allows them to take down this mid lane tower if they want, getting quite into the enemy territory. But in the top lane, they're not able to do quite the same just yet. They're going to be pushing to that both Vayne and Blitzcrank together. So it'll be a turret for a turret. But I think this one is more important than the other one. This is one. This one is tired too. The other one is just the first into this top lane.
And that's the sort of intriguing thing, right, about the way that this game is set up. ETT haven't been able to take down that mid lane tower. They might be able to take down Goldie. The Sun pretty damn strong, though, with that Jack shows on his back, despite the true damage the Mechanics can output. Gabush flanking on the side, popping up the Cyclone, going into the ult once more. Mechanics with his 5th kill. UDL, you need to watch out. This Vayne is going to hurt when she starts joining team fights.
Talking about them right now, they took the time to take down the Wind Dragon, which is going to be very useful. But honestly, is this a turret for? Is a kill for a dragon, which it does work nicely. But I'm wondering what's next plan for this game for themselves. Like, they've been doing very well, but now you need to do something else, because they've been sort of stuck in this dynamic of nothing really, not proposing anything. I really want to see more proactivity from this team. And also Goldie, we need to talk about him.
Yeah.
Poor Goldie. Goldie is having a very, very stressing game.
Yeah, I mean, he did feel like a potential weak point in their series against Skulls UCM earlier, when Golandrino was able to do some pretty nasty stuff to the man in the top lane for UDL. But do you know what? The Sun is still going to provide value despite this scoreline. On the hunt used by Kasim. Oh, we've got a Shirelias as well. Really looking for something on the side of UDL. Might be finding it in the mid lane. Mechanics potentially going to be caught out. But no, the turn around the side ultimates. Not going to be used there. Ornn finding the backline kill. It's a double for Mechanics. It is a triple for Mechanics. It is a quadra kill for Mechanics. Pentakill for Mechanics.
Oh my gosh! Mechanics honoring his name, just showing how good he can be with Vayne. 20 minutes in, he takes down the Baron. They take down EZL with his very amazing play. This means that they have complete freedom to do whatever they want in this map. UDL, oh my gosh, I can't imagine how they must be feeling after this.
And finally, we have someone taking control of this game, which has been close for quite a while. Reminder,
Indeed.
this series, the qualification into the playoffs of Amazon European Esports Masters. Loser have got the last chance, but that is it. ET have struck first, they've got advantage in game one.
Well, it seems to have decided that they don't want to wait for any longer. 3 turrets in the favor of one less than UDL, but that could be over quite shortly, as we can see mechanics in the top lane just pushing that wave to open up the map even more. And also, it took them such long time to take down that structure. Now that they've been able to do it, they seem to be unstoppable.
Absolutely. Oh my word, Clonky.
Whew.
You heard a lot, and Goldie's living in a world of pain right now. GTKT gets that one. And ETT are looking pretty damn strong. They are looking like the current reigning champions of UEM.
They do, honestly. I like how long he has been able to sit back and relax during all this game. Like that's been, honestly, if the team is able to walk with that and it still win, perform so nicely, it means that they've been doing a good job.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, you know,
and I think Mechanics has been doing a very good job. 3 items now on the Vayne, including that Blood Ward, the upgraded Ornn item variant of the Immortal Shield Bow. It's so difficult to fight against. I have a pick here, though, onto Clonky.
Oh, Clonky.
Tangs it with the drive-by spitting fire, picking out the victor. And UDL with numbers advantage on the map for the next 40 seconds. May look to set up around this Drake. All right.
Yep. Well, that was a very interesting game that we were watching right there in favor of E.
And we are back, I believe.
Yeah.
Apologies for that. Don't quite know what happened there. But League of Legends on your screen, casters in your ears. Esports Team 20 on the march, looking for game 1 in this series versus UDL.
Indeed, turning that goal difference around now 5k in their favor. That is quite a big difference at this point in the game. 24 minutes in that they're approaching more and more the enemy base, trying to take down that last 2 tower here in the bot lane, all together, all in unison, while UDL are desperately trying to keep those minions away from the base and try to turn this around.
Oh, I look at Mechanics' inventory. I absolutely love this. That is a winged moon plate, I believe, is the name of that item there, alongside the ruby crystal. So this is saying that we're going to be having a tank item 4th on this Vayne, and I absolutely love that. You've already got a buttload of damage, more than enough damage, so why not go tank for your last few items and make sure that you're going to be staying alive to do that damage?
Indeed, but objectives are just going down one after the other. The next one is going to be the dragon. And now UDL are able to get a little bit of foot into this mid lane right there, but I'm very curious to see how the change between the UDL from the beginning game has turned into this situation. They had such good vision, such good setups, and this is not going well.
Yeah, well, you can't set up your vision when you can't walk to where you want to ward, fundamentally. And right now, ETT has stood where you want to ward, and they're moving into where UDL currently are, maybe into their doom. That's already a lot of damage dropped down onto QTKT and onto that jungler. Mechanics is in melee range of a fair few people, and the Vayne is taken down. That's 3 kills on the board for UDL as Clunky and Amy Way try and get something back, but they will not be able to. Horn does drop on the backside, but so will the members of ETT. It is only a matter of time before they fall into the grave. Amy Way, the only one able to escape, and UDL showing that this game is far from over.
Oh, that rush in the mid lane. The ping in that mid lane, maybe looking to try and take a few towers and maybe even an inhibitor. At least Kazim is getting that objective in mind. And this reminds me of a very famous quote on Spanish Caster, which says, "The bar Nasher loses more games than it wins." I mean, I don't know if that's the case right now, but that's what I'm seeing here. I don't know. Like, this has been very, very interesting to watch from both sides. UDL just waking up from a long, long dream, and ETT sort of exposing their own flaws to the enemy team right there. They can't afford to have that happen again.
Yeah, and look who it is on UDL that is doing that carrying. It's that man in the mid lane, Zangzid, on 4 items on the Aurelion Soul. He is putting out absolutely ludicrous amounts of damage, but his teammate Kasimi is not going to be here in time to stop this Baron going down with the rest of his boys. It's dropping! Stolen by Zangzid! And UDL will run for the hills with their prize. Horn caught out on the backside, but they will not care. That Baron steal keeps them in the game.
Well, I told you, the Baron loses more games than it wins. Well, double kill here for ETT, double Gordy, double Horner. Do take out 2 important members of this competition, because even if Gordy hasn't had a laning phase, this Zion provides a lot of front line to his team, provides a lot of sustain into the team fight, and so does Horner with all the utility. Now, UADL have to play very carefully, because there's really no one to stop things from happening to Zangzid and Kasim. So ETT recover a little bit of the control of the game.
Yeah, but you look at their composition holistically, and now that Kasim does have 3 items, their push power is so immense. Their ability to siege is incredible as well. They'll need to care for the engage options that ETT do have out their back, but if you leave these guys in front of a tower for even a moment, it's going to be disappearing. Jan going over the wall, catching out Gabouche. It's really Clunky who's found himself in a horrible spot. 5 members of UDL converging on the mid laner and shutting him down. Nearly a minute for ETT without their victor. How much will they lose?
I mean, I know that Victor has 3 items now already, by Spale, Shadow Flame, and the Andrews, but I don't think you should be roaming alone that way. In your current position, it's just not safe at all. Instead, UDL are gonna contest this by taking down the third, approaching the inhibitor. This could be actually a game for the French team.
Yeah, there is little to none in terms of wave clear for ETT at this moment in time. But UDL, they'll keep it chill, they'll keep it controlled. They won't overstep.
No. There's no one close to you.
Ooh, Gabouche. Ooh, the hook! Onto the Sejuani. A little bit too tanky, but Zhangji does a load of damage. Call of the Forge God from Amiway knocks up 2. The engage, not solid, not concrete from either side. It will back away, it will lick their wounds.
And neither of them feel safe enough to just go in fully. Instead, they're gonna be getting to this next dragon. Foaming right now. This time the icon is right. It's a Wind Dragon immediately.
Oh my word, engagement here in Amiway. Is it dropping down? Goldie pulled over the wall, but that Sion, bit too tanky for you to take down now, and Zhangji can keep going forward, breathing on them. A devastating knock-up from Goldie, and UDL want to end game 1 right now. Mechanics is the last one left, but he will die inevitably. Shut down for Zhangzid, ace for UDL, game 1 in the bag.
Yet France really wants to put the team through now that they've lost the other one during one of the previous rounds, and they are one step closer to making it. Here, UDL showing an amazing show of self-control. Even when they were behind, they knew how to recover. They were keeping their patience, and this means they take the first game of this best of 3 series, putting out 1-0 for ETT.
We've seen it from them before, right?
I think we have
UDL
indeed.
losing a little bit in the early stages and then coming back to close out convincingly. And that time, it was Kasimi doing a load of the damage, but this time, Zhang Jid was instrumental in orchestrating this win for them. Not only doing immense amounts of damage in the team sides, but getting a Baron steal to keep the game alive for them. Incredible performance in game 1.
I agree with you. It was very, very interesting seeing how these two teams played around each other. First time facing on Rift, and you could see that ETT had the right intentions, but UDL had the key success. They had the key to win the game, and that in the end it proved to be stand together, stand united as Shen's ulti, and just face the enemy team like that, and that is what cost this ETT's a win. You could see the mispositioning by MBY right before the last team fight, just caught up in a bush, 1 versus 5 with nothing for him. Immediately taken by UDL to finish on pushing. So now it's the best of 3 luckily for ETT. They still have another chance, but this is bringing memories from the AGH games.
It really, really is, and I think it'd be such a shame for us to lose this ETT squad without being able to see them grab a win, because we know how good that they have been performing. But UDL, they look very, very scary. You need to close games so quickly against them, otherwise they always seem to come back.
Indeed. Talking about coming back, we'll come back in a few seconds, well, in a few minutes actually, as we toss into a short break to go to the second game of this series. So see you soon, and don't go. We are back once again from this break towards the second game of this best of three versus UDL from France and ETT from the Netherlands. Middelcourt, are you ready for the second game?
I hope so, because the first game was very, very entertaining. UDL able to win out in the end after ETT got themselves to an early game advantage, but it turns out the late game team fighting, macro play, objective control on UDL is on another level. The ETT are going to have to reach in game 2 to keep their chances of making it to the playoffs alive.
It was quite interesting because we had a pentakill by Vayne from the ETT side, which seemed to cement that this champion was at its prime moment in the game, that this was going to be game over for UDL. But UDL just sort of brushed it off. They were like, I don't care, I'm still here, I'm still alive, I can do it. And they did it.
Yeah, and it really was that team fight in the top side jungle. Whilst ETT were trying to establish Baron vision, they go a little bit too far forward, a little bit too greedy, and UDL in the right place at the right time to punish, and up 1-0 in the series, chasing that spot in the UEM playoffs.
Indeed, University of 20 versus the Université de Lyon. I'm sure French people are hating me right now. This is not properly pronounced, but I don't care. Okay, let me frame. Just going against each other at the very end of the road, and even inside this a university kind of tournament. These people are students, and yet they've got the privilege of being so good at League of Legends. That is not fair. When do you find the time to play?
I mean, I played a lot of League of Legends when I was a student, and I was.
Yeah, but you were bronze, Middelcourt. It doesn't count.
Oh, it wasn't.
I'm talking about playing well the game, not just playing.
Where is this slanderous? I could sue you for that, you know. I'm very incredibly litigious.
Good line.
But that aside, no, and it's an important thing, obviously, to be getting that balance between your studies, your hangovers, and your League of Legends. The three elements of a university experience, but joking aside, right? It is important to have that work-life balance, and obviously that helps you when you're on the Rift, right? We've seen time and time again that a healthy esports athlete is a pretty damn good esports athlete, and so I think that's an important thing that we all need to remember. But going into this second game, I think for Esports Team 20, I think the plan is pretty clear here. You can't go late versus UDL because they will just smash you. You need to be able to take them down in the early game, build a gold lead which is insurmountable, which they cannot conquer, and that's how you push this series to game 3.
Yeah, at least if you can't take them down the early game, if you get a pentakill, then make something else out of it that makes sure that UDL can't back forward live, because they were still a little bit too comfortable, even though they had to go back to base in the very early minutes and sort of got it there. They, like, UTT had about two towers down, just waiting for the top lane ones. It was a very good position for them to actually just move into the final movement, but that didn't end up happening. And I know ETT know how to play under pressure, and this is putting them on the spotlight when it comes to, okay, you need to win if you want to make it. You're the winners of last year. People know this. Yeah. People know that you are the same roster, and if they know it, we're telling you. So there's a lot of pressure put on you to actually perform.
But then, if you're UDL, right, then it's a big coup to take down last year's champion in the qualification match, in the match that gets you to the playoffs themselves. And I think whatever happens in the next game, UDL will be very, very happy with their performance in game 1, and they'll be able to take that with them. However, this tournament does end up progressing, but Esports Team 20, you're right, backs against the wall now. We said that they've been a series away from dropping out of qualification. Well, now they're a game away of dropping out of qualification, and we need to see something different from game 1. Otherwise, they are going home.
Yeah, the thing is, at this point, I think the main disadvantage for both of the teams actually is that they've been playing so many rounds, so many games, best of threes, sometimes getting to the third game, that they've mostly tried to, like, they mostly played most of the champions that they feel most comfortable with. Like, it comes to a point where the champion pool is like getting like shallower and shallower. It's like, okay, these are the champions I play best, these are the champions I can play, but those are running out. Like either you go back to all the ideas to competitions that you already played, or you risk choosing something new, but it's gonna be maybe farther away from your scope of the skill that you would like.
But of course, if you do have that hidden tactic, that
Do it.
special sauce that can be applied to this game, then what a time to bring it out. Absolutely needs to be done, really.
You know what? Actually, bring the ETT stat. Swap a Meiwei by Katie like they did in that one game. Confuse the enemy. If they didn't know that the support is rotating towards the top lane, that is going to be very confusing. And it's unknown. It's not like he was playing a very niche champion. It's unknown. Okay, like we are used to seeing now. And give that bot lane to mechanics and to trick like they did in that other game. Just run with it. Like
just introduce chaos into the system.
Introduce it. Actually, give Gaboosh the support role. Change things up. Just do it. Why not?
Carmen, are you a coach in any ERL by any chance?
I mean, luckily for any teams that exist in this world, no. No,
I don't know. Those are some decent sounding ideas. I think that you could go far. But I mean, you are.
Like I will bring in Lulu top lane once again. My ideas will be like the players wouldn't want to have me as a coach. But anyways, luckily I'm not coaching anyone. I'm just casting. Luckily, so going back to the game, let's shift attention away from me personally. You are a coach, though.
Am I?
You are?
No.
Wait.
What has Doctor told you about me? I'm not a coach.
Well, I mean, you're not usually in topical conversation with the doctor. But anyways, I'm very confused right now. Ruben and
Champions elect. We know this, Carmen. We can make it through, I promise.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, we've got ETT parking themselves over on the red side for this game. We'll be intrigued to see how that changes up their picks and bans. As it stands, I believe that we are 4 for 4 in terms of same from the previous game.
ETT, you can't be that afraid of that Charlie support. Like, give me an explanation. Like, I know Horn played this champion quite well, but that well that you want to ban her every time, that is a next level kind of thing. Veigar is also being left out because we don't want to see the little evil creature that we love to hate. And Jinx, she's not going to be playing her either. Okay. I was sort of liking this champion. I will have liked it if she has been chosen. One remaining ban now, middle.
And what will it be? Oh, of course. Classic Yumi gotta go. Are we going to get a Gragas pick here? I mean, it's not something that I'd usually associate with UDL. Yeah, there we are. I think the Xayah makes a bit more sense in terms of just like the identity of compositions that they seem to be playing, and it's a brilliant takeaway from mechanics. Obviously, you haven't seen him too much on that pick just yet, but we know he's a great AD carry. He proved it in that previous game with a pentakill, and I don't want to be giving the best AD carry in the game in terms of champions to a guy this good.
Ooh, okay, Wukong. The Monkey King appearing here for potentially Gaboosh, as we are expecting. I haven't really seen Emiway playing this champion. Caitlyn locked in for mechanics, and that is gonna be very, very spicy. I think this was one of his best champions. So okay, let's go for it. We're gonna be locking in potentially Rakan. It's gonna be Sejuani in the end, I believe, for UDL. There we go. Things are getting so tense.
Yeah, and the cool thing about this Sejuani is we've seen now that it can be played by both Goldie and Sofian, right? So it's not just this, okay, UDL are going to put their top laner on Sejuani, leave them alone for a bit. It's actually that this is a flex pick that exists with their jungler as well, right? ETT with this Caitlyn pick, I feel like they are dictating that they want to be playing a pressure bot lane, so the Karma takeaway from UDL is really, really big here. Denying that tool from QTKT that can generate so much lane priority. Now I'm thinking about stuff like the Lux, if you want to play a really, really poke-based lane, or if you want to go for some all-in, Thresh is always an option.
Ooh, I like this. I really, really like this setup by AEDT. Caitlyn and Thresh can be quite a threat together, so I'm all for it. We'll talk about the deeper meaning of this later on as we move on to the next ban phase, and there are plenty of things open. As I think it was Frodo who said it, things that have been, things that are, and things that will be. Aurelion Sol been taken out.
Well, Aurelion Sol won't be in this game,
Nope.
and that makes a lot of sense. Janzid's quite good at that champion, and he stole a Baron away last game as well, so taking that off the board is really, really good. But the issue is we've seen a very deep champion pool from this guy. Not just a deep champion pool in terms of champions that fulfill a single role. We've seen multiple cells. We've seen stuff like the Yone from this guy, which is completely different to the Aurelion Sol that we know that he can dominate on. So a really, really interesting player, and I'm intrigued to see what they end up bringing out in this champion select.
Just to highlight how wide his champion pool is, just trying to read my my handwriting. He's played Annie, Victor, Aurelion Sol, Silas, Syndra, so many types of champions, mostly enchanters, mostly mages, but things are still there to be taken. The next one, though, won't be. That is Malphite. Malphite hasn't been so present in the tournament. Like, he's just banned sometimes, but I feel like it's more of a player-specific ban than anything else.
Well, and also, when you're running something like the Caitlyn, the Malphite is incredibly reliable long-range engage, and what the Caitlyn can usually rely on is the fact that any engage which is going to come towards her isn't actually going to get on top of her right away. She's got time to 90 Cannibal, she's got time to Gale Force out of there. That's not really an option with the Malphite. Unless you're fast on your flash finger, then you're not getting out of there and you're probably going to get exploded. So I think that's why they've gone for that ban. And then with the Gnar locked in, a really, really safe blindable top laner. You don't know whether you're going against the Sejuani or some other pick on that top half of the Rift, so you go with something that doesn't really care what he ends up laning against.
And hopefully it'll be the kind of Gnar that runs into the enemy team to use the ultimate or using the ultimate, not the kind of Gnar that uses it to get away from things, because so far I have to say that the ones who've watched the stream have been very, very passive. Come on, this is not okay. Sorry, but
It's fine. Oh, okay. Okay, the sadness, the melancholy experienced caused by the Ornn is completely removed with a Yone lock-in. Okay, this is what we were talking about. Different styles of mid laner that Zangzid can play, that he can operate on, and the Malphite, that was about providing long-range engage onto this Caitlyn. The Yone can do exactly the same paired up with this Ornn, which is why ETT respond with the Galio. A little bit weird, we don't see it all that often, but is great at peeling and diving forward as well.
Exactly, and with the shield, I think he should be very comfortable. Like, obviously, Yone can project himself forward, but just I think Clunky should be having a peaceful game, at least in the beginning, especially considering what happened the last one with the Victor that was 60 minutes in and 0 KDA, because he wouldn't die, but he wouldn't participate or get kills by himself. I think this champion is more suitable for the kind of playstyle like Victor if he isn't able to get any kind of a kill or anything. Really, he falls behind, but the Galio can afford to just, stand there, get the farm going, and just sort of provide a front line or a safe sustain for your team. So that's what we're going to be watching. But I need to ask you right now, middle court, which team are you supporting?
I'm not going to lie. I know a couple of people from behind the scenes at ETT, but what UDL have put together here is incredibly compelling. I think the Zangzid on Yone is going to be absolutely fantastic to watch. I think this top side that they've built for themselves of the Ornn, the Sejuani, and the Yone, there's so much engaged potential, and you pair that up with the damage that the Yone is going to be bringing, that's absolutely lethal. I think that your bot lane matchup is in a really good position to resist a lot of the poke, a lot of the pressure that a Caitlyn lane is naturally going to want to put out. ETT have got options for themselves, but fundamentally, I see this composition lacking damage. Galio doesn't tend to bring massive amounts of that, and whilst Wukong can bring a little bit, that Caitlyn, for me, is really the sole damage threat, and UDL have got some pretty decent ways of dealing with it.
So I understand you stand with UDL.
Yes.
Okay, commit, Middlepod, commit. Don't just give me half an answer. Like,
I wanted to explain my choice a little bit, give a reason.
But you didn't make a statement at the very end. You need to do it.
I think that UDL, with this draft, with the way that they've been playing, are going to win this game.
Okay, good. Middlecod said, I am sure that UDL is going to win this game. Good. Okay, so I think I don't know, because if you just start pulling the cards, like, I know players and I know people, it's just very difficult to choose, right? It's like,
it is.
I want everyone to win. Like, why can't they all share the gold and the gold medal? And that is because if they had to share the prize, like all the teams, probably they have about 5 cents for each one, because if you have to divide it between all the players, that's way too much. So obviously only one team can win, and right now what they're fighting for is to get the chance to win. But going into the game, now we move on from this. I'm gonna be supporting ETT just, to go against you somehow. So may the best team win.
Well, I mean, ideally, right? We wouldn't want the worst team to win. That would be bad. UDL looked pretty good in the previous game. ETT also looked pretty damn good at points. The level 1 is not going to be too spicy. No one risking it for a biscuit. ETT, okay. They need to win this game. Otherwise, they're going home. And that is going to be right at the forefront of these players' minds.
I find it funny when we say they're going home, because at the end of the day, they're playing
they're probably
at home.
They're probably still at home.
Yeah, but it sounds cool to say that. It's like they're going home. Yeah.
It's a metaphor.
Yeah, I know.
Gaboosh might be metaphorically screwed here, as multiple members of UDL coalescing on this play, and the Monkeys had to flash away, but Clonky gets caught out and gives first blood to Zhangzid.
Okay, no more 0 KDA. But I believe in Clonky. I think he feels more comfortable in this kind of champions, and we'll have to see it. And now Miwei just chasing Goldie and Turret, almost and Turret under his part of the jungle. Actually, I like the determination coming on from the top laner for ECC. And talking about that, determination from Sofian as well.
Sofian, oh no, you've tried to do an invade and you've really risked a lot there. Has to burn the flash, but does get out.
Oh, the Wings of War didn't really catch anyone. Not that anyone was trying to retreat. But we're back here to watch what's happening. So far, so good. All the lanes are mostly up on pair with each other.
UDL, they're going in onto mechanics. The Ignite drop down onto the Caitlyn, Horn dropping low as well. The mid lane extended trade here from Clonky onto Zhangzid. Yone not doing too well. A flash forward for QTKT, but he misses on the play. The feathers pulled back onto Mechanics, who misses with the pilt over Peacemaker. Kasami is going to get 1 kill, cleanses the hook, and gets a second.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Also, in the meantime, in the mid lane, Clonky, Clonky had gone down, so nothing really happened in that regard. But that play was very interesting, right? UDL not wanting to waste another second going in with the flash. That worked out quite nicely for themselves, or almost quite nicely had they lost Karma along the way. But hey, this is 3 minutes in, and there's more action than we had in the last game's 15 minutes.
Yeah, and it's not looking good for Goldie. It's looking risky for both mid laners. Horn flash Q into a minion wave. Less said about that, the better.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing Karma, you sometimes encounter a kind of situation and you're like, nice.
Sofian, maybe getting caught out here. Horn does have the ability to rotate over. He's only level 2 on the Karma. He might be just walking into QTKZ here. That is not a good play from the UDL support. Vesh does get the kill. Clonky taken out. Taken low, rather. In the top lane, Goldie going for an extended trade onto Emiway, but he's not winning that against the Mininar. The Hyperprox doing the work at a solo kill for the ETT top laner.
Well, there we go. It's 3-3 on the scoreboard for each team. Almost evening gold and Kasim being the next objective, but these players.
Woohoo!
Kabush, no, the overextend. Oh.
Let this fly, and the enemy jungler dies. Kasimi has been a real stand-up performer so far in this tournament. 3-0 on the side. Red buff to boot as well. He is in a very, very good spot. UDL are going to be very, very happy about that.
Yeah, they should be. This gives you a little bit of an advantage in gold, and mostly it makes it so that you can keep pushing this bot lane and countering this gate lane plus French. And also, the dragon about to be spawning quite shortly, and that's where UDL are looking to. Gabish is also around the area, but I think it will be a little bit risky to get right into it just now.
Yeah, especially when you consider the mid lane situation, which is not looking bright for ETT right now. Zhangzhid's casually got double Clonky's CS, and that's going to be the result of a bit more power in the 1v1. That pressure gives him a bit of priority. This is an overstep, and into the trap goes Kasimi. That is a massive shutdown for Mechanics, a load of gold for himself. Horn duking around, moving away. Can't hit the blast gun because Gabush is right there. He gets hooked out of the air, and Gabush gets the kill.
KT is giving me Shaki vibes with this round. Like being having very precise, having very precise hooks on this champion, and that's exactly what his team needs to pick. These very important kills early on. Talking about killers, Sangzid looking for one.
Yeah, that lethal tempo on the Yone, nearly lethal to Gabush. The fact that this guy could just sit here 1v2 with the ultimate ready, not pulling the trigger. Threatening, very, very threatening.
Ooh, okay. So far, so good for both teams. Oh my gosh!
Does get the aftershock, and he's actually going to be able to kill Zhang Zid. Oversteps. Gets a little bit too high fee and pays for it with his life.
I feel like this has been more the general idea for UDL this game. They feel very, very confident, but that can cause them a few kills in favor of ETT, so they need to slow down a little bit.
Goldie is running out of time right now. Pull the Fudge's not even going to come through to save his life. The UDL top laner is really, really suffering in this matchup. If Clonky was behind, I think that Goldie is even further down.
Ooh, okay. The game evens out a little bit, at least slows down a little bit, but hold on, Kasimi. Waiting very patiently here. They're going to rebuild themselves to switch to the next push and now get back into daylight. But I don't feel like they are in the mood for fighting. The jungler is not close enough. Actually, both Sophia and Gabush are paying attention now to the side of their respective jungles. And yeah, it's just a very, very normal 7 minutes in for any game.
Yeah, no, it does feel pretty congruent with what we've seen from this series. ETT have got a little bit of an advantage in the early game. UDL down. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. That's absolutely normal. The question that's going to be on the minds of the ETT players is, how can we build this lead? Because we know that in the mid game, UDL are going to find that magic, and it's going to be very difficult to take them out. Goldie has not been difficult to take out, though, and anyway, searching for his third kill. Goldie burning the flash to keep himself alive for the time.
Other people are searching for things. It's Gabish here. The heroes. Pete just gonna take it away to get that extra pressure in whatever lane he wants to use it in. But this also means that the attention is being focused in somewhere else, and you know, he might take the time to actually rotate to help enemy. Will help. Just help take down Goldie at this point.
Oh, Mechanics flashes away, gets the lantern. Oh, that was mighty close. But ultimately, no summoners burn on the side of ETT.
Nope. Nothing is wasted, nothing is used so far, so this means they're gonna be able to keep on playing just as normal. The ultimate with Goldie doesn't really do much, and he's at risk.
Oh no, Emiway's gonna go Mega Gnar. He's gonna slam the opposing top laner into a wall, throw a boulder at his head. and take him down for a killing spree. Esports Team 20's top laner is really starting to turn the screws now. It's really starting to get painful. That's a flash engage with the play hook onto the Sejuani and a flashback away from those feathers. ETT get a play in the top lane. They're going to get a play in the bot lane as well. Sofian getting away just in time, but no, the hook comes through and Gabush is now on a killing spree. Zhangzid trying to get one back in the river, but no, Clonky flashes away and UDL's mid laner just about gets out of there. But ETT, they are taking this second game to UDL. They do not want to fall down.
Yeah, at the very minimum, you force him to go back to base, and that's the same thing that the ATT guys are doing. And maybe didn't you have enough?
No, he keeps going for it. He turns Mega, and Goldie is, well, he's in trouble. There is no simpler way to put it. This Ornn is not having a fun time, and he's going to be tanky later, sure. But that is a very, very long way away, especially with how aggressive Emiway has been playing this matchup.
Yeah, if you were telling me, no, it's because Goldie is overstepping, Goldie is... No, it's because Emiway won't leave him alone. He doesn't even let him approach the lane. And again, he's going to use the TP to go back to the turret and not allow Goldie even a moment of peace. Come on.
Yeah, no, but this is what you want to do. You want to flash forward. You want to go for the hyper procs. You want to get another solo kill because ETT are not falling down today.
Honestly, props to Goldie. If I were him, I'd be just tilted out of my mind. But I think he's able to keep calm, at least for the time being. He knows that his commitment might be paid off later on in the game. Just the patient will be rewarded. Just like this could be done as well. You can see Sofian approaching from afar with Sejuani, making sure Gabush is nowhere close, and things seem to go back to normal again.
Yeah, well, I mean, he is going to be hoping for his rest of his team to bail out because the lead for ETT is not massive, not even big. It's medium-sized, but I feel like it might be enough for them to push through, for them to persevere through UDL's spike in the mid-game. They're going for another play on the bot side. Gabush is throwing multiple people into the air with the Cyclone, and they've already killed the Karma before the Galio even lands. Ace in the hole will do a bit of damage back, but Clonky dies in the end. His opposite number, Zangid, has roamed to the top side and will try and take down Emiway. There's a load of CC, and the Gnar wins out in the 1v2, getting another one. ETT are not going home today.
Oh my gosh, okay, so I don't know why we haven't seen Emiway play this more times. It's clear that he's very, very good with the Gnar, and honestly, it's delivering 6 kills for him, another 4 for Gabush. And if this bot lane for HT decided to just play it safer, nothing will happen because we've got enough people going on as the main carries of the composition. But the fact that it's still doing it, that they're still getting kills, assists, and so on, means that UDL is going to be facing a more difficult enemy by the minute. So I don't know.
And in Champions Sled, part of the discussion was, okay, ETT, they got good champs here, but you might run out of damage. You need your Gnar to get fed, you need your Wukong to get fed if they're going to be able to bridge that gap and bring the same level of hurt to the enemy team that you require, right? Well, anyway, 6-0, Gabush 4-1. I think they have achieved that task, and I think they have exceeded what was required of them so far in this game. ETT have got more kills than there have been minutes in this game. And anyway, chasing down onto this tower, he could be in trouble as Sofian is rotating over. Mini-Gnar form, a lot less tanky. Not got those resistances, but he's 3 levels up on Goldie. If he's able to dodge away in time, he could make this outplay work. He's getting so low, and a shutdown will be secured by UDL's jungler.
I was thinking that this top lane for UDL being neglected by the jungler means, or should mean at least, that the mid lane and the bot lane should be doing much better, but
combo down onto Horn, but not before QTKT dies. It's still a 2-for-1 in favor of ETT, and they're going to get the first tower of the game.
Well, this is a good first objective to take away. The second after Dragon Devil's Gold. And Goldie now kind of approach the enemy tower to actually do something. But how long until a Midway and Orgavish come back to haunt him? We don't know. They seem to be focusing on some other lanes. At least for a few seconds, he was breathing and being like, finally.
And also, how long before we really see Zangzid? I mean, he's got one kill, and it was a pretty damn cool kill, but since then, he's not had the same impact that he's really had in previous games. And we know that he can take his time and then turn up to the team fights and take over, but the pace that this game is accelerating at necessitates him getting on map a little bit earlier and contributing to the team when they need him. That Immortal Shield Bow is going to be big for assisting him in that role. We'll have to see if he can make it happen.
Indeed, that's something. That's one of the objectives that they have to fulfill if they want to win this. And talking about him, that moving around this bot lane side, maybe looking to get some not so cautious enemy players roaming around the jungle, but that's not really what's happening. So they're going to choose to rotate towards the mid lane. Both turrets are still standing here 15 minutes in, so it might be a good chance to try and push a little bit further.
Yeah, they could look for the Rift Tower as well. I believe that Gabusha's just picked that one up, and yeah, if you can slam that down mid lane, can be great for taking out that tower. And issue though for ETT is UDL's tower is still pretty reasonably strong, and Casimia's got enough wave clear within the Xayah with those feathers to stand pretty tall on the mid part of the map. So I'd be surprised if UDL lose their tower anytime soon. Dragon up in 5 seconds though. ETT may force in the mid lane to try and get that priority so they can rotate over safely.
Indeed, there's going to be an interesting play that we're going to be watching. You can see how they start taking positions around the pit. Sofian choosing not to expose himself so much. He's got the vision, the bush is being taken right now by mechanics. And honestly, ETT seem like they're going to be taking away these very comfortably. Talking about comfortableness, Goldie just taking his time with the tower.
He's not going to get it.
No,
he's not going to get it on that wave. Oh, there's a TP coming through as well. Oh no! That searing charge has gone in a direction that he probably wouldn't like. I think it's a small blessing that it's Clonky that showed up, because he probably doesn't have the damage to kill him. But they're still going to be brawling nonetheless. We're going to see a Herald summoned in the mid lane. In the bot lane, Emiway is getting played onto by two members of UDL. Sofian and Zangzid not able to take her out as Horn very, very low. Retreating from the mid lane. ETT were able to summon the Herald. They were able to get that mid lane tower. Heck, they might even get a second as the feathers fly under the tower and the Xayah cannot get away. Mechanics on a killing spree. ETT in control of the game.
Just like you, I'm wondering what's happening to Zangzid with the Yona. I don't feel like he's very much in the game. Like, besides that one play that we saw, nothing else has been happening, and you can afford to do that because the team needs it desperately. Shaya is getting shut down, and she was the main damage source for UDL. Now, again, she doesn't spend that much time in the Rift because ETT are focusing on her, and honestly, it's about time that Jonas starts shining.
Yeah, I can completely agree, right? Game state as it is rough for UDL. And we know that they make comebacks in the mid game, right?
Yeah,
but
that's a
one in
possibility.
this big game is looking pretty unlikely.
Okay, so last game we saw Pentakill from ETT. And UDL still managed to come back, so why not here? Well, because ETT are actively chasing them, and they are not going to let go until they get at least one kill. From what I can say, they're going to have to go back to that mid lane to clear the waves and get even more of a push into the enemy base. And at this point, UDL are in a very defensive position.
Anyway,
wow.
Got out of a 1v2, how about a 1v3? Yeah, no, the Nard just dies in that situation. That's good for UDL. It's another big kill they've just grabbed for themselves, and crucially the goal going on to Zhangzid where it's needed. ETT, they need to be careful. This 6k gold lead is significant, but it is throwable.
It is indeed. It's not that wide to activate the bounties either. Kaboosh! On the fire. Well,
Fine for
that
now.
was just a clone. That was a clone. It's not a clone. Okay, it's more the word trickster. It's not a big deal. And I feel like Goldie has been here for an hour trying to take down the tower.
He did get
like,
it. Don't
yeah, he
worry.
did it. So the key lesson is, so how do you call it? Resilience. Try and try again.
Try again.
Perseverance, yeah.
Monkey might need to get out of there. Galio, not particularly adept at tanking 3 members of the enemy team
Oh, no,
at
come on.
that point. Goldie, oh no, buddy, this is just rough. He's trying to get to the wall. He's got no flash to get over it. Emiway slams him into it instead. Gets his 7th kill of the game.
Hey, Alexa, Echo. Amazon Echo, please play Linkin Park in the end. He got so far and worked so hard in the end, it didn't even matter. I mean, it did matter. He took down 1 tower, but he spent so much time up there. Oh.
I stand it, quite frankly. Hashtag worth. But fundamentally, Goldie is still playing on, which means he still has that ultimate. He can still get long range engage off, and he's still actually going to be relatively tanky, all things considered. He's going to need to be as tanky as he can, though, because ETT now rotating towards the bottom side of the map. Dragon is going to be spawning soon, and they're not really caring too much about the Baron, more concerned with the neutral objective on the bottom half of the map.
Wondering what's going through their minds right now as UDL is retained towards that objective, and EDT are just cleanly be off the waves. The Baron obviously is not going to be taken just yet, but Sophia looks very, very determined to take it.
I think UDL might be starting the Baron. This is going to be spotted out. There's a ward in the back of the pit, so EDT know that they're on this. This is not going down particularly quickly, but the Dragon hasn't even spawned, and Emiway is still stood on the bottom side of the rift. UDL
Sophia doesn't want to give it up.
will back away. Okay. Just trying to tease ETT out of position, seeing what they would do. The answer was rotate onto you, and the Baron
It's
going to be halted. I think makes a lot of sense. But this Drake still going to be ceded to ETT. Their 3rd of the game, building up towards that soul.
Indeed. And that will give them even more of an advantage for ETT. This is a very critical point in the game, 22 minutes in, UDL not really finding what to do around the enemy composition, around the enemy team. Shaya, they were relying on her. She hasn't gotten any kills in quite a few minutes. June doesn't quite take off. Stradi, well, she is there. And I think Karma and Owen are the people who are maybe having the worst time in this game. I mean, if I were Horde, I'd be very, very frustrated with this Karma. Like, it feels like he hasn't been able to do much for his team, and it must feel very, very, very stressful.
Frustrating. Yeah. It's especially considering that you did get that victory in game 1, right? Which should be giving you that momentum coming through, and to have that sort of halted directly in front of you is not a great feeling, right? I think for UDL though, there are some things that they can look towards coming through in the next few minutes. I think when Kasimi gets his next item, that's going to feel pretty damn good for them. The Infinity Edge just finished for Zangzid is huge. Yone now going to be at 100% crit chance, so a lot of extra power there. They're still in this game, but it's just going to take them a little bit longer to get that itemization. Issue then becomes, in that time, ETT can get closer to their next itemization.
Indeed, if you, for example, look at bot lane, you can see how Shaya scored the Gale Force completed, and then the more quick blades as well. This got the Infinity Edge and the Gale Force, and I mean, she's got that is a competitive advantage here on the ATB station, and no Goldie again. I mean, leave him alone. Thank you.
And ETT sort of flexing their muscles here. Anyway, a level up on Zhangzid. Ultimates traded by the respective players. Baron being teased here by ETT now and moving towards it, seeing UDL on the mid lane. They are going to be starting it up.
Well, yeah, UDL sort of rushing here through the jungle to arrive just in time. I think the Baron is going down quickly now for them not to get there.
UTKT with a hook and ETT peeling away, looking for the fight. Going to be stuck in a jungle choke point, and that is a double knockup coming through from Goldie. Gaboosh dominating though, as the fight is broken up by Clonky on the Galio. Kasimi gets 1 kill, but still ends up dying. And ETT flexing their muscles take 3.
Ooh, this is just looking to be an ETT sort of game. Would they take it away? Look at the Baron already being taken by them. This buff just opened an opportunity, and Horner maybe finding something here. A little bit of poke against Nah, but your karma.
No. Oh dear.
Why? Like,
Well, I mean, hey, that's karma for trying to kill the Gnar. All I'm saying there.
I don't know, wait, that should be the other way around. Nah has been the one just not giving a single break to Goldie in the top lane. He should be the one being like, oh no, it's you who's taking me out, like getting taken down. But no. And maybe learning from this game that he can just be as annoying as possible in top lane and nobody will say anything.
I know, I think it's just a reminder for Horn that things can always get worse. And if you think that 1-6 is bad, then 1-7 feels worse. But it has not been a great game for a couple of members of UDL here. But for ETT, I think they've really managed to force those errors, those oversteps, those mistakes, and put UDL in a position that they're not comfortable in.
At all, either. It's just like they just kind of move around. They're very, very under the ETT's close and watchful eye. And look at this, another tower yet again. You're having to choose what to defend. It's going to be this bot lane for the time being. But the tools that they could have in order to counter the Netherlands team are just not there.
Yeah, I mean, small solace for them is that they're actually been able to clear out this wave relatively easily. When it is just the Caitlyn who is your siege, she doesn't really want to step too far forward. That's why Gaboosh is using that warrior trickster to try and bait cooldowns from UDL to try and get some of their key ultimates out, so then ETT can go further forward from the play. ETT, though, they have had sieging over the course, problems with sieging over the course of this competition, actually ending out their game. So I'm intrigued to see whether that's something they're going to be able to do here against UDL.
Yeah, I mean, now the question is not who's going to win this game, but rather how long it will take them to do it. Some teams are very good at doing that. Some teams that take the long, sweet time. ETT could be anywhere in between. So far, 27 minutes in, if I'm not mistaken, and they are playing in a not so straightforward way. Like, they are not afraid to go for the towers, but they don't want to fully commit.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a committal here from UDL onto Gaboosh, and this is what we're talking about. ETT just trying to bait these cooldowns out of the side of UDL and can then return to the siege in a much better spot. They've still got the Gnar ult. They've still got QTKT flashing forward, fishing for the hooks. Emiway turning Mega on the Gnar, pulling back multiple members of UDL into the meat grinder. It's 2 kills for ETT. The inhib will fall down, and the last 3 members of UDL may not be enough to stop the Nexus from falling. No super minions yet for ETT. They're looking for a play onto these champions. They're trying to take them out, and Jangzid might just give them the opportunity. A very aggressive dive coming out from the One, but he's still alive for a little bit longer. Gaboosh is legendary, and Kasimi is the last one left standing for UDL. The AD carry trying to carry, but not quite able. ETT take game 2.
We're going to honor the name of this format, the best of 3 that is actually going to a third game once again, the second one today on stream. And it is going to be just one last time for LDF UDL to face ATT and tell them, hey, this was the second game, but this is not how this is going to end. In other way, in that case, middle court, we can't complain about the amount of action we are seeing on the screen.
No.
Like, both teams are giving their all.
Not at all. And I think that UDL might be sweating a little bit because the pattern that we've seen from our 3-game series so far has been team wins first game relatively convincingly. The second team wins the next game in a pretty close manner and then stomps in game 3. UDL are going to have to break that streak of the way that the stream gains have been going if they want to be taking down ETT and pushing themselves to playoffs in Amazon UEM.
Indeed, and that is going to be worth watching. So keep an eye on them, mate. This last chance to, again, show any tricks or surprises that you've got planned. But talking about plans, your plan is to watch the last game, so don't go anywhere because we're going to toss it to a short break and then come back to see how this story ends. See you soon.
see your face everywhere. When I'm going out, you'll be there. 'Cause everything reminds me of you. I can't take no more. Girl, I think I'm losing my mind. Try to go to work, but I lost track of time. 'Cause everyone keep looking like you. I can't take no more. I miss your touch from your hands and your body. It hurts so much to think of you as someone else. Can't get enough when you're sweet talking to me. Now I'm talking sweet all by myself. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. What you need from me, need your love on me, put your love on me. I'ma do everything for you. I don't want anyone but you. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. Can we stop the clock and rewind? Go back to that moment in time. When you say you want me for life, was it all a lie? I gave my all to deserve ya. Begging on my knees just to show ya. You're the one I want and I love ya. No, 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 no lie. I miss your touch from your hands and your body. It hurts.
Are you ready to watch this last game of the day, of this round, of this first qualifier stage between Esports Team 20 from the Netherlands and the rivals in this occasion, Université de Lyon from France? Middlecourt, are you ready?
I hope so. This has been it's been a good couple games. It's been some explosive action. It's been really, really impressive, and we finally get to see what Esports Team 20 look like when they win, and they look very, very good when they win.
They truly do. Honestly, it's just bringing me memories of like these teams when they lose very strongly. But when they win, they really win. And that's what we're seeing here once again. But this third game, only one team can win. Only one team can go to playoffs directly. Remember, there's still last year's qualifier, but this is your one-way ticket to playoffs. I don't know. I think both of them deserve it, but I know who to support, honestly.
Well, I think that this is ultimately a matchup for the neutral. It's for the person that doesn't really know who they want to support, because we're seeing some fantastic League of Legends, and I imagine that the fans of both of these sets of teams are absolutely nervous wrecks right now, because we've seen great gameplay from both of them. They've both shown the ability to win games and win them very, very strongly and aggressively. Game 3 is going to depend a lot on the draft, on what sort of priority we see from both of these teams.
Indeed, I think like this will like the early might not be so not important, but not so fundamental not for either of these teams to win, because we've seen them just starting from behind and then getting a good lead later on. But the mid game, I'm gonna be like biting my nails.
Yeah.
That's when everything gets decided, and that's when both of these teams have been like, okay, enough is enough, I'm gonna get this rolling and you can't stop me. So I don't know, Midland Burn nervous.
No, and I think that the really cool thing is that I'm expecting some continued spices in the draft, right? I hope that we keep getting these more unusual picks. We've seen a Vayne from ETT in game 1 that got a pentakill, unfortunately for them, not able to grab the win there. We've got the Galio as well coming through in game 2. Again, not a completely out of meta pick, but just something a little bit different, a little bit precise that you can put into draft to just make sure that it's a bit more holistic and it works a lot stronger. UDL have similar options in terms of what Zhangzi can put out, but I feel like they're a bit more strictly defined in what they're going to be doing. Goldie is going to be on a tank. Kasimi is going to be on a hyper carry. Sufyan has shown the ability to go towards the Sejuani, but it's not been a standout for me on that pick just yet. I much prefer him when he's doing a lot of this big carry job.
Same. I think it suits him better with his playstyle. Like, he's very proactive. It definitely, I think, yeah, he fits better with the champions like the Viego, for example. That'd be a good choice of him. The Vi as well, getting those punches in. And for ETT, I feel like we've seen mostly everything. Like, how many, like, at this point, they're gonna run out of champions. Like, they're gonna play the next unreleased champion by Riot. We're like, hey, introducing this champion. Sorry, we don't have any more. But they will always like to see, maybe, for example, and this is going to get banned, but either way, Pasadena on Kolongi. Kolongi has been playing champions very passively. Both Gali and Victor were like, okay, just sit free in the mid lane and just don't die. That's the key. But Pasadena forces you to be more active in terms of how you play this lane. So maybe something like that, please.
I mean, could do. And hey, do you know what? If you play one game of Galio, I think that earns you enough like good player bucks to let the coach draft you, cast it in the next game, right? But I think that is something that ETT have shown, particularly with the performance from Emway in that last game. They've actually got 3 lanes that can emphatically carry and carry emphatically, which is something that UDL really don't have to rely on. Yeah, they can get a third carry coming out of Sofyan in the jungle, but really, it's up to Zhangzid, it's up to Kasimi to bring all the damage to make their compositions work.
Yeah, this is what we were saying about UDL last time, where like they've got plenty of people who can carry, while ETT only have Caitlyn to be the really focused on that, because the Galio won't be able to do that so much. at the very end, I feel like the less expected champions was stepping up to the challenge, and UDL was just like, what do we put the resources? That way too many people who can do this, and we split them, but that ends up to no one really being at the point where we need them to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of drafting stuff like Wukong and Nara and these other sort of bridge champions in your compositions. Like, if they do get early leads, if they get to their second item ahead of their opponent, if they get to their first item ahead of their opponent, they're just really, really disgusting to play against because of that combination of high damage and high tankiness in the early game. They are a class that falls off, which is why we see deprioritization of resources onto junglers when we start hitting mid to late game. Generally, you won't see something like a Vi on more than 3 items, but in the sort of pace of games that we're seeing, bruisers function absolutely tremendously.
They do. So talking about bruisers, we see quite a few types of them. We see again the Nart, the Ornn, Stallion has also made it. Darius as well, like very beefy champions that can stand in line. So last game, Ornn was just poor guy. Like again, I want to see Goldie finally feeling comfortable in lane without MBY just being like poking him on the head all the time, being like, "Hey, I'm here." Because I just want to see an even matchup, so I'm gonna ask Gabush to not gang top lane at all. Never.
Maybe I'll listen to you. Well, I am just reading from production here that we are seeing a roster swap come through from UDL. Horn is actually going to be subbed out, and they're going to be bringing in Highstain into that role. Now, obviously haven't had the chance to research and look up what this player is going to bring to them, and what alternative options it opens up to them. But it's really interesting in game 3 of a series to decide whether you qualify for the main stage of Amazon University Esports Masters. You sub a player out, you get a new guy in that we haven't really seen play throughout the tournament.
No, because I was thinking it might have been the door, but I think I might be mistaking him for someone else. This will be a bold move by UDL, but I think it's fitting. I think at this point, honestly, even if it's the third game, if somebody's not really working, or maybe it's even a matter of like bringing in someone new that hasn't had that mental strain for the past games, so that they can bring some new ideas. Maybe this player is a really good short caller that is going to bring some new flavor to how the team is playing. So there are plenty of options there as to why they decided to switch these players out. So yeah, I like.
And I think the cool thing there is that the opposing team are going to be asking the exact same question, right? Over here on the side of ETT, they're going to be going, okay, what have you got in the notes? Highstain, like, find the OPGGs, locate the accounts. What does this guy bring? What is the new element to UDL that is going to result from this? And ultimately, that's a question that we're going to have to see answered in the champion select.
By the way, before we move on, I have to say, in the meantime, we had the Politechnika Gdańsk from Poland versus the University of Montreal, aka UCAM Tokyo's from Spain, facing each other for this qualifying match. I feel you're right now middle court because UCAM has lost 2-0, which means PG moves on to playoffs. They reclaim that position, and Poland get the two teams through this stage. So out of the 6 spots, 2 go for Poland and 2 go for Germany, which Josip is a great feat out of the 23 teams taking part in here. But they've made it.
I mean, it's incredible performances, obviously, from both countries. It is no mean feat to get 2 teams through into the main playoffs. And I think for PG, that's going to be a win that they're going to thoroughly enjoy. That matchup versus YNZ was very, very intriguing, very, very contested until it really, really wasn't. But they showed that they are a team that should be contesting right at the top of this competition. So very pleased for them, very happy for them making it through. As we jump into Champion Select for the final game of our own series, UDL versus ETT. Winner makes it all the way to playoffs.
Well, there we go. Kain and Annie being banned for starters, along with Vega, Walker, and Riven. These teams want to play already. The bans are coming in really quickly, and you can see how that tag team got Bush and Miwei from last game. They don't want to see that again. Annie, poor girl, has just been banned so much. As a support with alerts, the potential can be switched on to mid lane. That does check out, as well as Yumi. It doesn't matter, like the reward was there, but she's still not getting played.
Yeah, if she's left unbanned on red side as you get into pick 2, pick 3, probably a smart idea to take her off the board. Just so that we are all aware, UEM23BU3 is Hairstein. They're playing on a different account, so that's going to be the name. I'm not sure if that's going to be appearing in game, but just in case you weren't aware, that is how we are going to be able to pick them out. First logins for both teams actually going to be the AD carries mechanics on their Jinx. This guy very, very potent at that pick.
Yeah, there we go. This was banned last game, but this time ADT finds the opportunity to actually take it away along with Gragas. Well, at this point, we've got used to seeing this champion on the Rift. We've seen him is in the top lane, we've seen him go in the mid lane. There are quite a few positions where you can actually bring it out, as well as Rakan and Shaya. Typical bot lane going on here. Play from UTL. I like what we're seeing.
Yeah, it's very, very similar to a lot of what we've seen today, actually. Nothing that's been picked here is completely blowing me away. And that kind of makes sense, right? You're looking at first rotation, the first sort of 3 picks here, and you don't really want to be revealing too much in terms of those. That's why we've got bot lanes locked in against each other, and then 2 flex junglers, right, that go top lane, can go mid lane, can go into that jungle role. So neither team really showing us anything in the start of this Game 3 draft. Bans in the second phase are going to be really important for dictating what's going to be happening. We're not going to be seeing Xantid's Aurelion Sol again. ETT remembering that from Game 1, keeping it off the board.
Hey, memory is still fresh from that first game that UDL took away, but you need to move on, and Olaf is the next one going and down. He has been shown to be really powerful. The Kain in the later stages of the game, but still unstoppable when he's properly fed. So one more champion that we will see on the hands of a Miwei or Gabush or Malphite even.
I've always thought it's weird about Olaf. His ultimate Ragnarok, he's essentially too angry to be CC'd. And combined with Trendem is too angry to die. I'm not understanding how that all works, like mechanically. Just seems quite strange. Anyway, random thought I had off the top of my head. We're seeing in this second phase the focus in terms of who we're targeting with these bans. Olaf can go jungle, it can go top lane. The Fiora probably likely taking away from Emiway, but he had an immaculate performance on that Gnar in the previous game. Completely took over the top lane matchup against Goldie. No surprise that ETT are running that back.
Indeed, Gnar appears once again, and so far I'm liking the composition. It's honestly, like, if you only see these champions, it's taken me to 2015, sort of. Like, all of these champions have been happening for quite a while in the game already. The classic one as at this point. One that is newer though is Vega appearing here for UDL. Vega has sort of been like a coin flip during these games that we've watched from different teams. Either he wins a lot and he just takes the game away, or he's just like so doesn't take off and then falls to the enemy. And closing this, we've got Victor. Okay, I like this.
Yeah, and I'm generally a pretty big fan of UDL's composition here. I'm seeing clear damage sources with the Victor, with the Xayah, with the Viego contributing a little bit as well. I'm seeing engage options, I'm seeing wing conditions, I'm seeing zone control. There's a lot to like here, very, very standard stuff, but in the game they need to win, Carmeline. Clonky pulls out the Kassadin.
along here is like, excuse me, this last game already. I need to. It has to happen. The opportunity was there as a last pick, as last reserves. I think they were just like, okay, if it's open, we're gonna just pick it. We don't have anything to lose. But at the same time, there's a lot to lose here as we are facing the third game of this best of 3. Remember, for a place in playoffs coming from this lower bracket. And again, what else could you ask for? I think all of the players are on comfort picks for themselves, especially Clunky, as we already know. And you couldn't ask for anything better.
No, you couldn't, but it's a very intriguing stylistic choice that ETT have gone towards, because I look at Castin, I look at Jinx. These are not champions that want to be fighting anyone pre-20 minutes, probably pre-25, right? You're looking for 3 items minimum, level 16, well, level 11, level 16, really when you can start taking things over on the Cassidin. But on the side of UDL, they are able to match that scaling every step of the way. So versatile compositions, kind of standard compositions with the little curveball that the casting can introduce. And both teams set up for success, quite honestly, from draft.
They are. I'm going to adjust my ponytails and I'm ready for all the action because we'll surely need it. And I don't have my hair sweatband. Do it, Wilco. Do it. Like, okay, are we ready? Do we look
good enough
to get to this game?
I'm serving. I've been...
You are working it. Yes.
Allegedly. I've been told. But no, looking forward to this game. I'd like to reiterate, I think that both teams have come in with some pretty good plans. I really want to see how they're executed. I think bot laners, AD carries are going to be massively influential as damage sources in this game. And I love to see this Viego come out. We were asking for more carry-style junglers from UDL in this series, and they've obliged.
Yeah, they delivered. Now it's a matter of delivering inside the game. Can this Viego actually be effective? Have our hopes been in vain? Were we asking for the wrong thing? Questions that we'll get an answer to quite surely as we get into the game. But so far, I need to know, which lanes are you looking at? Because for me, it's the mid lane. Like, it's Victor-Bus, Cassidin. Which one is yours?
I think Victor Cassidin is cool. I like it. I like it. There's a lot of scaling potential there.
Yeah.
Very, very cool stuff. But what I'm really intrigued on is what happens top lane. What happens to Goldie? Because the Sejuani is honestly quite similar to the Ornn in terms of a lot of its strengths and a lot of its flaws, right? Mm-hmm. He's not running the flash either. So if Emiway is able to get an advantage on this lane, he can make it stick.
He's fooled. But as we go into the game for the first minutes, well, for the first seconds, nothing much is going to happen. You can see here how they're looking for some elevation into the river to catch the enemy doing something sneaky, but that's not going to be the case. Everyone goes back to their respective lanes. And so far, I'm sort of missing level 1 in baits. Those were so fun.
Do you know what I think the psychology is?
What?
If you are in the game 3, last game of this series, you go for a level 1, it doesn't work, and you get triple killed.
But that's right, but...
That just feels so awful that I think teams would rather not risk it at all and just go, actually, we won't look for the advantage because of the risk of giving something up. We'll keep it nice and calm, and we'll try and find our leads elsewhere.
Yeah, right, but I always like to see a little bit of chaos going on in the early minutes. Talking about that, nothing of the story happening here. You've got the bot lane chilling. I really want to see how this support is dealing with how the coordination is going to be with Casimir, because Horn did quite well in that aspect. But maybe this is an improvement. Who knows?
It could be different. I mean, you are playing the Rakana champion that sort of is famous for its synergy with the Xayah, and Sofian on the bot side as the wave is coming in on the side of ETT. No level 2 yet for Hirestone and Kasimi, but they're going to pressure for it here. Actually not able to hit it, so still only level 1. Double flash still burned on the side of ETT. Heal as well from Mechanic, so a very profitable gank despite Sofian not getting any kills.
Yep, so that's what you're gonna get, as we were saying in the previous game about Vayne in this one. So the same mechanics not gonna be the biggest threat for these first seconds. And look who is here, he's joining the party.
Gabush open the party on the side of UDL. Kasimi maybe in a rough spot, but he's able to get away using those summoner spells that they saved from earlier. His flash is all over the place. His first blood for QTKT. Sofian desperately chasing onto Gabush, but not able to find him. That's a kill. That's a reset for Mechanics, but it's nothing more. Talking about neither team wanting to fall to an early disadvantage. Well, it's ETT who've drawn first blood.
Always saying there were no level 1 players here, but level 2, plenty of them that we saw in the bot lane. Very, very tight situation that could have turned either way, but it ended up going in favor of ETT. We see QTKT is channeling his inner Shaki. You know, if you channel someone who's moved on to playoffs, I think, you know, that's a good thing. Not so good, the situation.
Side steps. Oh, he's going for another one. Gonna burn the flash under the tower, getting the magic damage. Shield, ooh, higher stone. Taking one more tower shot, he would have been a dead man. But for now, only the single death to the substitute's name. We're wondering like how the top lane was going to be going. From the looks of things, MOA is slowly starting to build up an advantage. He's got that CS lead on top of Goldie. I think he was able to get the Skull Crab as well.
I think so, at least, is what we're showing. Either way, the vision is good there for ETT. What we're seeing is ETT making the most out of it, 2k of difference between them and UDL at 5 minutes in. But you can't just give this for a one-done game. UDL is still fighting. You're going to be seeing that in the bot lane because look at where Gabush is waiting.
Ooh, in the wings for a gank.
In the wings
his opposite
of love.
number is moving towards the top side. He's not going to be here to counteract this. ETT not really getting the cleanest engage. It's still a load of damage onto Kasami, and it's still a kill for Mechanics. They make it work in the end. In the mid lane, Clonky. No flash for the cast-in. No life for the cast-in. Sofian gets that one.
Oh no, Clonky. We believe in you. It's a castle. You can do this. Just like your team can take down one of these turret plates. That honestly be feeling very, very comfortable and cozy here in the enemy territory where they shouldn't. But Gabush is just walking around and being like, okay, I'm gonna still a little bit of farming, a little bit younger comes right there. I hope you don't mind it. And QTK and him being quite a good pair. I'm really liking this in the game.
It's been looking pretty damn good for them. 2k gold lead this early on in the game is no mean feat, and that's sort of coming from both of these side lanes, right? Clonky is not in a good spot right now, but MOA is really accelerated. Mechanics is doing pretty damn well for himself as well. And you look at the mini-map movements here from the side of ETT, recognizing that their man in the mid lane is in a potentially rough spot, moving over to ensure that this wave gets shoved in. He can get a reset, and maybe they can get a kill on Janjin. He's going to be forced to use the Chaos Storm.
Yeah. I mean, the farming going on for Clonky is the best in comparison to any CS from behind. But Zhang's been put in a very difficult spot here by ETT, just laying his farming for a little bit. And also Gabush being a lot more aggressive than in any other game.
Very, and Highestain is going to be jumped onto and taken down. Gabush is low himself, gets the Dark Passage away. A little bit of healing up from the passive. Just about gets out of there. ETT, that was a little bit risky, but it pays off. They get themselves another kill.
Yes, I think Gabush is the kind of player who seems very chill. But when things are about to end, when it's the last game of a series, he is like, okay, give me a second, and he stops being chill. He starts to be very scary, underraved, and causing chaos all around. That's what he's doing here. Like, supporting many different lanes at the same time. You never know what to expect him. And that is considering he's playing a Gragas. He's not playing a Viego, he's not playing a Neverlin. No, it's a Gragas.
He is looking very damn good as well. MOA continuing with his aggression up in the top side. The Sejuani a little bit better in terms of these medium length trades than the Ornn, but if MOA is able to extend it, then Goldie will inevitably lose out. The Gnar is available. Just going to use it to shove Goldie back into that tower, though.
Goldie, right here, taking advantage of a safe lane finally to farm a little bit, and maybe retain towards Sophie-Anne. Let's see if they can get it. Oh, flashing.
Very well timed there. Actually
Yeah.
able to disengage from ETT. Gaboosh is still going to chase him down with those tier 2 boots.
Oh,
The boost
Goldie.
speed differential could be important. Goldie stepping forward into the river. Gaboosh flashing over the wall and getting a kill. Second of the game for himself. Cutie Katie. A little bit short on the death sentence, but ETT continuing to make plays, continuing to make things happen.
There was a little bit of miscommunication from UDL side. Like, Goldie had really no need to go there as his jungler had already started to get away. This means, well, at least that's something, you know, you go back to base, you get the time to buy a few items, but this gives MUA even more power here in the top lane, even more of a gold difference in comparison to his counterpart. At least at lane, I don't think UDL are gonna rely on it so much.
Yeah, I think that's unlikely. But for ETT, they are very, very happy at the moment. And if you look at their composition, there's a lot of safety actually here for Mechanics. It's not like he's got a Lulu or a Soraka alongside him to heal him up, but the Dark Passage is excellent for repositioning the Jinx away from tricky situations. And whilst Gaboosh might be going for an AP build, he's still a Gragas. He still has all of that displacement with a little bit of bonus damage on top.
Yeah, and you've got the Flame Chompers as well, which I think are gonna make your life a little bit easier whenever someone tries to get close to you. But so far the bot lane has been sort of not calm. It is sort of very active in the early minutes. Now they actually switch into the top lane.
Hold on a second. Now going very aggressive here. Is going to be able to knock back the Sejuani, but MUA not winning out in terms of that trade. And this is the additional power that the Sejuani can bring in the 1v1. Sophie-Anne moving over to the Mininar in the Harrowed Path. Has the Spectral Morph. Gary.
No,
Very well-timed flash from MUA, getting away. As in the bot lane, Gaboosh summoning the Rift Herald. Kasimi and Highstein need to be careful for a dive. There goes the belly bot, beautifully timed feather storm shut down, collected by the Rakan. TP, a little bit exuberant, a little bit more than was needed from Zhangzid. But UDL responds to that play very, very smartly.
Yeah, they do, and this is ensuring that UDL at least gets a break from all the aggressiveness coming from ETT, particularly from Gaboosh, who's been non-stop roaming around the map and trying to find plays onto the enemy team. Been hooked by Cutie Katie, but I mean, not that that was really needed at this point. But well, they could try to find something against the enemy support.
Yeah, with this level 6 from the Rakan, Mechanics being chased to Kingdom Come. That death sentence from Cutie Katie may have just saved that champion's life, and now they're going to look for some kills. Kasimi taking incredibly low, 200 HP, but the shutdown goes over. The feathers pulled back, creating a corpse. ETT's support will create another one. Zhang Jid in a horrible spot in the mid lane. Gaboosh with one more, so surely he's going to take it, but not before he falls down. Sophie-Anne now hunting for the casting, but no, chooses against all-inning. Goldie popping the Meganar, still trading with MUA. Still trading with MUA. I think that the Nara is going to be going for a solo kill here. Gets the stun there with the wallop, goes forward with the crunch, but another ult away. MUA is not committing to try and get kills in this lane.
I don't know if I would call it trading as much as I will call it, I don't know, like, it's just, Mira's just pushing Goldie so much that the Goldie has no other option but to try and repel a little bit of that, but you can see it already, at least the distance since he has shortened. I mean, that he's been having a little bit of an easier time in comparison to the last game, for example. But that's not the case for his team. Like, they did find that play in the mid lane. They did take down Gaboosh. They did take down Mechanics that will play in the bot lane. But they need to keep pushing for these kind of moments.
Absolutely. The game is far from out of their grasp right now, but ET are still the ones in the advantage. Anyway, might be looking for a solo kill here. He's about to pop Mega, getting the stun with a wallop. A couple more autos, one more bolt. There it is! Another solo kill for Emiway. ETT stacking around the dragon. Clonky taking a bit of damage. UDL not pushing too aggressively into the river.
No, they won't do that. They prefer to take some safer positions into the mid lane, a little bit into this match, just well, maybe get a little bit of vision going on. Maybe because you kind of expect a Bush to try and do something. Like, again, this game he's been very, very proactive, and that is showing. And instead, they're going to try and turn it against him.
Oh, high stain.
Oh, no.
Not quite getting the engage. Gabush with a well-timed flash, to be fair to him. Get out of that. And the team from France seem a bit more concerned with getting that mid lane priority now. We're getting that priority in the river, rather. Clonky only level 10 here on the casting. Hasn't yet hit that level 11 point. Hasn't yet completed his first item. We're seeing a couple of mythics on the side of... Oh my word, what is going on my screen? It's mechanics being caught out. The Dark Passage taking him to relative safety. The Ignite, not enough.
Wow, that was pretty close, but he was well protected by his support. He was well protected all around, so there was not much of an issue. But now the one who could get caught up is Gabush, so Conk is coming to help.
Oh, Zhangxid being jumped onto. So many members of UDL running up the river towards the victor. ATT will see that back away. We'll give up this Drake, actually. Super Mega Death Rocket on the minimap. They're nearly hitting onto Zhangxid. QTKT has found the enemy Xayah, who seems a bit more concerned with going for a play herself. Emiway aggressive onto Goldie once more. Low mana on the Sejuani. And it's not as big a lead as last game, but Emiway definitely getting the better end of this matchup.
Yeah, if you think about it, 5 minutes in they had a 2k gold difference in favor of ETT. 15 minutes in, that difference has increased by 1k, which I will say is good for UDL because clearly that advance has slowed it down, which is providing a window for them to try and take something and maybe turn the situation around, which is what we see them attempt him to do. I have to say Goldie stun his way, like being able to stand his ground quite nicely in comparison to the other games. I also think it also has to do with Gabush not visiting top lane as often.
Yeah, he hasn't really played around Emiway in the same sort of fashion. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's still definitely had a positive impact for ETT on this game, but it's not coming out of the northern area of the map. And it's a bit more onto mechanics, a little bit actually here onto Clonky. Whilst he's not been enjoying his laning phase, he is able to pick up first turret gold, which should help equalize him with his opponent in Zhangxid.
And it should be walking out. Clonky just drilling versus Victor.
Oh, they found a pick it onto highest state. The Rakan not able to find the engage. That's big, that's big. That is Rift Herald being seeded, looks like, by UDL. Yeah, Shelly. They don't want to fight you anymore. And ETT going to be able to pick that one up. The gold lead that we were touching on there actually started to grow a bit more for ETT now.
This was one of the changes that they made in one of the latest patches about Shelly just going faster back to resetting faster. And that's what we will be seeing again. Like, it's going to take them a little bit more time to take down this Herald. And Sofian is just waiting very patiently to see that that ends up happening. It does. So he feels free to rotate a little bit more. But I should say, right now, it's once again the game where the turrets are like just serving a very beautiful purpose of decorating the rift. Yeah. But they're not really being targeted. Not yet.
Not really. Neither team really at that point just yet. Emiway, you're going to try and kill Goldie here. See, the sad thing for him is when that Mega Narc comes up, it actually means that he can deal less damage in terms of those chase downs. And so unless Goldie is below a certain threshold, he just can't go for the all-in because he won't be able to burst him out.
That is sad, but honestly, if I were Gold, you know that I would dare to do anything either way. I'd be like, no, okay, just take it. It's fine, it's fine. Just stay away, and then I will be calling for Sofian to come help me, just like a bitch is gonna do now with a Mayway.
A rare visit to top lane in this second game. And it should be a productive one. A killing spree for Emiway. Not particularly difficult for ETT. These side lanes have been holding strong for them throughout this game.
Indeed, that's gonna work out quite nicely. This goes in favor of ETT with about 5k of difference. Just the difference hasn't moved that much. Oh, okay, Colombi versus Indeed on this Victor, but they're playing something else.
Yeah, the rest of UDL are coming from under the tower. Clonky gonna flash away, and it's enough to take him down from UDL. They got to be very, very careful though. That's a Rift Herald summoning in the mid lane. ETT could get loads of gold here. They're gonna get a kill. Highestain, a victim of the Super Mega Death Rocket. And ETT are not gonna go for anything more, but a couple of towers feels absolutely brilliant. The map is falling in their favor. Those towers that we were talking about falling down in their favor.
Finally, I think it's a matter of ETT not wanting to take them down until they are sure they can do it. Like, either they fully commit or they don't. And this is what they've seen. They've seen the opportunity for turrets go down for the side, and it means that UDL are gonna have to do a lot of wave cleaning. They're gonna have to do a lot of ambition securing around the map if they don't want a surprise. And this, honestly, when I think about surprise, I think of Expect Backdoor with Kassadin. And why not? Kolonki, do it. We know you can do it. Do it.
Yeah, ETT, specifically engineer a situation where Clunky needs to go for a backdoor. Bet you won't. They might be contesting this Drake, or they may instead opt to move towards the Baron. They've already got a decent amount of vision in that top side jungle, and whilst this is going to provide an immediate benefit to UDL, they're going to get the Dragon as well as the objective bounty, that bonus gold offer. ETT, it hits 20 minutes, they run straight over to the Baron, and with a 2-item jinx, they do this pretty damn rapid.
Oh, yeah, and Clunky is gonna get caught in the middle of all of these. Okay, he manages to escape. It's a Gasoline after all. Baron could be going in ETT's favor.
Goldie is starting the engage. Here comes the Rakan. That 3-knot top with the ground entrance. Have ETT overstepped. Emiway with a big ultimate. And it's a rampage kill for himself. Gaboosh is dead, though. The smite is down. And ETT's health bars are falling low. UDL with a numbers advantage around the top side. Plotting and engaged. Dangjit is extremely powerful on this Victor right now. There is a tower which will provide a decent bit of safety to ETT. Mechanics needs to be very damn careful. The feathers pulled back. Kasimi going for a flash, but not finding the kill. And now hold on. Who's that with the TP? Here comes Clonky. It's 2 kills for ETT. It's a double for that man in the mid lane. UDL, they thought they found a fight around the Baron. It gets turned right around.
And they did. I mean, I understand why they decided to chase ETT, but look at this. ETT just with the TP, they should have known that. They should have taken that account. Oh gosh. This was very close, yeah.
Yeah, on the chase. And actually, that bonus damage that Zhangjit and Sofian pumped into the members of ETT means that they can't turn on to that Baron. So ultimately, mission successful for UDL, but they paid a heftier price for it than they would have liked.
They did, and now the distance in gold is up to 8k in favor of ETT, despite everything they've tried to do to turn it around. So with this gap becoming wider and wider, the options become slimmer for them to do something. They need to think of something to do, but 22 minutes in, this situation is not going to last for much longer, especially now that the objectives are not really on the rift. So it's either farming or fighting for them.
Yeah, and those choices are going to be difficult ones, potentially, right? I want to shout out Emiway, though. Once again, another incredible performance here on the Gnar. Not quite as emphatic as last game, but 5-0-2 is still nothing to be sniffed at, and is still a massive threat in the side lane for ETT, applying that pressure, getting those waves showed in, looking for the towers. Now, a little bit later, a couple of minutes after their first attempt, ETT return to the Baron. But as UDL move in, the team from the Netherlands will back away. They will look for Zanzid. They will try and find a pick in the jungle of UDL, and they are going to be successful. But look in the river, Clonky caught out. Not enough mobility on that cast-in to get away. Mid laners unavailable for both teams. ETT pushing in the top lane.
Well, there's a moment for a backdoor. No, it isn't. I mean, not that he will be able to do. The turrets the nexus are still up, and so are the inhibitors, but ETT making the most out of this, taking as much as they can get, and they know where Sophie Arn is hiding. But this Zaviego, this stuff are gonna be in his favor. So far, I would like to say, you know, when you see those statistics of how much gold has been generated from the Baron buff, like how much gold you've made since you got the Baron. Yay! I would like to see that at some point.
That'd be quite cool. But for ETT, they don't have access to that graphic yet, at least, because they haven't been able to take the Baron. And I think the longer that UDL go holding on without that objective going over, the better, right? Because they've already got a couple of dragons. There isn't really the threat of assault that ETT can play towards. So the Baron is really that big game-ending objective that they need. As long as UDL can control their topside jungle, can control this area, they can stick in this game for a heck of a long time. Give more time for Zhangzid to get his itemization on this Victor and be able to one-shot stuff like the Castin, stuff like the Jinx. Plays like this are decent onto MWay, but you need to make sure that you're not losing stuff on the other side of the map. Regardless, the Nard will die, and that is a massive shutdown for the Victor.
It is, and regardless of this, you can see how ETT are advancing down that river area, but they could be finding themselves in a flank against UDL.
You see me walking through his jungle. That doesn't belong to you, buddy. Mechanics with that kill. 40 seconds without the Zyra on the board, and this is going to make it really difficult for UDL to contest anything.
Yeah, that's going to be what we're seeing. UDL having to go back to base, stop that bot lane way from hitting, crashing against the first tower going into the base, and this is giving ETT the space to go and take that next objective, this dragon, without anyone just knowing them. Now, these are in a bad position, but I have to say, UDL have shortened the gold distance. Now it's 7k instead of 8k, so hey, that's something you get.
Yeah, I mean, it's something, right? But you're still fighting against an ETT.
But leave me alone, it's something.
There's a 3-item Jinx here, Carmeline. This is...
I want to believe.
This is dangerous. This is very, very, very dangerous. I mean, right, UDL, you can still make this work. If you get your Sejuani comboing down onto the Jinx when she is overstepped and QTKT isn't in a position to save her, then there's something you can look for. But that's been counted in the itemization as well. We've got a Locket of the Iron Solari and Mikhail's Blessing. QTKT has gone all in on keeping mechanics alive, and that should be a pretty decent-sized investment. MWay opening up with a Meganar, and he's now going to be transferring into the mini, so can chase down Goldie to infinity. He's really put the screws into this matchup. He's really taken control, and he's showing his dominance on the side lane.
I'm talking about side lanes. And Miwei again is pushing down here, but you can see how the rest of his team are going to opt for something a little bit more risky. Nice when we could see the gold generated by the Baron buff. Now that they're going to take it, because I'm pretty sure it's going to be very advantageous for them. But UDL coming in, they don't want to let this happen.
Oh no, Hairstein caught at the start of the fight. Emu going mega! Massive! Gargantuan! Huge! An ultimate to win a game, an ultimate to end a series, an ultimate to secure ETT's qualification to Amazon UEM.
Well, for this third time in a row for them, the first time they got the third place, second time they won the competition, and this time, even if it's the losers bracket, it seems like they want to do it again.
They reverse sweep the series. They reverse sweep the entire qualification process, coming through the losers bracket, only dropping a single game. The reigning University Esports Masters champions ETT will return to defend their crown in the playoffs as they take down UDL.
Oh, that was such an amazing game to watch for ETT from Esports Team 20. Winners and qualified for those players. As you said, defending the title. And I think if I were to face them at the next stage, I'd be afraid. I'd be like, what? I mean, even if I win the first game, they're going to be doing this in the following ones. That's what makes or breaks winners. And in this case, it seems like they are going for the same title as last year.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. And considering the way that this tournament started for them just under sort of 36 hours ago, maybe people didn't expect them to be here. Maybe they thought that last year's champions had slackened and weren't as good as maybe they could have been after that loss to AGH. But this run they've made from the lower bracket has been so impressive. Going down 1-0 in this series, the odds stacked against them, but able to come out game 2, game 3, clean performances, massive win to top it off.
Absolutely. For UDL from the University of Lyon, they've done an amazing effort into trying to turn this around, but they couldn't do it, yes, at the very end. But they've been proven to be quite fierce and rivals, and I'm sure if they do choose to make it to the last chance qualifier, there'll be someone to look out for, something that you should be careful about, because they've been shown to be really strong.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that UDL can be very proud of what they've shown throughout this tournament, throughout this day, throughout this series. And like we've said, it's the nature of knockouts. Someone has to go home. There is a loser at the end of the day. And whilst you may feel, you may think, and you may be correct in stating that the team deserves to be in the cold position, ultimately, if they're not able to win, they're not able to progress. And Esports Team 20 got the win today, and they'll be moving on to the playoffs.
Yeah, and so will be Politic Gdansk. So the team from Poland, we've got 6 teams that have qualified. Just to recap a little bit, we've got AAX, we've got Estiva, we've got not UD, we've got ADT, we have the Boonman Academy, we've got the 2 Polish teams. So we've got plenty of things, but we are going to take a look at this bracket to see actually how it looks on paper. Here we go. PG has won 2-0 versus UCAM, so another team that will go probably to last chance qualifier. And if you look at it all together, you have to praise UDL's road into this game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw that matchup against UCM, and they did look very good, and obviously able to take down that DMU side in the round 3 game. It's very impressive feat for them. Not quite able to make it work from the game, and you can see that visualize the run that ETT have had to make it to the playoffs there. Obviously, in that lower bracket matchup, UCAM trying to sort of do a similar thing, making that run, but PG a little bit too good for them, knocking them down and sending themselves all the way to playoffs.
Yeah, as we were saying, only 6 spots available. 2 will be open for the last 6 qualifiers to make that top 8 to compete at the last stage before going to the live finals in July. Loads of months to go through, loads of time to prepare for these teams that have not made it, and for the ones that qualified. Playoffs are around the corner already in May, so I mean, you gotta put your mind to it.
Yeah, let's have a little bit of a reminder of when those dates are going to be for our future broadcasts.
Let me take a look at it. If we don't get the info right on the screen right now, let me find it. I know how. Okay, so right, last is qualifier 13th of May, if it hasn't changed. So 2nd week of May. Playoffs 28th of May. We are going to have the information right there. There, yay! So if you get to the last chance qualifier, which will happen within a month of distance from today, a couple months. Then you make it to playoffs, which are about a couple of weeks later. If you make it to playoffs, you've got a month and a half to prepare for July, and we know the dates for that event, so we can't just say it yet. But I mean, this is also very intense period for students at university. The final exams are coming in, so many things happening. So I hope they really have a lot of time to prepare for this.
Oh yeah, and especially when you are going to be going to a live finals, you want it to be as special as possible, right? At the end of the day, and so having a lot of time to prepare is going to be great for that.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can't also imagine that for many of these players, this might be the last time they are competing here. So going to the live finals will be sort of like a goodbye kind of trip.
Yeah.
No? A good way to say
a
goodbye
nice
to
way.
university.
It's like your University Esports Prom, I guess. One last hurrah, a big party. I don't know. Probably not even remotely like that.
Sometimes it can be.
Sometimes.
But that's only a surprise reserved for the people who make it to the live finals, and they still have to go through playoffs. Remember that just because they qualified through the upper bracket doesn't mean they're going to make it to the top of the table when we get to that stage. And maybe someone from last year's qualifier gives us a surprise and they climb up there and put the best ones for now against the wall. So everything can happen still.
Yeah, no, I mean, right, it's about qualification here. It's about getting to those playoffs. None of these teams have locked in the live finals or even anything remotely close to the grand prize. This is very much the beginning of the journey for a lot of these teams.
Absolutely, and it's a journey that will take them through many, many things, through many training sessions, through many probably both joyful and stressful times during these months that are coming up, but it's totally worth it. It is worth it.
Absolutely. We're going to be scrimming hard. I want to see clear communication. I want to see work ethic. I want to see some good League of Legends. We've been treated to it today and this entire weekend, and I just can't wait for the next time that we get to see all of these teams face off.
Well, I want to thank you for being here, Milko. Thank you so much for being here this weekend to watch those teams qualify. It's been a pleasure casting with you.
It's been a lot of fun working with you for the first time, Caroline, likewise.
Thank you so much. So, for you at home, thank you so much for watching it as well. Remember, you can get all the information on our social media here. I also want to shout out the wikis that have been putting all the information out there so that people can follow what's been happening through the competition. It's honestly been super, super useful for everyone. With that being said, also thank you to the production team and everyone within the organization who make this possible. Once again, thank you. This is going to be saying a goodbye for us, at least for this qualifier stage. So thank you once again, and goodbye. See you next time. Ta-ra!